Mama said his words, oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought you looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and Avengers served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind, but I know for sure.
We are back for the end of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Week 1 summer tour. This is just week 1. So yes, it is Friday. This is our 3rd day back. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here enjoying the beach at our eternal sunshine set. I have my panelists here enjoying the weather with me today. How are you guys doing, Aurora and Adam?
Feeling good, feeling good.
It's kind of hot in here.
Kind of hot? Sorry, my
Your
bad.
fault. Nah.
Oh,
It's me.
yeah,
Me, Soph.
totally you. You know what else is hot and spicy? The games that we had on Wednesday. You wanna let's go think about those games for a bit. Let's go talk about those. Did you guys enjoy the games?
The last one, particular.
The last one in particular?
Yeah.
The Talent Blacklist? Ooh, that was intense. The very end. What was
I
your
mean, the SMG big one was a little bit quite intense, and then all of a sudden just whee, reverse end.
Well, let's take a look at Wednesday's results. How did those games go exactly? If you weren't able to catch it, we're going to update you guys on what happened. Our day 2 results. We have Mansion Army Geniuses winning 2 against XERXIA, SMG losing 2-1 against Bleed, and Talon winning 2-0 against Blacklist Rivalry. Bleed is looking like they're always taking us to the 3 games every series. Is there a reason for that?
I mean, the third game was kind of, I don't know how to describe it. The ending, I just didn't expect it. It was just, I don't know. I mean, they should have fought around the Medusa. That's one thing. But then all of a sudden, they just threw the game and got ended. Well, DJ carried the game.
This game, what did you think about it, Adam? Give me your in-depth analysis.
I feel like AG just had the better draft in both series. I think they kind of put themselves in a hole with the X pick, but they still managed to pull it off. I think the way the game went early game was that both side lanes kind of lost heart evenly, and then Yoe just solo killed mid, and it was really this Ember Spirit taking over the game for the most part, whereas JG struggled to have impact.
Mid gap.
Mid-gap.
It also didn't help that they are playing this out carry against the Terrorblade on even net worth. That makes life really hard for the Alchemist. It's not a good matchup. You have to be ahead in terms of farm most of the time.
Yeah, and then they kind of wasted the Alchemist first BKB2. Some weird things happening in the game.
So funny because in that cam, DB looks so in shock after that game because of what happened. Just poor guy on that axe. It's our second game. They got the Arc Warden this time.
Yeah, XERXIA had a lineup that was kind of all in. I think I spoke about the Monkey Deso. I felt like he needed the Deso so they could take objectives and take fights more early on, but he went for his Maelstrom build instead. And I think trying to outscale this Arc Warden Invoker Doom was not the right call.
He didn't have the right lineup either. It's just kind of hard for Veno and Skyra to play in the late game against Arc Warden, this type of heroes.
Wow. Kiki destroyed that game though also. I feel like he played a really good game.
I mean,
But I guess
well,
there's a lot of space for him to do so.
the Invoker is like, pick me, kill me. And then, he got the better positioning of the fights, I guess.
I think their fights were just easier overall. Jocam hit some pretty sick shackles, some nice stunts from DB, and it was just, I think XERXIA felt pressure. You're playing this lineup that you kind of don't want to go late game, but you're also stuck in this stalemate on the map, and you tend to force things even more.
Here's our second match, which was the Bleed SMG match. SMG took this game, right? They took the first game.
Yes.
But, I've been kind of, not gonna lie, unimpressed by their performance so far this season, especially considering that they were the ones to come back from the major.
Well, they did change 2 of their players. And
Only 3 of them came back.
That is true.
although they changed their players though, I feel they kind of adapted not too badly from what I expected, because they are not just changing players, they're also changing roles. Like Vidon, he was a mid player long ago, but then he had to switch from off lane to the mid, and then it's not that easy, I feel. But they still did quite okay, I feel.
This was crazy though, when the Medusa had this high ground on the Twin Gate. It's like, how do you lose this?
I mean, he wasn't able to do damage because, Underlord and Alchemist is kind of a problem too.
I think it's just an understanding issue. I feel like more players, people who play the spam heroes, they understand the matchups much more and will probably itemize differently. This Medusa itemized to be this unkillable force, not many damage items, but the Underlord just kind of countered that whole concept.
And I feel like there's quite a few fights that the Medusa's team didn't really play around her, and it forced her to just not really do anything in the first. Like she has to chase people as a Medusa. I feel that's very, very sad for Medusa players.
Yeah, and then we had this game, which was the Blacklist Talent game. Mike laughing very hard as he picked the Cuckoomancer, which led to 0 success. Honestly, they got stomped this game.
Honestly, I think it wouldn't really matter what Cuckoo played. It was more of like having the Timber and then still, picking the PA, which was kind of hard because they really needed a hero that can be the pillar. Like you think Timber is the one, but that it's not that easy to play against a lineup like Disruptor and then like Techies. It's just really annoying, and like you can't really ignore their damage. But yeah, I just feel that draft is kind of too difficult for Blacklist to pull off.
And Raven just looks like Meepo. I can't unsee it. It's
Wait,
stuck.
what?
Raven just looks like Meepo in his hoodie.
Oh.
Yeah, then this game as well, like I feel Miguel just has like all the patience in the world during that game.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that easy going for a Storm to play this kind of game and then like not falter, because Storm is a all-in hero kind of, but like obviously he had a battery, he had the Pugna, right? But still he wasn't doing things where he might die in a jump. He was very, very patient, and yeah, even Savage also, he knew that he has to chrono this TB. Like this TB can't be hitting my teammates, so I don't know if I can kill him, but I'll try and kill him either way.
Here's our division standings after we've had 2 days of full games. We are now on our 3rd day. So this is what we're looking at. We have Talon in 1st place, followed by Bleed, Mansion, Army Geniuses, Blacklist Rivalry, XERXIA, Boom Esports, Execration, and Team SMG. Hard to be SMG and Execration right now. They switched their 2 players. They have 2 new players. But to be at the bottom, right after the major,
It's only the first week.
but still, it's not looking great.
SMG is in a really weird spot because they played 3 games this week. So if they lose an R1 today, they're going to be in a very curious position. I don't feel like they're playing that bad for a new roster. They actually look pretty decent. They just have the same issues they had before, which is trouble ending games. And I guess you can tell in the game there's a lot more disconnect between the players. Like we see Chidori, I think in like 1 or 2 series, he was just kind of dying and no one could really help him or was even trying to help him.
Yeah. So today's gonna be a very important day for SMG because they do have our first game of the day. They're starting off against Mansion Army Geniuses. And Army Geniuses looking quite strong right now, I would say, after their first game on Wednesday. So we're just gonna see how that goes, followed by Boom Esports and XERXIA. The Division 2 battle, the brawl, coming back up.
It's always more spicy to see the Division 2 teams.
Yeah, that is very true. And to finish off our day, we have Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry. The Rambulan, who is the better Filipino team, although one of the teams has more Pinoy players than the other. So I guess more power, question mark?
Quality over quantity, okay, Sophie.
Yeah.
Remember that.
That is true. What do you think, Adam? Who's your favorite Filipino team?
Wow. You gotta do me like that. I'm a KP fan. I would like to see them find success. I think Blacklist has been very on the edge. Like they're either playing tiebreaker for relegation or tiebreaker to go to the major, and they're like somewhere in the middle.
Right.
And I feel like I would really like to see them just push through this time around.
Yeah, we're going to see Cape Pinoy maybe do it. But first, we got some exciting content to hype us up for our incoming game of SMG and Mansion Army Geniuses.
Hi guys, I'm Mazaroth from SMG.
Hello guys, I'm Yowe, mid lane from Army Geniuses. Rawr.
I think they are still strong team, even they kick me. Yeah, cause they are good player and they have a good personal skill also, but I think we can fight them. Yeah.
I think the difference this time and last time in our match is we're pretty slow and they're abusing that they are fast. So I mean we can still do that, and this time we're gonna make it faster also.
I know now. I'm secretary. Yeah. Secretary of him.
The mid difference is he's been mid before, and even though it's been long that he hasn't played mid, but for sure as for him, he already knows some laning mechanics. That's why he's called mid one. But this time maybe it's different because I've been dedicated to my role since like maybe ever since I was a mid player.
No. Nowadays, in the past, they don't want to pick the high MR because you get minus 40, thing like that. So better I just choose other guy that lower MR than him. Then I just play against him.
No. Because for sure it's gonna be rank 100 and I love my MMR. I just go left to right. In my pubs, I go left to right. I don't care.
Be careful. Like we are not that weak. We are strong.
My advice is watch out for us, especially for me, for army geniuses.
ก็ฝากเชียร์ SMG ด้วยนะครับ มีคนไทยเหมือนกัน ไม่ให้เชียร์แต่ทารอน Let's cheer SMG also instead of just cheer Talon. Like I'm still Thai.
Guys, Yowe, gugulatin na ang mundo. Abangan nyo lang.
Why are Dota players so peaceful? I'm so confused. I thought they were filled with, toxicity and anger. This was the most peaceful banter I've ever seen.
It will come out in the games, just not, like outside of the games, I feel.
Yeah.
Like Yoe was trying really hard to be angry. Roar.
Oh, the roar was so cute.
I guess he failed because he called him cute instead of, actually.
I know. That was quite adorable, actually. There wasn't even like a hint of malice. It was just pure joy.
People are too nice.
Yeah.
They need to meet Winter.
Yeah, that's why he made me not nice. It's not me, it's him.
It's Winter. Yeah, his influence on you. I like what Masura said though when he said that, like, I'm Thai too, cheer for SMG. I was like,
yeah.
oh, okay, if you say so. But yeah, so this is gonna be an exciting match. We got SMG versus Mansion Army Geniuses. What do you guys think is gonna happen this game? How do you think it's gonna go down?
I think Army Jesus probably have the upper hand because they suddenly have a mention now. So
I see.
Yeah, I guess MG is in a good place. They've played like 2 very important series this week, very close, intense series, and I think the experience of playing the actual tournament games coming into today would probably bring more value than anything.
All right, well, let's see if it does. We got our first draft of game 1 going. Ooh, pick up the Medusa on SMG.
I feel like SMG will do this kind of thing where, okay, we don't have the color, it doesn't matter, but we'll take the Medusa and then it might be a support Medusa, that kind of thing.
Maybe. What do you think, Adam?
I think Doom is in the pool.
Doom's looking
Terrorblade.
good. What do you think about the bans?
I like it. I respect it. The Wind Ranger.
I feel like the Wind Ranger
Japan.
ban was specifically for the Doom pairing. That's the only time AG has run it. I don't really see a big reason why you want to ban this hero.
Magnus? Do you
Yeah, I
like?
mean-
DV's Magnus was really good, I remember.
I mean, generally, Medusa don't lose out in the late game, right? But also kind of don't lose out in the early game as well in this patch, I would say, because she's a legit tank now. I think Magnus is kind of a option for you if you want to play against Medusa. Like maybe it's hard for you to close the games against Medusa so early, but then you want to scale, right? So having a Magnus is definitely what you want.
And we have techies. Magnus techies is always fun. It's a classic combo. But with the new techies, not as much,
Yeah, not as much.
but still fun, right?
Okay, I guess.
I feel like with the Magnus pick, AG says they want to like play the map and kind of outscale this Dusa, you know, pick some dual core, use the Empower. But I was gonna say that it's weird because Doom is in the pool. And now you're trying to outscale this Doom Medusa, you know? Will AG try to tone things up? Because Joey said in his interview that SMG is a really fast team. But I'm not sure if that is what their draft looks like right now.
I mean, the Doom can still buy aura items and, you know, run at them, right? Because Medusa is pretty strong early too.
Is Medusa strong early?
I mean, it's a very legit tank, I feel. You don't really have that much damage to kill her in the early game.
I feel like SMG has a lot of ways to deal with this RP shenanigans right now. I think in the Blitz series we saw before, I think SMG was the one with the Masaros Magnus, and every time the RP came out, there was a Song of the Siren. In this game, there's a Doom, there's a Blink War Storm, there's a Stone Gaze, you know, so it gets harder and harder the more people you have to catch in your RP.
Do you think SMG just has like the meta heroes right now?
I mean, I don't think AG's draft is weak by any means, but when it comes to a team fight, I think SMG has ease of execution right now.
They banned Batrider and Phoenix, Clock and Pengu.
Do you think SMG would take the Silencer for support? Because I feel it's quite effective against the techies and Magnus in lane. And then later on, Global for the RP as well.
Personally, don't like the hero very much. I feel like Sansa is a hero where you wanna fight early with Global. I think the only reason Sansa worked out so well against the Magnus the other day because he went some Kappa, Harpoon, Echo Saber build, you know? Like, you can definitely itemize to just deal with the Global silence.
Yep, I agree.
I also feel like it's a very player-specific thing, this Sansa hero. Like, I think Ollie and Dubu both love the hero a lot, but our team's not so much. What's Zhao gonna pick? Venomancer.
It's not bad against Magnus, I feel.
I like Warlock too for SMG. I feel like I always say this when I watch SMG play, but the Golem is another counter initiation for the Magnus, and the heal against the techies in lane is really nice to have.
Do you think it will be too much of a big cooldown lineup? Because Medusa, Doom, and then Warlock?
I mean, if you need all your spells to take a team fight, it will become kind of weird, but I feel like these lineups, like you have Dusa, Doom, you know, you're gonna scale. You don't care if you use Doom and don't use Golem, or use Golem to like kill one hero. At the end of the day, it's just the threat of the team fight and making it harder for AG to take fights.
Skywrath and Arcban.
Yep. I feel like Skywrath and Phoenix. Phoenix is kind of what Warlock can be in like the same position. You just, you know, like egg behind your cause. And it's kind of hard for Magnus to do anything in that. Skywrath, I think it was more of just a very stable support alongside the Doom. Just don't want to give it to SMG, and it's kind of annoying.
What do you guys think about this Bane pickup? Personally,
Question mark.
yeah, I was gonna say, don't know if I'm a fan.
I wonder why they went for this. It's not really a save against SMG's heroes. It's really hard to get grip off as well. Stone Gaze is one of the better AoE spells against it.
Oracle.
Finally.
Finally, yeah.
I don't like it with their heroes though. I guess you can Purge Nightmare, you can break Fiend's Grip, you're good against techies. I do see why they pick it, but I feel SMG has a very protect each other lineup right now, but there's no one who actually does anything for them. And when you play this kind of lineups against repositioning like Magnus without a skewer stop, which they do not have right now, it can get a bit weird.
Ember is still in the pool.
That's true. They don't really have any reliable like hard stuns.
Yeah. I feel like Ember is kind of a brain dead alongside the Magnus in a lot of games. But I don't know if they really want to do it against SMG because Doom is, you know, like kind of don't care about Ember. later on. And then Oracle is quite annoying. Early on, he just purge your shield and you can't really kill anyone.
AM is also still available.
Yeah, but there's Doom, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
You have to pick something like that. I think you have to like scale against this Dusa.
yeah, because I was
Like Doom counters like every hero in the game.
I was thinking how they're gonna deal with her.
It's a pretty good AM game right now, just because of the single target on SMG. I think so. That's the pause 4. I feel like their lineups like strong lane and you can't run into us is what they want to do, but they are not gonna come online too quickly. I feel like they have a very, very slow-paced lineup right now.
They also can't really move around the map easily with their heroes.
And Klink's Oracle is a pretty strong rotating duo. It's just kind of... I'm not sure if you can like force buildings. Mid-on's hero has to really bring the draft together.
They choose the PL instead. I feel like if the Doom has Aga, it's quite hard for PL to fight though. And against the Stone Gaze, like he can't just disengage like AM. Being
I
sure
mean, he
you
has
have to
Doppel Wall, you have
Yeah.
Phantom Rush away. You're kind of okay. There's not really any lockdown on SMG, so if you look at AG's heroes right now, they want to take these really long fights, whereas for SMG, once they drop the Doom, they want the fight to kind of end there. I will say though, this PL against Doom lane is kind of... can definitely go both ways. You get this early Vanguard with Scorched Earth, it's so much magic damage early. PL's really not good at dealing with that. AG going for a more greedy, we're gonna defend high ground, you know, look at their high ground defense. They have this Spirit Lance, they have Skewer with the Techies bombs, it's all so annoying.
I just feel like the Bane is so awkward.
It is.
It's just gonna
It's really
die
awkward.
a lot, I feel. What mid do you think SMG is gonna pick up?
I like Lash a lot here. I'm not sure if they'll pick it. Lash Oracle's a pretty sick combo. They also don't really have damage on AG right now. It's a lot of ways to take map. The Huskar ban makes it a bit more interesting though. Maybe looking more at the Ember Spirit kind of hero. Something can deal with waves. Even Kunkka looks really good right now. Although I think the hero's kind of dead, but having this Radiance Buyer and just, you know, this tanky boy, like how do you kill this Kunkka?
Yeah.
You have X Mark against Skewer as well, which is super nice. Super cool with SMG's lineup.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like SMG's mobility doesn't look very great. Like if they get jumped on, their heroes can't really like move around
Yeah, you
fast
want
to
to
escape.
force the fight there itself. I think even like a Puck Kunkka kind of hero would look really cool. Like a Coil on this PL, he's probably gonna die,
Yeah.
you know? Coil Stone Gaze is pretty sick.
Yeah.
I feel like Puck is more of the choice here.
I think the hero's pretty shit though.
Yeah.
It's so hard to pick. Like even if you think Coil is good, it's not easy to pick that hero.
It's not even easy to kill their supports either early on, which is kind of
The
what you
heroes
need.
are really tanky.
Yeah.
Oracle also doesn't want to Puck. I'd be very surprised
Yeah.
if they go for that route. I think something like a DK or Lash makes much more sense.
They banned the OD.
Or it's just good against Dusa. You have Astral, you keep her out of the fight, you know, you take away her mana.
Yeah. OD is quite a good hero to delay the fights.
I mean, SMG feels like they have a good draft and just don't want to get cheesed right now. Which I think is very fair. I do like their draft a bit more than AG.
Alright, what's their last ban gonna be?
Can I give a shout out to Claire for always being dressed so professionally?
He actually is.
Always in a shirt.
Always a button-up long sleeve.
Yeah.
Yeah. He takes this job very seriously, Adam.
Mad lad. Respect.
There's the Puck man, yeah. They knew the vision.
I just feel like there's other heroes that can do similar things. Yeah, it kind of depends what they want to pick as well, right? They have this last pick. If they want to be really greedy, they can pick like some AM offlane still.
Do it! I want to see it!
Oh,
Oh,
they
Timber.
took the Timber away from AG. I mean, I thought Timber is kind of not bad because they don't really have like the heroes to make this Timber feel bad. I mean, yeah, there's Doom, but you only have one Doom early, right?
So would it be Doom mid?
No, it's a Timber mid, I believe. I mean, they can still switch around, but I think it's most likely Timber mid now because of how you itemize. You want the eggs early.
Oh, I would be very interested that they would put not Master House on, not Timber, I guess.
Oh,
Might want to do Doom mid instead now.
yeah. It's a very befitting pick for 24.
Oh
I would
no,
say.
it is mid one Timber.
I feel like AG's draft looks so selfish. Like their heroes don't really help each other, you know.
Yeah,
it's like
that's
we're
true.
gonna try to win our lanes and scale into the game, you know, figure it out, and then later, hopefully PLSF carries us.
Do you think it's gonna be right click SF?
No, it's
Magic?
Magic, pretty sure.
Oh.
They need a way to kill this Timber. I mean, he can scale into right click. He has Empower.
I feel like they can't really deal with the Kling's rotation later on though, because it's quite a lot of damage and they can't really kill the units. They can only run, but like Kling's is hero now with the Tar Bomb, he is telling you can't run, you know.
I mean, I think AG has a lineup where if they do well and you get these early auras on DB and Yokem, then, you know, they're gonna run over AG.
Yeah.
Sorry, SMG. Because this Timber is not gonna have a good time, and then you have this Doom Dusa who don't really have an easy time coming into fights or contributing. You're kind of very reliant on your team early game.
So who you guys got?
I'm gonna go with AG.
AG.
I think there's a world where they hit their timings early and just take over the game.
What about you, Aurora?
Me too, AJ, because of the SF pick. I like it here because it looks kind of sick.
Kind of sick. That's a good reasoning. Looks sick. All right. Well, I'm excited to see how this game goes down. Personally, I'm kind of a fan of AG's draft. You know, just the Magnus techies. I feel like who doesn't want to see that? But I've got Cap and SVG ready to bring you guys game 1 of day 3.
Thank you, Soph. That's right. So we have a lineup that is pretty interesting, but storyline-wise, we are already in the thick of it, Avery, because we've got Team SMG who are 0-2. If they want to be able to maintain a top 3 spot and go to the next major, where they failed to get points last time, they try again this time, they pretty much have to win out for the rest of the season.
It's a rough start. It's a rough start for Mid One and the boys. Not where he wanted to be on his return to his original role here. The destiny being fulfilled in the wrong order. I mean, you're talking about going to the major. I think this team's looking at trying not to get relegated if they lose this much. Like, if you go 0-3, they might be swapping roles up mid-season or something. Like, this roster is once again not clicking to the level they want it to. And all the tips for Mid One.
And he just responds, have fun. No good luck for them. Just have fun, apparently.
I mean, you don't wish good luck after you get 5 tips. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, that's true.
No luck for you. He's going to cut some trees for his ward. Interesting.
All right, so this gives us a little bit of time to talk about the draft. I mean, I was just telling you, I literally just played a pub that was this trio of cores on the side of Army Geniuses: Magnus, SF, Phantom Lancer. It's pretty greedy, and we heard the panel talk about it too. Adam was talking about how it doesn't necessarily feel like these heroes are going to be synchronizing a whole lot. A lot of people are just going to be playing for their own game. How do you feel about it?
It's a little greedy, but Mag is one of those heroes that can play utility role. I've seen Seb dominate on this hero in the offlane for enough years to understand that this hero can be as greedy as you want it to be, but also as aura buying as you need it to be. He's just not an aggressive playmaker in some sense. Like, you kind of have to buy the auras and then let the fight come to you unless you're rushing Blink, but I don't think anybody is going fast Blink on this hero anymore. So if you're going to play that style with this type of lineup, I expect DB to kind of buy auras, just farm on the lane, get as fast as possible with stacks, and then force SMG to fight into you. Like, get some stacks up, force them to try and fight into your Lancer or SF under a tower where you can get the good aura fights and set up the fight for your back range supports. I think this is how this AG lineup needs to function. You cannot get too aggressive early and start looking for stuff. And, I mean, you're playing versus Clinks. I hate this hero. I was ranting about it a bit. This hero is one of the most annoying supports I've ever played versus in Dota. It's not even supposed to be a support. That's the even more annoying part. It's like one of these heroes that isn't even in its role. It just comes up on you invis with the crap ton of HP and Solar Crest phylacteries you and goes and runs away. It's just get this hero out of my game. Like everybody was asking in patches. You know, everybody in the patch was like, "Oh, nerf Medusa, nerf Doom, nerf this stupid skeleton boy." I'm not even sure he's broken. I just don't want to play versus him that much. So, you know, condolences to AG who have to play versus now. We'll see how much damage Afu can get done.
I am of the opinion that Clinks is 100% broken if Crimson Guard is not as strong as it is. I think the only reason that Clinks isn't the most powerful hero in the game right now is just purely the fact that Crimson Guard is still a really good item. Because Crimson Guard does negate most of this hero's impact in team fights.
Yeah, but he splits you on the map, right?
Yo,
I think
yeah,
this hero's
for sure.
designed to like find a support in the jungle and he just solo kills him. And I agree, Crimson destroys him in the team fight. I don't know if Crimson helps you on the map. His laning's also really annoying. Like Tarbomb has
his laning is
very
crazy
little
good.
cooldown.
He can ancients super early. I mean, I was farming like crazy the first time I played this hero. I was just like, man, I can farm ancients so easily. This is incredibly dumb.
I mean, if you want to know which fours farm the fastest, just go to Dota Pro Tracker and type in Soxa. And whatever he's spamming is probably the fastest farming fours of the patch. There's a hot tip for you. And I'm pretty sure Clinks is in the top 3 for him right now. So, yeah, this hero is interesting. I want to see him more in competitive to see if a lot of that translates. Because sometimes these invis, like assassin supports, are kind of pub heroes. Like the Rickies and Bounties, they destroy pubs but suffer in the competitive when the group up happens more. So I'm kind of interested to see how he performs better. We'll see if he has the impact he's looking for this game. And this is another game where SMG have a last pick Timbersaw versus the Phantom Lancer. If you remember, first series of the season, 23 Savage Phantom Lancer versus Masaro's Timber, who went like 20-1 and lost.
Yeah.
Does not bode well.
No, it doesn't. Mid one. Okay, can we talk about the lanes a little bit here? Masaro's going to be playing the Doom up into the Phantom Lancer lane. They're going to give the Timbersaw the bottom lane. They barely managed to pick up that kill on Varys. Just the final shot from the Clinks doing enough damage. And then they got the mid matchup. Chidori is going to be playing Dusa against Yoe's SF.
I mean, they did not want to send a melee hero for Shadow Fiend. I don't think either of these two would have done anything at all. I think this matchup is still kind of hard for Chidori, but maybe he can survive it better. At least he'll get solo XP and then he can ancient his way back in the game or something. But this is a pretty damn scary Shadow Fiend pick. Like, Yoe is going to have his feast at the buffet, so to say, with rune control and just spamming raises off the water runes. And then you put mid one in a position where he should have a very good game, which is generally where this team thrives. So I kind of like the swap up from SMG. I think it's the best of the scenario they were in. It just kind of puts them in a position where you hope Yoe doesn't pop off too hard.
I did fact check you real quick. I checked out Sox's Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and indeed, Clinks, 5 matches. Spirit Breaker and Techies are the other 2 with 5 matches. Oh, nice charge back there. Skewer, mid one under tower, but it's a Timbersaw, so he's okay.
Yeah, there's no affecting this matchup in the long term.
Yeah.
So what's up there? Clinks, Techie, Spirit Breaker?
I mean, Techie's definitely the other 4 position that it farms the fastest, so you're not wrong about that.
I mean, I'm sure Bat Rider's in there somewhere. That's another one of these supports who just clears through entire jungles.
3 matches of Bat Rider.
And, well, he played at the major, so he doesn't have to practice it as much anymore, you know.
True.
Yeah, that guy likes to farm. That's how you win pubs, too. You just farm. Sports. And apparently how you win TI. Does it all.
Big stun. Afu quickly falls as the rotation comes out from the supports, because they don't really need to do anything about this bottom lane. I mean, that applies to both supports, to be fair, but Oracle rotating probably not nearly as effective as Attackies.
It's a very interesting dynamic. Like, they're just leaving both melee strength heroes down here. Neither of them can really kill the either, as all these supports are going to roam, but John Well kind of doesn't have a home when this happens, I feel. Like, the AG supports are happy to tri-lane or dual roam. Oracle level 2 does not offer a lot. I guess you stack here. It's like your best play and just defend Afu, but the aggressive potential seems a little lacking for this dual roam early.
They can turn it around here.
They get a kill.
Is going to take a lot of damage, but he did have some heals, and he still has a Fairy Fire to be able to burn through. Masaros wants to run him down, and he will get that one. Maybe even Varys as well. He does have the Envenomed Weapon. That is a passive and a half right there. It doesn't even slow you. Wait, what? It doesn't slow you? Regen reduction.
Yeah, actually, this thing doesn't do anything.
I mean, it stops tangos. That
That's
part
it?
is actually pretty powerful. Yeah, it's a regen, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it doesn't slow, it doesn't deal damage. This spell kind of sucks now. You know, I don't know. It doesn't
I mean,
last.
it lasts 20 seconds. If
Wait,
you
does it?
hit somebody and they
No.
can't heal-
It lasts 2. It lasts 2
Oh,
on
two.
heroes.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
why that spell sucks.
Okay.
No, we're gonna force the dive with the stun.
Stacking raises. Oh, it hurts so badly. Throw out the Requiem just to try and finish him off. Chidori, though, still alive. Oh, the last raise, it didn't hit him. He ducked away over the
Gotta
side,
find
and
those.
Joka may end up dying instead. Yeah, he'll get Purifying Flames to death, and Yoe is in pretty deep, so he's going to have to take the long walkabout to get back to safety.
I mean, that Requiem did 0 damage, I believe. That was impressive. And I mean, the whole time this is happening, I feel like Afu's the real winner. It's level 4.25 on this support Clinks, getting rune control, getting involved in kills. This is where you want that hero to be, because that Crimson is probably eventually going to come out for DB, I would think, in this game, but the faster your Clinks comes online, just shuts down a lot of the backline team fight here. You got to be thinking about 7-minute Wisdom Rune. You got to be thinking about it right now. I feel like this might be the most important objective in the early game, especially when you have these roaming supports. If Afu gets their Wisdom Rune,
Dire's top tower is under
your
attack.
AG supports are done. They're level 2.
I have been harping on this. The Wisdom Rune, the fact that they just doubled the experience makes this, I 100% agree. That is the most important objective in the game.
Yeah,
I think there is no question
my
about
mid tower for it. I mean, maybe not literally. I wouldn't tell my team that, but like,
Yeah.
I think I might do it. You know, I'm just gonna run.
Yeah.
Well, Afu did not man up for it. I'm surprised. Like,
Dire's top
what's the
tower is
threat
under
on
attack.
him manning up for that? Really?
Maybe he just felt like he was slowed down too much to be able to get there in time. Instead, he blocks the Ancient stack, which,
Still
I mean,
value.
they still split Wisdom Runes, so.
Yeah, but I mean, you really would have just screwed these supports. I mean, they're still very low level here. They're gonna have to make a smoke towards his
Well,
doom.
technically,
Just-
there should be no way for him to get it, right? Because techies could just blast off on it.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I mean, I've seen weirder shit
Dire's
happen.
middle tower is
True.
under attack.
True. All right, well, we've got Vanguard Arcane Boots for mid 1 with level 6, so he is ready to really push this one. Top lane, they do manage to bring down Masaros, so nice rotation there. But
Sleepwalker
mid 1 is going to be
Requiem.
the untouchable beast, I believe, now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is a good position for SMG, because I think when mid 1 has the ability to snowball the map, they tend to play the best as a team. He's on a hero that, as you said, is probably invincible unless we get to Grip plus another Requiem or something. Even then, you have Oracle behind you.
Dire's bottom tower
So Oracle's
is under
going to
attack.
be a really annoying hero for the 2 supports this game, too. Just being able to throw Fate's Edict on whoever they grip or Techies jump. This hero's a menace for Techies in general. Something AG are going to have to think about is they try and scale into this game with an Empower lineup that is losing tier 1s. And that's a costly tier 1 to lose, because now both your Ancients are exposed.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest part. The fact that when you lose this tier 1 tower, and even if they lose the tier 2 offlane tower, you just lose control of double Ancients. That is so much farm lost. And then you also
it's
lose
brutal.
control of the Wisdom Rune area and maybe the Tormentor. I mean, there's so many objectives on this side of the map that I've been a bit surprised that there hasn't just been more effort to own this area.
I mean, another factor that makes this safe lane Timber kind of conceptually good, right?
Yeah,
He just sits here, you can leave him there, you can go tri-lane somebody somewhere else, and then it's a hero that almost 100% wins most melee matchups and eventually takes your tower. And he can just push the lane in aggressively and go to your secret shop to insta-buy Vanguard and this type of stuff. Like, it's very efficient, very fast, very reliable. Kind of an interesting concept for the patch. I like it. I agree. I'm surprised we don't see more of this type of thing from Radiant safe lane or Dire safe lane. I think the Radiant safe lane's a bit better than the Dire one, just feel, but you could still do it on either side. I mean, just put some dude down here like a Timber. I guess a Timber. I don't know who else does it.
I was waiting for a
Hunter?
long list of heroes that could do this, but apparently not.
I mean, I'm just saying, who does it as reliably? I don't know. I feel like it's only Timber or maybe Tide in a free Tide game as they find Afu. Still level 5. Does not have that skeleton walk yet. So AG
This
getting
is,
some XP.
Yoe is playing very active on this SF. He is going back and forth ganking side lanes, and they're going to smoke again.
Jeez.
Pretty interesting concept that they have for this SF, and really maybe helps relieve some of that, because you were talking about the greed factor. If your SF can play like this, certainly makes the game feel a little bit more smooth, right?
Right, they're also just trying to give the XP to the techies mid. Like, that's the biggest thing. If you don't do this, your supports just feel terrible. As 2 supports are mid, while Afu finds the rest of the team again. Says, somebody wake me up from this ganky nightmare, please.
Gets nightmared into stuns, then he gets RP'd into nightmare, into more raises. I mean, he has been hunted down. It seems like to me that Army Geniuses hate this Clinks just as much as you do.
And for good reason. They probably played versus it in pubs. They probably played versus Soxa. They're done messing around. I'm also kind of surprised Mid One just left that lane. I mean, I guess he took the tower, so he kind of doesn't want to be there, but this kind of just jams SMG's core's top. Leaves a big hole in the map, and they get their tower taken in reverse. Very awkward setup as Vreeze hits 6. This is your grip timing. You need to combat it with the Oracle, match these supports while your Medusa continues to farm.
So super interesting, DB did not actually go Vanguard. He went the Ring of Health for the lane. He's going to go fast Blink Dagger. So seems like Yoe has covered up that gap just enough, but Blink Dagger Rush, DB is going to have to put in some serious work with that. And it's even more interesting that he doesn't, like, he still went maxed in power, which I think is the correct build, but that usually means Vanguard feels even the better because you just kind of chill out in lane for a while.
Attempt there short by a bit. Mid One's going to try and turn it around, but the TP's not fast enough.
Barely got there in time. Done well. Actually got that because of the Tumbler's toy.
We'll probably get this grip up top. Yeah.
Don't even need to grip him. Just Requiem him off the Nightmare. Skewer him back in even. Masaros. Pretty big loss there. The Doom, who is very, very farmed. Top net worth in the game. May have a precipitous fall if he's not careful.
That's way too greedy to be up there like that with this new dire outpost position and all the camps up here. Like, it doesn't hurt you to go for these kills by your tier 2s as much anymore because then you have so many more camps to farm around it. But like, these kills people are giving up, they're not as good as they used to be. In fact, I would say they're pretty much just a loss. Whereas before they used to maybe be even. Like, oh, I brought a bunch of heroes to the top tier 2, there's nothing there, haha, but well, now there's a lot there. So
sure, there is 5 camps up here in this area, and then you go down and there's another handful. So
yeah, so like both the cores who came up for this kill get to farm it out. There's just not a kill to be giving away in the new meta, at least. I think it's something teams are going to have to adjust to, at least these offlaners a little bit. They just cannot play as greedy up there anymore. Afu will be looking for the 14-minute rune, setting up his Skelly boys for a warm welcome. I am surprised DB went that blink. I mean, we did talk about it, but it's like a really aggressive playmaking item. Gotta make it count.
Bean Script, Nightmare, and that'll help set off all the mines. I mean, this combo right here of Bane techies, that is pretty obnoxious. They are going to have their Wisdom Rune taken away as Afu will be able to grab it before Joachim can get there. Go for the TP out, they'll be able to stop him, but damage is already done. Double Wisdom Runes for the side of SMG.
Yeah, happy with that. Probably worth it on this second one, I think. We'll get some TPs up, but AG, it feels like they're the ones finding the big core moves. Like, the tempo they're setting is really nice for them right now because they're just getting these 1 or 2 big pickoffs and they're continuing to farm the map. It's not overcommittal. It's not causing some crazy aggressive fights. Like, you're going to get out farmed a bit because you're playing versus Midas, Doom, and Medusa, but overall, the game being even with their position with Phantom Lancer, Shadow Fiend, Mag has got to feel pretty good. I don't think SMG win this in the ultra late. Seems a bit hard to me.
RP Skewer back into the Requiem.
Oh, nice stun
And
on the
a
Oracle.
nice stun to be able to stop the Oracle. He still gets off the save, though. Chidori. Let's see if he's actually going to survive. I think he's okay. Jokum's going to try and body block him. Yeah, he actually was fine on HP. Immediate Doom onto Yoe, but he doesn't need the spells. He can just throw out the right clicks, and Masaros almost dies as a result. But now mid one's cutting on through. Doom, about a third left on that duration. They just can't quite finish him off. Masaros, how did he die? Nice skewer back on Afu for another +1.
He died to the Enfeeble tick.
Oh shit, he's got maxed out Enfeeble. The last time I saw Bane, he went 0-4-4, and I was like, I think this Enfeeble is maybe good.
I mean, this thing lasts 9 seconds and deals 30 pure damage a second. I mean, I'm no math expert, but 270 pure damage on a 7-second cooldown? This spell's actually pretty good nuke now. God, it's actually just better than Brain Tap, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
Like, why would you skill Brain Tap?
Yeah, especially since trading in lane, you like the Brain Tap is helpful for the heal, but you have an attack damage reduction from Enfeeble.
Like
So that
attack
aspect of it is
damage?
really good too. Nice. He sets up the kill onto John Well and gets the Fiend's Crypt onto Afu. They're going to be able to kit both the supports here. SMG left without a kill for themselves. Not yet anyway. The Requiem does go off. Mid one take a lot of magic damage, but Raze is running out. Never mind. They're going to skewer him back in mid one. He's going to blow up. He gets the SF kill before he dies, though. Well played to make the best out of a terrible situation for SMG.
I mean, at least you get something out of that, but that's still so much for In Your Dream. He just cleans up the farm, goes to 4-0 on top of the net worth. Gotta remember, these are cores that are gonna have Empower after the fights.
Dire's
And this
top
Blink
tower
paying
is
off for
under
DB
attack.
as AG continue their momentum in this game. The farm's even, but it does not feel like SMG are getting the fights they want. And mid one rushed Octarine, which, I mean, it's great. It's some extra damage output, but it does put more pressure on Monstros to pick up the Aura Bind, or at least be like contributing in the scale and the utility.
Yeah.
He has a pipe. No Crimson yet, and Crimson is, to me, the big item.
Radiant's bottom
versus
tower
AG's
is
lineup.
under attack.
Unless you can find Doom on a good target at the start, which is tough for Phantom Lancer. Cyril, he makes it hard.
And it certainly does, and it's only going to get harder with both the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter. Just generally, like, obviously he's not building it early, but generally that concept, I feel like Phantom Lancer late game is really confusing. Way more confusing than he used to be.
He really is. That game we watched, the 23, is like still in my brain.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
like the
is under
Ags
attack.
plus the Shard. You have this weird juxtapose going invis. This Ags is now bouncing. It's a significant slow. Like the way Phantom Lancer can play these fights it's honestly terrifying. I feel like this hero can get around a lot of bad matchups he used to not be able to and still have very high impact. It's a very weird hero right now. I think this hero is not 100% understood, and there's that early Ags pickup. This is something I think we're going to see more of, like earlier Ags, maybe even an Shard. I'm not saying super early, but like I think people are going to buy the Shard on this hero at some point, and this is terrifying in the early fights. You get a lot of HP and stats out of the Ags, while it just makes the slow and the disable incredibly obnoxious. Sleep into Skewer, pretty good setup.
The Fiend's Grip on him too, but it is going to be bailed out. Nice false promise there from John Well, being in the right position. The stun onto the 2-1 though from Joker.
Oh,
That is a lot of damage, adding up. Chidori's out of mana, and he's going to be run down as easily In Your Dream picks that one up. They are able to bounce back with a doppelganger, as Masaros was hunting for the kill, but instead he's going to get once again skewered back into the right position. Army Geniuses, I mean, their pickoff game is just so much better than SMG. Every fight starts at a disadvantage
And where's
for SMG.
Clink scouting? I think that's the only thing that counteracts it. Is Afu frontlining for these engagements, but he's just been
Radiant's
farming.
middle tower
Not even
has
at that great a rate. Also at 6 deaths, they shut him down in the early game.
Radiant's
His impact
middle
has just
tower
not
is
been
under
felt,
attack.
and the Bane with the night vision just running in. Breeze is destroying them. Honestly, just destroying them with the sleep setups. The outrange with the vision, the outrange on the spells. The more I look at this in Feeble, the more I actually starting to like this hero.
I might give it a try too. I mean, you have the weird cast range reduction aspect that he could get as well.
Yeah, plus the talent. This thing goes up to 50% cast range reduction.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah.
is
It's a
under
9
attack.
To make
duration.
like Timber Chain, that would just be nothing.
Yeah, it destroys a lot of heroes. You get this on Oracle, you get it on Doom. It is significant, and the cast range on Enfeeble is really large. Like, it's way better than Sap, so you can throw this thing from mega far away. DB with the Ags, looking for the Skewer Horn toss. You will
Again
find
and
it.
again and again, man. They just keep on getting the jumps. Aghanim Scepter build up for DB. Playing just full initiation. Stun from Jokum. Lands pretty nicely. Mid one, taking so much
my
magic
God.
damage. These mines going off on the Timber Saw, combined with any raise damage or spear or really just anything. Skewer back into the Requiem again. Army Geniuses, they are on one today, boys and girls. They are feeling the fire and they are running with it, man. It is looking so good. Skewer into a point-blank Requiem like that, that's how you know you're cooking.
Yeah. You know you're cooking because you're canceling RP in front of their face, too. The
That's
physical
also
taunt.
true.
The good old physical taunt. I mean, yeah, they're just clicking on all cylinders here, making this lineup look too easy to execute, to be honest, for how difficult me and the panel thought it would be, right? Like, they just played this game so methodical. They went around, got their like 1 or 2 pickoffs every minute or two, didn't force any crazy 5-on-5s, always had the initiation, and it has worked wonders for them. Their supports are too tanky for Afu to collect on right now. And that is a big problem, because how else do you start these fights? Like, you're just going in, you're getting slept, you're getting enfeebled. The second John Wells shows to try and dispel or counteract this, his cast ranges are so short, he's getting caught in the skewers, in the RPs, in some Spirit Lance. Trying to force the issue.
Oh, that was pretty nice. Nice Fortune's End placed on a mid one. Actually hits the nuke onto In Your Dream, getting the Chakram onto him, but he jumps away. Goes in Visor a bit off of the Glimmer Cape, comes back to finish off Afu. Chidori does find the real one. Masuro is trying to chase after him, but again, the Doppelganger away. They're just not able to stick on top the enemy carry, and he's going to come back for more spirits, more drains. Chakramon back on top of him once again, while Chidori tries to deal with the rest off of the Stone Gaze, but In Your Dream is backing
went
away.
out of
Same goes
mana.
with Yoei. He gives him a Force Staff to be able to get away, and they're just being burned out of their mana entirely. You're right. Nobody's left. They've got nothing left.
Chidori.
They've been burned apart bit by bit. Chidori now skewered back to the low ground, while the rest of the team is going to have to leave him behind. They were focused on getting Yoei, but DB, he's coming for more. He's going to get a
Still has RP.
shockwave, a blink, something is going to land, and it's going to be the RP onto Afu. Finally lets it go.
Dieback. Clinks is gone from this game after that. And Hart coming in for In Your Dream just keeps them alive so long in this fight, despite mid one once again finding a big core kill on almost no resources. And that was a really nice Chakram at the end. That was your Butterfly Medusa timing for Phantom Lancer. And you lost that fight bad. You are in trouble now. Goddamn, these Spirit Lances with the talent, like, you get 5 seconds on Spirit Lance that bounces, slows for 45%, and deals an extra 40% illusion damage. These things hurt, man. They really hurt. Like, this build, every time I see it, I get more impressed by it. I just don't know how you fight this. It's really hard to deal with.
And on the other side of things, I don't know what the Doom has done in this game. I'm not saying it's Masaros' fault. Maybe it does maybe seem hard. I'm not sure if the build's correct or what, but I feel like a lot of times he's just lumbering around trying to hit heroes and getting kited around. And then they get kited for a bit, and then somebody gets skewered deep into Army Genius's territory, they get killed, and then the fight is kind of lost.
I do think his game is really hard. This is just a hard Doom game. I think Bane, Phantom Lancer, Shadow Fiend, and Mag are all pretty good versus Doom, conceptually. The Mag one goes both ways. It depends on who's ahead. But I think more of how this Mag is functioning for AG in terms of just being an initiator, he does not care about Doom. Like, he's not playing to just empower one dude and play the 4 protect 1 while you farm with Juggernaut or something. Like, this is a Mag who's just initiating. So I really don't know what Monstros is supposed to do in this type of game. Like, you can't doom anybody. If you do doom half the people, they don't care. Shadow Fiend doesn't care. There's a sleep and grip disengage. There's techies running around with Glimmer. Avis and Four Staff up for Vriza. I guess you just play Aura Buyer, but then you're dependent on Dusa Timber to beat a Phantom Lancer, and I don't think that's true unless you have the net worth momentum. Like Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, when you're behind
definitely
10K, that's definitely not going to work.
Not for the Timber. I think this Timber matchup is actually, it's just not even good versus Phantom Lancer if you're behind. I think you just get lanced and run around and drain, and you can't ever stick on it. Unless you have the net worth lead, it's way too hard.
Did they change Burning Barrage? I think he went Invis halfway through Burning Barrage, but Burning Barrage is an attack, so usually breaks the Invis. Mid one, skewered back into another Requiem. The pickoffs just keep continuing then. And Chidori is going to have to blow through the Stone Gaze, and they're going to have to just stay in the base. Oh, got him! Wait, what?
How did he only get one?
How did he only get one? I thought Chidori was caught.
I guess he must have blinked past the Dusa by like a slight margin. I think you have to technically be in front of the center of the mag's hitbox to get Horn Tossed. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like that's how the spell works.
Well, either way, he may just die. He's been Nightmare. The rest of the team is on its way.
Neighborhood, son.
He's going to get him with the Fiend's Grip. That also drains mana. Remember that.
Very nice.
Once again, skewered back in. He also doesn't have the 15 talent yet. When Varys has that, 5% max mana drain. So then it's just draining 10% every second he holds it on the Dusa.
I mean, Bane is definitely very good versus Dusa. It's one of the old school counters, but I think it's even better now with the talents. Your mana drain, your long-term control. Enfeeble destroys that hero. Both the cast range and the damage base reduction, right?
True, yeah.
Just nasty, and that was nasty bad. As DV just RP skewers himself in shame.
Sometimes you gotta fish a whole bunch. And occasionally pull.
Well, I got him in the end.
Hey, there you go. The two-man skewer. This is just
gone well.
close.
Ulted himself for Monstros.
I think he's dead anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, this game's toasted. No damage left.
Okay, so I'm still kind of stuck on that. I felt like SMG really didn't make any moves. Am I wrong? I felt like they just played to farm.
I mean, one could also argue they don't really have people to set up the moves. Like, they don't have a single real stunt on any of their heroes. They don't have a single real jump. It's kind of just 3 farmers, a roamer, and a save. All walk into a bar and order a loss.
Well, I felt like one of the openings is supposed to be Clinks with the Phylactery, you know? But instead he went the Solar Crest build, which he also really was focused on farming in the first place.
Clinks can create some stuff, but not when your cores are just like not able to contribute anything on the map. Or if you can't stand on the map and create some sort of pressure that splits AG up. Like, I don't feel like AG had to ever show anywhere because some core was creating map pressure, right? They kind of just went wherever they wanted and killed whoever was there. Like, Varese just had way too free of a game. If you can just walk around the map as Bane...
Oh, they got him!
...and do this, the hero is absolutely busted. I mean, he's one of the most broken supports in the game. He can just walk into anywhere and sleep anybody and the fight's automatically toasted.
Roasted, toasted, RP'd together, and will probably die together as they have the false promise on Chidori. Sure, that helps. He'll die anyway, though.
At least John Well got out. It's nice for him, you know?
Afu did not. Oh, Afu did. All right. Survived off of 30 HP.
It's a sad Desolator. Desolator has no friends.
Okay, he still died. Maybe?
Yeah, but he got that wave.
Yeah, he did get that wave. Good for him. They can't hit that tier 2 still because backdoor protection. Way to go.
Where's your end game now,
Middle tower
fools?
is under attack.
Well, I think the end game could probably be they could literally just 5-man down mid right now and take throne.
Yeah, but it's slower. Because where's your wave?
Well, the wave will get there eventually, I'm sure. And RB Geniuses will end this game eventually, I assume. Okay, we can see that horn toss play. Oh, he was moving in the air. He was moving in the air for sure. Does it not stun the moment?
Stun you. It only...
Well, no, it does stun now.
Yeah, but it's only when you land. It doesn't stun you when it hits. It stuns you when you
okay.
hit the ground. So you can still TP out, I guess, if you're in the horn toss, because it doesn't cancel.
So it's just considered a forced movement?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
I guess it's
has
like
fallen.
the old hook or something, you know?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got him that time.
Oh, I got Stone.
Chidori. Yeah, he did manage to get off the Stone Gaze, and they got the Doom out onto Yoei. The Phantom Lancer is causing serious issue. Look how quickly his mana went away on Chidori. RP skewered back in with the mines already laid down from Jokum. They demolished this one, and they are all inning onto Yoei, and they still haven't killed him. And now he's finished up. He can hit the Requiem still. He's not going to die. They all in for one hero kill and couldn't get that. So GG's call.
That one was not happening. That game got out of control very fast. I don't think you have any hope of winning this in the late game, or even like 30, 40 minutes. If it's even, I think those fights are hard just because of how Phantom Lancer takes the engagements now. I think it's just it's a rough draft, honestly. Like, the more I look back on this game, I think you have to do really well in lanes, get the dual roam going with the safe lane Timber in the one-on-one, because mid one is guaranteed to win that matchup, but you have to make something else happen on the map. You have to crush one of the other lanes. It's not going to be mid because you have no answer to Shadow Fiend. You can't really gank him because he's always going to be high HP because Medusa cannot chip him. So it has to be top. Like, I think the first 5 minutes, you got to go top with both supports through the gate, kill the hell out of that Phantom Lancer, take his tower with Doom, snowball your Doom, and then you're in a decent position to take over this map with both side lane tier 1s down. If that doesn't happen, I think good luck.
Well, good luck to SMG heading into game 2, because again, if they lose this series 0-3, I mean, I think your chances of being able to get top 3 in Southeast Asia are extremely low, and Avery might be right. Maybe they're just going to try and save themselves from relegation. But either way, the panel has a lot to talk about. A pretty one-sided game 1.
Very clean game by Mansion, Army Geniuses. What a start that they made. I just wasn't very convinced by the draft of SMG as well. I think it's funny enough because Yoei was saying at the interview, he was like, oh, SMG, they like to abuse this like fast play style. But I didn't feel that at all. Like, I didn't feel they were playing fast. I felt that Army Genius was playing much faster than them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a different roster previously, you know, with the mid one offlane, the Moon. Kind of, I would describe him as an animal kind of mid player.
That's true.
He was really aggressive, hyper aggressive, but things are kind of different now. I like to see Milan kind of play that role on this team, though. I feel like he's been playing this Bloodseeker, now he's playing this Timber Saw. Like, I don't want that from him. I want this Milan Ember Spirit, this Milan Ember Poison Spirit. I feel like he's so good at these heroes, or he used to be, and it's what his team needs, but they're just not really drafting anything. It was so hard to make moves in this game for SMG.
Yeah.
Oracle stun, Doom. We saw the Doom cast, and then AG just kind of walked away. Like, oh, cool, we're doomed.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on every point. I just don't know what the Timber was like supposed to achieve during the game. I didn't see its impact, quite
Cut
frankly.
some trees.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
that's...
I mean, if there's a wake-up call, then it's this one, especially with the Nightmare from Bane. But anyway, I think, like Adam mentioned, I would like the Doom on the mid as well, because I feel this hero, he's okay to play fast, he's also okay to play slow. But what's interesting to me is that they didn't realize that I feel they should have priority on this Medusa instead of the Doom. So I still feel like they should just put the Medusa against the Magnus lane and then the Timber against the PL lane. Like, you know, you totally crush there. And then, yeah, okay, Doom has to face the SF, whatever, but like you can just buy Midas and, you know, like scale back. It's fine, but like the Medusa having to suffer the entire laning phase running away from an SF into the tier 2 tower, that is really, really sad.
Yeah. And we found out, what was it, Adam, that you said? Why they picked the Bane?
Yeah, it was good. He owned. So much setup.
Setup for our
But I feel like
SF.
that's also because of SMG drafting themselves into that corner. They had no stuns. I mean, I feel like Varese, he owned the early game. He was everywhere. His grips were always on point.
That's true.
We said it was pretty hard to get grips off, but he had full duration Finn's grips almost every time. Just him and DB were kind of just toying with SMG. There wasn't really a counter play. We see his false promise come out, but they could never really turn fights. They were so far behind. They had a lineup that had to get this early advantage, play on this strong Doom and Timber. But his Doom, he went for Vanguard into Midas and then disassembled a Vanguard to get Pipe. And then when he had Pipe, it was like the game was already kind of over.
Do you think that this game, a lot of the issue wasn't necessarily the draft, but rather how they were playing?
It's
think-
definitely how they are playing.
Because I feel like there's miscommunication on the side of SMG.
I feel like that's been their story so far. I think they have a draft that can hit this one strong timing together and then they can play off that. But because of what happened in the post-laning phase, they never really hit anything. I feel like Afu was kind of playing his own game. Then Zhao was like, don't really have anything to do. The cores are all just kind of farming as well. They didn't really make plays together, or maybe by nature they felt like their draft could not really play together and they ended up playing this way, so it was really awkward for them.
Here's our match MVP. We have DB on Magnus, playing really well. He got some great skewers, great RPs, and his itemization was pretty cool too. He got the Ags.
I don't know if you guys realized, but DB has the same earring as Jokem. And Jokem wears it on his right ear and DB wears it on his left ear. I don't know if that is actually
Rainbow.
true, but it's just something that I noticed. I might be
Really?
completely wrong, but that's kind of cool.
Aw, that's some love your homies vibes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should all have matching earrings.
I'm good.
You got like the top one.
I want a bun.
Oh, you
Can I
want
join the
bun?
bun gang?
Yeah, I can just take it off for you. But that's such a good game for Army Geniuses. It's rough though because SMG, if they're to lose the next game, they're sitting on 0-3, which means that they are really risking their shot at the major. So we will find out if they're able to take a game back after a short break. Look at this beach. The water looks so good. The sand looks so soft. But will SMG be able to make it to the beach? That is the big question of this match. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC Southeast Asia 2023 Summer Tour. I've got my panelists here, and we are going to talk about last game. That was kind of rough on the side of SMG. And quite frankly, they need this game to be able to qualify, or at least, be closer to qualifying to the major, or at least not qualify. You know what I mean?
Alright, so I just noticed this, but your jacket says Love Army. That's kind of biased.
Why? Oh, true. My clothes also have Dota heroes on them. I don't know if you can see them, but it's really poggers. Yeah, but I do love Army Geniuses. What can I say?
I mean, I think I can see the pattern in C teams where they always feel like, oh my god, Timber is such a good hero, and then they pick it and then they forgot to think about the whole picture. Like, okay, yes, the hero counters every hero in the lane. I mean, obviously not this one because they have like the SF24, right? But still, I feel like Timber is not a hero you pick just because you feel good in the lanes. You can pick him when you feel good in the lanes, but like your other heroes have to have the conditions to make the big game happen, Like, okay, so what happens after winning the lane, Look at the Doom. I run in, I doom someone, and then, oh shit, it's not my game, And then he tries to run out, but he couldn't. So, yeah.
How do you think that this new roster is affecting their play style? It just seems like after they got rid of Moon, it's so confused. Like, I feel confused for them.
I think at the end of the day, when you make these roster changes, it's mostly because you want something that your newer player brings to the team. So I would think, like Masaros, for example, is very clear-cut what type of player he is. He's more of a greedy / carry-ish offlaner, And I think if you bring a player like that onto your team, then that's what you probably wanted, right? Safe to assume. You're not bringing in Masaros to play some Blink Dagger early in Magnus that just doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not really sure what their issues are right now. I feel like they have a lot of problems to fix, but I think they need to make things simpler for them, just pick more stuns, like play the game together. Right now they're going massive greed, and I feel like it's not them. It's really just not them.
That's true. Well, funny enough, I feel like we also had the same sentiments about the Army Geniuses draft in the first game where we were like, oh, it was kind of greedy, we were kind of looking a bit off about it, but I mean, it really worked out for them because I just feel like they really know what they want as a team.
I mean, yeah, it feels like on SMG, right, it's like, who's the better offlane hero player? That kind of thing. And I usually like it when Medusa suffers because she's such a boring hero. She ruins the game for everyone. But like the last game was really, really sad to watch. Like she couldn't even play a normal laning phase.
Yeah.
I think something I liked a lot about the AG draft is, when we saw the first 3 or 4 picks, we were talking about like how SMG has this like, we're gonna stand there and like you can't fight us kind of draft. And then this PL came out, they kind of approached the game very differently. They also saw what we saw when we were talking about the draft, and they never really went in to fight. Like if you look at AG's heroes, they just threw lances from afar. They played off DBs. A very different item build. This Dagger X is kind of a unique build we've not seen. They really understood how to play their lineup and, even more importantly, abuse SMG's draft.
Yeah, that's very true. If Army Geniuses are able to take this one, that will put them at 2-0 because they've only played one game or one series this week so far. So, I mean, by the way that they're playing, they look like a pretty good contender to be going to the major. I feel like I'm kind of biased though because I really want to see an Indonesian team like at the major. I feel like that would be.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams this season, at least from what we've seen this week, I think Talon's like still clearly at the top.
Yeah.
But number 2, number 3 is very up for grabs right now, in my opinion. And AG look is like the team that's closest to their previous season form compared to like what we've seen from like Execration or Blacklist or SMG especially. So I would put them pretty high up to be going to the major.
Yeah. Do you think, because I feel like last season, Army Geniuses, they kind of started off strong, but towards the end, they kind of went a little on the deep end. But do you think they're able to maintain this good posture for the rest of the season?
I think they can though.
Now.
Yeah, because maybe last season was like their first Division 1 season. It's kind of too much to take in. You can't just go in and be a Cinderella, that kind of thing. But then after the last season, maybe they picked up something and they feel like, okay guys, we don't need to change so much about this or that, and then we can just keep doing this and then learn about new stuff. This is what I'm seeing from them.
All right, well, let's see if they do learn with our draft coming up for Game 2 of Series 1. Man, should Army Geniuses pick up Coddle and Magnus? SMG get techies and Doom. What do you guys think?
It's a good thing that they banned the Medusa. Seems like they don't really understand how to play around a Medusa, I feel.
I agree with you. I think they have not shown that they're a Medusa team. I feel like at least when I watch the major these teams that pick Dusa, they're very clear about timing and how they want to fight together. But I feel like in SEA, the Dusas have just been farming and then eventually lose. It's actually kind of ass to watch.
Medusa is so not C style, you know. Like C is like, oh, I got this, I got that, let's run then. And then you realize Medusa is, you know, a hero without legs.
Yeah, well, you know, for Medusa, life's kind of a beach.
All right, so calm
All
down.
right.
Sorry, we're at the beach right now. I'm just feeling it. You got any beach puns, my friend?
Not really.
Okay, back to the Dota. We got TV band, Bane band, Pango, Monkey, Bat.
I wonder where this Bane thing is coming from. Maybe it's from their scrims together.
I was wondering too.
It's also a nice save against the Magnus, I guess. Just being able to sleep through Huntors, you know. Fiend's Grip against the Magnus when he blinks in. He's usually puts himself in a precarious position just to get the skewer off.
Can you skewer through sleep?
Sleep, no grip, yes, if I'm not wrong. Wait, no, I think you can't skewer through both.
sleep.
You can't skewer through either.
Huh.
If I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong.
It's one of those very specific interactions. It's like,
Because I'm
who
sure you can
knows?
skewer through some things, but I'm not sure what they are. I think root, maybe one. Some roots.
I think you can,
some
yeah.
roots, yeah.
like brambles and stuff. Actually, gosh, Dota is a very specific, intricate game.
I'll let you know
Yeah,
someday.
let me know.
I like the Doom against the Magnus a lot, but I think SMG, they have to kind of address even more. I think the Doom addresses this empower carry, it addresses the buff you kind of way of playing, but they also had nothing to deal with this Blink Skewer last game. And I think if they fill their draft with a bit more of those, then this Magnus will be kind of a non-factor.
What do you think about the TV ban though? Is it just because of Coddle? I mean, it is a steady hero, but I feel like you have Doom, you have Tekis, which is kind of impossible for a TV to lane.
I think AG is just a big TV team with In Your Dream. Like he said in his interview that he was the one asking for a hero. They first picked it as well. And then you have this Coddle Mag, right, which are Giga enablers for TB, and both Empower and Chakra. Helps you play the map. TB is also pretty good against Doom at some point in the game. It's always a weird interaction, I think. They're kind of 50-50 spells, you know, it's like dooming SF. If you doom the SF and you can kill the SF, then, you know, SF doesn't counter Doom anymore. But if you doom the SF and the SF can stand there and hit you, then, you know, you're kind of sad.
Yeah.
Kind of funny how SMG are the ones banning TV when I feel like
I think Chidori is just like, please, I don't want to play the hero anymore.
Yeah.
Please, please, please.
they're sick of it.
I mean, I don't think Chidori has such a small hero pool. I'm sure he
Yeah.
does play some heroes. You know, he had a pretty decent Ursa last season.
He's definitely a good
Naga
Morphling,
as
right?
well?
Morphling,
Yeah,
he plays a lot of
Morphling's pretty
Morphling,
good.
Naga. Like, I feel like maybe it's not so much of Chidori. Maybe it just felt like TB is a really good hero this patch because of the
Yeah.
size of the map.
Yeah, I think exactly that. Because it's really, really hot this season. Like, a lot of teams are picking it up.
Yeah, I also feel like SCA is a bit less experimental. Like, I watched a lot of these EU games, and I feel like their drafts are pretty different from ours. Especially among the teams, you know, like I feel like OG is like running this post-3 Veno, which like no one else is playing.
Yeah.
There's some post-4 Spirit Breaker, which I still think is kind of OP-ish.
Yeah. Actually, I feel like that's the reason, well, part of the reason why SE doesn't really succeed on LAN very often is because I feel like our
We
the
like
way
to play in our comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly. They pick a lot of the same heroes.
I feel like it's just an overall culture here. I feel like in EU, like, you know, a lot of these pro players, they still play their heroes, but if you want to learn Brood, for example, there's probably like 10 Brood spammers. Where you just go watch their replay, you know?
Yeah.
Like maybe they're not like competitive level players, but they play a damn good Brood and you just need to take stuff from them and implement it into your own game. I feel like SCA, we don't have that. Sure, we have like maybe this one guy who plays Eng mid and that kind of thing, you know, but it's hard to take it into and put it into your game a lot of the time.
You finally got your Ember, your mid 1 Ember.
I mean, I feel like him playing mid, he should play these heroes on this team.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see this Timbersaw nonsense. He's really good at the spirits. He's a space creator. When he played Earth Spirit the other day, he looked really good as well.
Yeah.
I feel like he has a very... He still has a very good understanding, even though he hasn't played mid for a while. And he's still really good at these heroes.
Even from the last game, you can see like the Timber was the core that needed least help, but the team still kind of gravitated towards him. So I feel they should just stick to having middle on a moving hero.
I think it's also because of what Masaros and Chidori play naturally. Like Masaros is usually a Timber or Doom, you know, some hero that you want your team to move to you, or like you participate later into the game. With Chidori as well, the heroes that he's been playing on, he can only really come and hit the tower most of the time. It's not some morphling where you replicate and you're like, you have spells for a fight, you know?
We got Void Spirit on Yoe. Dude, you know what? Yoe's been owning this season, I feel like. Well, I mean, out of the games he played, I feel like I haven't been disappointed with how Yoe has been playing.
I feel like the real test will come when he plays against the better mid players.
That's
I
true.
feel like he hasn't really had hard matchups right now.
That
He
is
played against JG from XERXIA and now Midwan, who's kind of back on the new role.
This CM pick though.
CM's just a hero you pick when you don't know what to pick.
Yeah.
I mean, AG again, they have a very like, let's live on the map kind of draft, you know? Mana. A lot of small spells, team fight. I mean, Frostbite's nice against Ember as well.
Yeah, it is.
Not a bad pick.
She's also quite a good hero for Void Spirit pairing, because in the early, you just want someone who can lock down and then you hit all your spells. It's pretty good damage.
I think also with the Magnus in the pool, CM is just better because of the one, obviously mana, and you want a melee carry, right? So
Yeah.
CM plus melee carry is generally a pretty strong pairing.
Yep. It does feel like SMG now have to think about what AG can take that can really complement their entire lineup. I feel like so many heroes is annoying. Okay, the Veno, I feel like it's there to tell AG don't pick the Ursa kind of
I
thing.
don't like this pick. I feel
the
like they had
support
a...
Venom?
Yeah, it is. It's the Jao Venom. Safu plays the techies.
yeah.
It feels like this Void Spirit has this Caudle and CM helping him, but then this Ember don't really have anyone.
Yeah, Ember techies is a pretty
Yeah.
strong duo. The new Venom alt works in a pairing as well. It's not the same hero as before. But I feel like this Venom, like, if I'm Void Spirit, I don't care about Venom.
Yeah.
I think
agree.
Caudle does not care. Magnus probably slightly cares, but it's not like unplayable, you know?
Yeah.
Would have liked to see something like a Skyraf or, you know?
Even Mirana isn't that bad.
Yeah, Mirana looks great actually. A Jao Mirana. Moonlight is really strong this game as well. I would like to see that too. Ursa Bloodseeker ban. What do you want? Slark?
What about
Slark's ban
Jug?
too. Jug. I think Jug's a pretty good hero right now, but I feel like a lot of like SCA players don't play. Like no one's playing the hero
That's
except
true.
fucking Yatoro.
Yeah.
You know Yatoro has like some 90% win rate on Juggernaut right now. There's like a Reddit thread some guy did and it's like 87% win rate. It's actually kind of crazy.
In DPC?
No, in
Or
like
in his pubs?
yeah.
Oh.
But it's so odd to me because Jug's like a dead hero, you know, but
Yeah.
here he is playing Juggernaut.
He must be doing something right.
Wait, I don't think it's bad, right?
I mean, it's not a horrible hero. It's just, I think the problem with the hero has always been the same, is that Omni Slash is not a reliable spell
Yeah.
compared to a lot of other things.
And he relies on the early phase a lot. Like if he has a shit start, then he's practically non-existent.
True. So what do you guys think they could pick? What are their other options?
I honestly thought Army Geniuses will have the Ursa, but I guess
Oh,
after the
Alchemist.
Venom.
I feel like we're all just thinking about the Alchemist.
I
think it's
like
good.
how they can run at SMG earlier, but I don't think they scale as well as SMG's heroes. I mean, you don't really have to play scaling, right? Because I feel Void Spirit can kind of take over the game pretty easily.
Oh my god, what the hell is this?
Oh my god, Boris. He seemed happy about them picking Luna.
I'd be happy to. Dude, you know, I played a pub yesterday, and then my carry last picked Luna. Opponent had Dusal. My carry literally last pick, 24 picked Luna. And then 20 minutes into the game, some guy on my team he just presses his mic, he's done with the game. He's like, are you fucking stupid? How do you pick Luna last pick? And I just started laughing. It was actually so funny because it was so true. Like, how do you see goddamn Medusa and then you pick Luna? And that's exactly how I feel right now. Like, this lane is not easy for Luna. Okay, shockwave spam, recall spam, it's not easy. Sure, you can run them down in the early levels, but you're gonna take a lot of damage. You chase this Magnus for like 10 seconds, you're gonna get blasted twice. It's not good for you. I feel like AG, once again, they have such a strategically superior draft compared to SMG.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there.
Even if you do have the upper hand in the early phase, like a miracle, I don't know, but like you still have to deal with the Magnus and the Collar and the high ground. Like, I don't know how exactly a Luna is gonna go high ground against these heroes.
The mid one has to pop off this game. He really has to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, those drafts look polarizing. Like, they're on opposite ends, in my opinion. But I mean, we never know. We might see it work. SMG, maybe they've discussed some things that they could do better as a team. And
Inhaling copium right now. Plug me in!
but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be biased or anything, but
you love Army.
I do love Army, Adam. Do you love
It's
SMG?
not biasness if it's facts.
I love SMG. 1-1. Let's go, SMG. Let's go. Middle one, Ember Spirit. Finally got what I asked for, I believe.
All right. Well, I mean, we'll see if SMG can continue themselves in the running to be on the major with the casters. Going to send you over to them right now.
Condolences to SMG, who are going to go 0-3 in the first week. Rough start, Avery. Just a rough start.
Nobody has any faith. Where's the faith camp? That's the problem with kids these days. They're all atheists. They have no faith in God.
God is dead.
Well, SMG
Alchemist
isn't
is
dead
the
yet.
new god of this patch, all right? This hero, very good carry. Great carry for the patch. Super, super good. Top tier carry. Luna, garbage carry.
I thought you were talking about Luna.
Bottom tier carry.
I think Luna is the premier. Bro, this hero was undiscovered as hell. This hero. Okay, before I get on my Luna rant, is that what SMG stands for? Save me, God. Save me, God, from lower division, please. Is that the point we're at? Surely we're not there yet. But now,
and we're getting there.
That I've gotten that joke out of the way that I needed to get out of the way, or it would have been stuck here forever. The Luna rant. The Luna rant is in. Okay, what is the Luna itemization to victory here? It's all about the level 20 talent plus the shard plus getting massive eclipse of beams out, right? If you land a good eclipse plus a bunch of beams, you get a free divine rapier and damage. You have Daedalus, you have Scotty, free divine rapier, you get level 20 talent, you throw a beam, double moon glaives come out, boom, boom, boom. The Death Star is online with multiple tractor beams. Everybody gets pulled in. They're dead. They're evaporated. We go next. That is the path to victory for Lunas these days. I actually have some belief in this pathway.
I don't believe you. And you want to know why I don't believe you?
You're a cynical bastard.
Because I was the one who told you about Luna.
Yeah, but you didn't do it convincingly. It's all about, like, here's a lesson of the day for you, Gavin, all right? Since you came to this point and you need some tutelage, okay? University is open, or as Clairvoyance likes to say, true university is open.
True university, baby.
It's one of his favorite memes from back in the day. I know he'll laugh at me when I call him out for that. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. Lesson of the day at True University is...
Where am I?
Your ideas in Dota are only as good as you can convince others to believe in them. It doesn't matter if you are the smartest guy in the world who's figured out the entire game, every patch. If nobody believes in anything you say, you're useless. Okay? Who are you?
Is that why Bulba's the best coach in Dota?
I was about to say,
because he's
Bulba.
Convinced.
No, he's the one nobody listens to.
Oh, see, I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was just because Bulba was really good at convincing Shopify to keep him on the team.
I mean, he is the ultimate soothsayer. You know, he starts grinding you down. He convinces you of anything. And all of a sudden you fall into line and you wake up 3 years later and you went, where the hell did my prime of my career go? But there's some truth. Like, if your whole team's behind an idea, a lot of times it's going to work out better than the best idea that nobody's behind.
Plague our enemies.
Okay. My problem is that I do not believe, and this is not a diss on SMG.
Sounds like a diss.
I just don't think there is anybody charismatic enough on SMG to be able to get the whole squad to jump off a cliff together. Because that's what I think you are suggesting by picking up this Luna and leaving Alchemist for a very late pick in the draft, is that you want to jump off a cliff together.
I mean, who could be cliff diving? It doesn't have to be a bad cliff, you know? There could be a good outcome at the bottom. I don't think this matchup that bad. I mean, I know Alc is a better general hero, but if your Luna is even net worth, I don't feel like this Luna is that bad. She's still a Scotty buyer. She can still do some decent late game skill. Why are you laughing at this? I know you're laughing. I can see your face preemptively set up. It's not that bad a matchup on paper if you get to the 5 or 6 slots. I think you actually win it at that point. Look, they're all DC'd out of fear.
Yeah, you know why? Why? Because they want to remake. They want to remake the draft.
God, you remake with the same picks though. I guess
I know, but that's just not the outcome that SMG wanted. They wanted to be able to remake with the new draft. I'm sure of it.
I mean, that's probably what they said to the admin, and then but that's what they said in the public chat, and then to the admin, they're like, "Yo, we need remake, new picks,
new picks, please."
The game bugged, the draft bugged. We need new pick. We need new draft.
Yeah, we didn't know Alchemist was still in the draft. It's not fair.
I kind of believe in this. Okay, the other thing they have going for them is who played the Ember Luna at the major? Was it Liquid? The one game, somebody played it, and the thing about it that looked really good is you get the global nighttime damage at like the 5 to 10, which goes on the Ember, and Ember's like the best at using that, because if you win the lane in Snowball, you get Orb Corrosion into max slight, and you run around in that like 7 minute to 10 minute mark, you can get a crap ton done. You remember, I go back to those Nisha Ember games where he was just hitting mid tower. Well, that play becomes a lot better, right? You're getting bonus damage. When you're running around contesting 8 minute runes, 6 minute rune, those are very strong fights. Even the 10 minute one, kind of like, those are your first 3 power runes that you are contesting with nighttime Luna Aura on a slight hero with Orb Corrosion. That is an aspect of this dual core that I really like. It's a very small thing. You can say, well, how much does this actually matter? But I mean, if you get 2 or 3 kills and 2 or 3 runes out of it, I mean, any pro player will tell you that's how Quinn won 2 majors, right? So it adds up. It adds up to a decent amount here.
All right, we're discussing what the lobby situation is going to be. Hopefully our observer sits here. Hello, Kitty. Ah, gotcha.
You can see.
You're part of the show now.
Oh, God. This is the true pause entertainment. I thought it was people listening to me. How can I compete with this? You know, we should just make analysts all cats. That's your co-caster. I'll take a break. That's a grumpy ass looking cat, man.
Yeah, she's got a permanent grumpy face. It's great.
All right, mid one is in the lobby asking for a redraft, it would appear.
Wait, is he really? They're talking about we may have to do captain's mode, and then we'll have to go through the bands and stuff again, and probably see some random bands or something. I don't know.
Why can't we just do all pick? Is there a difference?
What's that?
What would be the difference between all pick and Seum?
Can you have all pick in ticketed games? Will that still be ticketed and show up on the correct areas and Dota and all that?
That is a possibility here. I'm trying to think if there was anything else, but I don't think there was. Whatever.
Legitimately though, I'm not totally against the Luna idea. I think it just requires some heavy lifting from.
Yeah, you just ranted against it for 30 minutes, but you don't have anything against it. You just hate it and say it was an awful pick enough that they need to redraft here. But you don't. I can tell you don't hate the idea.
I'm also not convinced by. I don't know. They're just gonna have to do so much. The Venomancer support, as an example, like that hero can dumpster lanes for sure. Super good at it. That hero, I think, is a legitimate support, but I think you don't scale very well later into the game. And I think if you don't have a 5 position that's giving you any sort of like team fight or control, then all the more reason this Alchemist is going to get like 3 items and then he's ready to go. And if you can't end the game, then the game's going to go on and you're probably going to lose. But then you were saying the 25 timing is how you were all going to come together here on this Luna.
Well, the 20, or level 20 talent is double glaive off beam. It's like the old shard. But better.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they're fired. That's a nice verb. What is this cat sound? Is that you? Is this a game?
No, that wasn't me. I didn't know. I don't think so.
It was you for a second.
My cat's pretty quiet.
Yeah, he seems like me. Rompian doesn't like
he
to
does
talk.
kind of have a similar face, doesn't he? Similar demeanor, just kind of always frowning.
I was vibing. I mean, I do think one of the things about SMG's drafts is I feel like I kind of like a lot of their individual elements, but I feel like it never comes together in like a full, the old 5 fingers to a fist analogy, right? I think Seb talked about it, one of their TIs.
Yeah.
That he stole from, I don't know, Bruce Lee or whoever he was reading. Like, you got to have all the fingers come together to form the fist and punch with the fist at the right time. That's the issue I have with some of these SMG lineups. Like, what does that fist look like? And can you bring all the fingers together? Because there's a lot going on, like you talked about. Like, you have this Veno 5 who can bring some team fight, but you got to win the lane. You have this Luna who can buff up the Ember, but then it's kind of dependent on how mid goes and if you can crash the power runes, which maybe Techie's Veno aren't the best at doing. Are you going to have lane shove problems versus the Coddle CM, who are happy to stall the game out and just farm for Alchemist, Magnus, Void Spirit? Again, double universal hero with the mag that we've seen be really strong. Like, I agree, the Army Geniuses lineup looks a lot more cohesive and easier to play out, but I'm not going to write off the hopium train that I have set up at the start of this discussion because I'm, at this point, too indebted to it. So let's go, Chidori.
Thank you for your rant, further proving my point about this lineup. But
I'm sweating, bro. I didn't think I'd have to defend this Luna for 20 minutes here and just start the damn
I
game.
know you set it up to take this, and we have a full remake and everything. So, I mean, the best part is going to be when SMG actually just see. My thing is that I do think they have a little bit of synergy. Your whole five fingers, fist analogy. I think it's just 5 fingers, but the problem is going to be it's going to be a slap. It's not going to be hard enough to actually knock them out, and they're going to slap, and it's going to look good, it's going to feel good, but it ultimately will not knock out Army Geniuses, and Alchemist is going to get to his timing.
Eastern European slap fights. These guys slap pretty hard, man. They'll fucking knock your ass out with a slap. So you might be laughing at the slap, but this might be the 5-finger slap as the 5-tip slap once again going to mid one's face. Wachad the second time around. And there is
finally ready to get into the game.
There's no have fun from him. Just an O face. He's shocked. Mid one, 10 tips at the start of 2 games.
That's the face Army Genius is going to make after they get hit by the 5-finger slap.
Why are we still showing these trees? show the damn tips. The people need to
send Jollibee after. Damn.
This is the longest intro cinematic for a game I've ever seen in my life. God damn. I kind of respect it though. That was a lot. That was a lot of intro to go up onto Alchemist's bald head.
Sign of things to come for you and I, Avery.
Well, I mean, we didn't have to go there, but somebody will be raging after this game indeed, if that's what you meant. And
yeah.
Could be either of us. But for the viewers, I can confirm Mid One did indeed receive 5 tips for the second time. That is important to note as Army Geniuses continue to try and inflict intelligence damage before the game starts.
Not mental damage, intelligence damage.
Trying to bring some variety,
I see.
There's physical and intelligence that can both be damaged. His sanity check is failing.
Oh, too bad. They must be an ogre magi. Got no in. No in to steal. No in to damage.
I think a lot of this game
matchup:
comes
Void
down.
Spirit versus Ember Spirit. How does this matchup go nowadays? Is anything different about it?
I think I feel like Ember comes out a little ahead, or it's very even. I think Void Spirit's better than he used to be in some of the other patches because his base damage goes up faster. So I think this is a matchup, it's pretty much just both heroes are going to farm, and maybe you outskill someone with a Remnant pull under tower or something. But otherwise, I think Ember just spams the slights, and you can't really aggressively take it to him. Which is good for SMG here, because if they want this Ember to be very strong with high resources with a fast over corrosion if they can get it, to abuse the Luna Aura at night, they also want this Veno lane to go very well. I think these two lanes are the most important for SMG in terms of guaranteeing the core's free farm, and if you can get some extra levels off early kills, the better. Because Veno, this hero's a killer. Reese has already sent the base. Goddamn. Hell happened to him?
Just too much damage from the techies. He went for the D ward to keep the hard camp blocked. He really didn't want to leave the hard camp up, but in order to do that, he had to replant a sentry ward, kill the other sentry ward that was D-warding, and as a result, Afu just crushed him. So he's actually going to smoke run back to base. Damn.
This is hella not worth. In your dream he's missing so much CS right now, and you're going to have a small camp for the Doom anyway, and it's a heartbeat.
Oh no.
Oh,
he's got the chain lightning.
What have you done?
He's basically a Beastmaster now.
You should have let him eat the hard camp.
Dead.
He would have got a worse creep. This lane is going absolutely atrocious for AG. I thought it was the other two lanes that had to step up, but the SMG off lane is set to crush here. Chidori
hit by the skewer. They're trying to go for it, but DB is definitely going to die, and Joka missed the deny. In fact, is going to die. Poison Sting? Okay, maybe not.
He's got Fairy Fire too, but these are the early kills you're looking for, because now you're going to get a fast level 3 for the Luna and the Veno, which is just a crazy good power spike for them. I think you can also
creep equilibrium is in their favor too, so they can keep the lane back.
They're very happy about this position. You can get a level 2 Gale up, something I've seen a lot of these Venos opting over the level 2 Poison, just to get in the extra damage. It is a lot of significant damage.
The damage triples on the damage over time. It's insanely value.
It's what, an extra 450, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I think this build feels pretty damn good on the lane, as long as you can guarantee the hero doesn't get denied. That's why you do not want to give this fast level 3. Lane's going very well for SMG. This is a significantly better setup than the previous games we've seen them play.
Yeah, seriously. Yoe's struggling in the mid lane up against mid one too. So every single lane being won, maybe SMG, or they're just gonna crush lanes hard enough, they'll be able to cruise from there.
We even got a small camp stack against Yoakum here. He's gonna have to fiddle with the creeps, but we'll still get 2 full denied here. And John Well having the time of his life.
Masros going for the pressure here. Pops the Scorched Earth, has plenty of stick charges too to work with. Gonna try and stun him under tower, but there's still the creeps. Nice dodge there. Oh, and a second dodge. Oh, in your dream, he managed to dodge both the Techie Sticky Bomb and the Blast Off to not only survive, but they get their turnaround kill on the Techies as a result.
I mean, you got to hit those. When you're having this good of a start, this good of a lead, and you got another chance to take Alchemist out of the laning phase? Fu, my man. Cannot be missing them dunks. I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but that's a big kill to give away. Now you're Alex back ahead of Doom, and he's level 4. All that pressure.
Very awkward.
Out the window.
And they keep on getting these easy camp pulls off, which is really helping to ease some of the pressure off of this laning phase.
Yeah, they're really big. You just pull the waves. I mean, they did get the counter pull, but otherwise these waves just go under tower for Alec, and Alec is usually happy to farm it under there as long as he's not low from the chip.
Also, the top lane is changing quite a bit. DB and Jokum are just spamming out the lane, right? They're just blast shockwave. So the lane, they're getting some farm out of it. As you can see, DB's actually not doing too bad in CS. Same goes with net worth.
You can also just stack triangle here, so if they just want to play it safe and get the mag coddle farm later, they can do that as well. This is a lane where Johnwell has to continue to force DB off the CS to at least create some pressure. Good news for SMG is Chidori and mid one are both free farming. So that Luna Ember combo is going to come on strong at nighttime. Should also mention, as it does hit night, that even this extra ore is pretty nice for techies. This hero gets a lot of damage now. The universal change.
This was quite the move. Ari's actually rotating out of lane, leaving In Your Dream to get pushed out. They get a siege wagon push onto a safe lane tower, and he completely misses a wave.
This is not an alk you can leave alone. I know
Yeah,
6-minute rune is nice, but like, it's just not the play.
Radiant
Ari's really just selling his carry down the river, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I
under
guess he can
attack.
catch up. They're gonna try and kill off Boo here. This is a lot of committal, and you're not even gonna get it.
No.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
he's going to
attack.
come right back to lane off of that healing salve. So it's not like In Your Dream is gonna, the pressure's not really gonna let up. He's gonna go for the flower. Oh my God, the flower steal. He's
Grand
gonna die
Theft
for it.
Lotus. Is that worth? There's no way.
There's no way that's worth.
It looks stylish, I guess, but
I
this
mean,
is that
probably just
nighttime
thought the
interval.
techies had to go back to base, you know?
Yeah, probably. He went back to your
Radiant's
face
middle tower
as
is under
SMG
attack.
continue to pick up the momentum. Level 7 for mid one after one creep here with Aura Corrosion up, and level 3 Luna Aura. This next 3 minutes is very important to SMG's momentum. They're either going to build it to a point where they can win this game just off this first 10 minutes alone, or it's going to even out, and then we might see a repeat pattern of some of their previous.
Dire's middle tower
I
is
love when
under
mids
attack.
do this. SMG, they're going to take the Wisdom Rune. Jokum can deny it, and he does manage to pull that off, but still, huge damage. Being able to force the enemy
Yes.
to deny their own Wisdom Rune.
Especially when you want to build the Ember momentum by just sliding people off the map and killing supports. It's a nice deny here. All 3 lanes going SMG's way. Feeling
More
pretty
people
good
need
about
to make this move, man. Every single time I see it, I just think it's the best thing ever.
It's a very important objective. Yoe is feeling the pain right now. The leap.
Does have... Ooh, managed to dissimulate before the sticky bomb hit him. Still had Astral Step and plenty of charges. 10 Magic Wand charges, a Fairy Fire too.
You know what I want to see from SMG? I want to see Triangle Invasion, if they can pull it off. Or at least get vision on it, with like some Venom wards or some ops. So I think the stacking is the one thing that AG can really come back very quickly in this game on. They have Alk, they have Mag, they have Coddle. They have like this triple big camp. They don't really have much more, but this is a thing where it could be huge right now and you don't know it. And I feel like not checking it it's a dangerous game. You kind of get away with it here, but I feel like that's just because the early game went so well for you. I guess mid one ran through there.
Yeah. Mid one spotted the double camp, and DB turned it into a triple camp. He's now farming it, so...
Oh, that's good enough. You just want to make sure they don't have something crazy to fall back on here. You want to make them keep fighting you. What mid one's doing now is quite good. He gets another power rune, haste. Bonus damage, level 4 Luna Aura online now. It's time to strike while the iron is hot.
Damn, that damage. That's crazy. He's doing 102 damage. Or 112 damage, sorry. 112 damage, and that is slight, doing an extra 150. Masaros, chain stunned up here. Nice rotation, but the counter is coming through. The blast off doesn't quite land. Masaros, they finish him off barely. They take out there of the acid spray. Does manage to catch, but Midwan has the haste rune. He's going to put it to great use here. Unsound 1 support will be stunned under tower. No frostbite mana, unfortunately for Varis, so jumps over to the remnant, finishes them off with another slight.
That's why denying that XP rune helps. Get the supports low level, you can just start chunking them down.
In Your Dream is sticking around here because he does have Chemical Rage, so he feels confident he'll be able to stay alive if they try and go on him.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised he had as good a laning phase as he did based on what happened with the level 1 and 2. With the Harpy and dying, he's highest net worth. He's honestly not even having a bad game. 10-minute power rune. Do not want to give this to Yoe. It'll spawn top, and he will get doomed.
Oh, man. The blast is going to help. Maybe he can survive. Oh, the Ember's going to go for it. Do they have anything to stop him? They have the frostbite. Oh, the zap of the lightning finished him off. They were going to go for
Give
the
another
deny.
slice.
They couldn't. And now another slight finished off Varis as well.
He's going to refill the base, come back, and get this top rune potentially.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Yoakum, you better
And the
not
mid
think
tower's
about that
taking
one.
damage from a siege wagon wave. They could turn this into a tier 1 tower, maybe.
Oh, we missed the chains.
Sad.
One. Not like this. But yeah, this is a decent push all of a sudden.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's maybe the strongest early game we've seen from SMG yet.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this game is going so well, we haven't talked about Chidori. And most of the time, I feel like Chidori is the one having some bad stuff happen to him. He actually gets to just farm for once. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
Jokum gonna be run down here. Another slight, not quite enough damage. Mid one has to get another hit in. He gets it anyway.
This is the game flow SMG are looking for. They've even got some triangle stocks for Mosros to clear through. He's going to have a pretty decent Midas timing. If you can get some more Ancients up, you already have 2 doubles for the Luna waiting. Mask of Madness Luna. It's going to show you the power of the Death Star coming online here. Alchemist be damned. This hero can farm just as fast if you have the stacks.
I like how they're just cycling heroes in the mid lane. Somebody take mid lane. Because, you know, Void Spirit wanted nothing to do with that. Yoe's like, I'm not going back there. The supports try and take it. They just get run down by the Ember. DB shows up, and he takes a bunch of damage, of slight damage, and kind of has to be forced away.
I think this is the downside of the Void Spirit Ember matchup. Like, even if the lane's okay, I don't think Void Spirit really stops the early slight skirmishing from Ember. That's the aspect of this matchup I don't like. I think the scale is fine, and I think you can farm and be just as annoying a nuisance. Like, the Void can run around and kill your supports while the Ember kills yours, but if you get stuck in this mid trade, every time I see it, I feel like the Ember does have a better time.
It seemed like some very frustrated scribbling there from Varis. He just drew all over their side of the map. I mean, I think he's saying SMG, they're just camped on our side. They're playing over the river. They got to put pressure somewhere else on the map. And it's coming very slowly in top lane where they're trying to take that tower with Yoe. He's going to come back to mid. But a ward...
Oh, there's a Blink on DB.
Him.
But you got seen, as you said. I mean, that was supposed to be the Blink RP reveal for the big kill.
Yeah.
Awarded.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
mid one is
attack.
way too annoying. He went Blade Mail. The GPK
Radiant's
build.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'm kind of down with it. I mean, that's going to help your tankiness a lot against Alchemists, especially, right?
Radiant's top
It's an
tower
interesting
is under
idea. I mean, it
attack.
doesn't strike me as a Blade Mail game, but the armor's nice. The damage does work decently on the hero.
I mean, like, these Void Spirits all go the physical damage build, too, so...
He also has Spark of Courage. So when you're high HP, you get the bonus damage from Blade Mail and Spark, and when you're low HP, you get double 7 armor. It's pretty interesting. Deceptively
Spark
high
is
damage,
super good.
and deceptively tanky.
Spark is just, in a weird way, a better version of that, the tier 3 item that does the same, the Axe.
I wouldn't
I
say
feel like
better, but
Well, I mean, obviously it's tier 1 to tier 3, but the damage, it actually comes without you being silenced or anything, you know?
yes,
Which,
I know what you're saying. I think it is
kinda
like
whatever.
It's a better value for the timing.
Yeah. I think the cycle of the two is basically gives you the stat that you need. Yoe is going to have some trouble here. He's out of astral step charges, but thanks to the frostbite, might still be able to get away. Varis, though, is going to be blown up as Afu makes some work happen with his techies. SMG bringing 4 heroes. Oh, DB ran into a mine, and a Plague Ward spots him. Oh, he
cannot
is
get a
just
blink.
not getting this blink stun that he wants to. Doomed up and blasted off. They do have the save coming in from the Coddle, though, and Into Your Dream is going to start putting that Radiance to work here, trying to finish off John well. Looks like
Go
he'll
deny.
tick down over time here, and maybe get the support as well. Big Clip
Death
is going to do
Star.
a lot of damage. Help from Yoe. He tanks a little bit. The blast comes through, but it's not quite enough. In the end, the Alchemist dies, coming back into play. Mid one, okay, maybe this fight has gone a little bit too long, a little bit too awkward. Oh, the freezing field, it was good until it wasn't, denied immediately by Monsteros, who hit him with the Infernal Blade, and they lose all 3 heroes in that fight.
Chidori coming in at the right time to make his impact in this game and gets rewarded with a small little Ancient stack as well. Double Spark of Courage. doing wonders for SMG as mid one just tanks it all. You deal 4,200 damage. DB just can't connect with anything in this game. Way different early Blink Mag game than last time, right? He has to play through Plague Wards, Mines, Sleight of Fist. Way too annoying to get this early damage, and makes me think about the build too. Like, I mean, if you land it, you look like a hero, but if you get these 2 fights that don't work in your favor, this Blink just feels like a dead item almost. Because now you have to go back for the auras to deal with the Veno, the Luna, all this magic damage, and they're going to be delayed, which means your out team fight's a little worse.
Yeah, I think your idea of how to be able to play, like, I think he's still kind of thinking about the game the same way as game 1, but this is a very different lineup for SMG. They are playing early timings, and as you said, like, they just have really good scouting mechanisms. I think you have to accept that you're not going to be able to get the pickoffs, and you just have to play for your Alchemist's timing. Just sit back and let your Alchemist get what he needs.
It's tough. It really is. Like, the Blink can also work on SMG's overextensions into like a triangle or something where they try and deal with the Alch, and then you can get some good RP. But you have to almost use this Blink in a defensive manner. Like, just running down mid or something and trying to find that fight, I think is... It's too hopeful. Like, if SMG mess up, then you'll get it. You might win the game, but it is kind of a prayer type thing. And now your auras are going to be delayed. It can pay off if they get to that next round of items before SMG hit a timing, but they are invading with the Veno. They are cruising to the Chidori's timings here. Level 14 with BKB completed, and he just wants to do Roshan. This is an early
Yeah,
push.
why not?
I agree, why not? This is where the Luna shines for some of these greedy carries, because she can keep up the farm rate and she out-levels you because she tends to do more ancient stacks, whereas you're doing more middle and small. On a very good pace here.
And do it all without Monstros, who is having a much... Okay, now he's going to join him. Boots of Travel, Octarine, Hanamitis. So his farm is... There's no stopping, and he is going to be very, very big. 8,000 net worth lead for SMG, about to grow as this Roshan is going to fall soon, and then they're probably going to use that Aegis to start taking some tier 2 towers.
Yeah, this is like max greed Doom build right here. He is going to be farming quite fast and scaling quite hard. And it's going to be a problem because the late game for SMG, given the game state right now, is pretty terrifying. I'm telling you, in these 5 or 6 slot scenarios, the Luna becomes very scary if you can't have a way to just man up and fight her. Which I guess you kind of do with the universal between Mag and Void Spirit. Maybe I'm underestimating that a bit, but...
I mean, the Mag's not going to scale very well with the Blink Dagger first build.
No.
So...
Just Empower on the Faceless Void. This is double damage on Yoe as well. This is maybe a comeback fight.
It's an opportunity. DB, he's going to charge forward. Get the skewer back on Chidori. Try and blow him up first. Get him once. Okay, now on the second life, can they do anything here? They're going to use the Doom. That means the RP is open to be able to grab the 2 of them. If In Your Dream can finish him off, a big blast cutting on through. Chidori alive with just a sliver of health, but finally falls as In Your Dream realizes the Doom doesn't matter. He is more than strong enough to push through all this.
Whoa. Why did you Doom the Alk?
I have no idea. You stop the RP, I think you win that fight.
I mean, if you Doom any of the other cores, maybe even the Maiden, I think that fight goes better for you. This Doom on Alk was absolutely useless. I think that is a fight SMG should be willing to take if they're hitting the tower like that. Maybe you can argue they shouldn't give as good a skewer into the counter initiation as they did, but man, that just feels like a blown team fight.
Yeah.
It's not
and even then, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, they still ultimately did get 3 kills for 3, but obviously Alchemist surviving and Luna dying is not great.
Yeah, this matchup is about carry momentum, and you're giving this Alk a chance to maybe carry this game now.
Yeah, if he gets to like AC Basher and he could just blink on the Luna, that fight becomes a lot different. God, these supports cannot stay alive for the life of them. Now, Monsteros is going to get run down at least, so it's not like Armor Geniuses are getting nothing in return. They actually get a better trade-off.
Radiant structures.
They're finding these little openings, keeping them in the game. The lead for SMG down a little bit in what could have been a final team fight if they win that. And that tier 2 did stay up with like 15 HP. So it's kind of a big objective to keep on the map when you're fighting for these jungle areas. Pipe finish for DB. All right, next fight, very important for AG if they want to get back in this game. And if you're SMG, you need to think about this mag initiation and not give it for absolute free like that. Like when you have so many tools to disrupt it, you've done it the whole game.
Radiant
There's no reason to give him a freebie.
Yoe gonna work towards a Manta. Really? Why?
I mean, it's good dispel versus the chains, Gale. You can pop the Manta on a Doom jump. It makes it harder to doom him. You can Manta during Eclipse, soak up some damage. And Universal Hero, so Manta's kind of just a lot better on him now. I don't think it's too bad an option.
True. I guess I'm just so used to seeing the Desolator builds, but I guess you're right. He does need some sort of dispel.
I just don't think Deso's... It's not doing too much here. I actually don't think the damage increase is even that significant over something like a Manta. Especially when you already have Greaves up on Afu and you have this Blade Mail build. Like, there's a lot of small armor already up for SMG. You're not guaranteed to get the charges when you get it this late. I kind of dig the Manta.
Spoke up from Army Geniuses, and they see Masros farming. Oh, and he blinked ahead of the blink on Aim Your Dream. How did he time that right, man?
It might turn.
Oh, that's a good job with that stun. 3 stun with 2 mines out. One of them goes off. They get the skewer away, and the BKB activated from In Your Dream. A lot used from Army Geniuses and SMG. Beautiful Masaros stun onto 2. With this time, the Doom onto the Magnus. He is going to take a bit of damage here, but looks like he's okay. Midwan will make sure those 2 heroes do die. They get the techies in return as Yoe spots Afu a little out of position from that fight.
Arcane Rune popped for that as well. Only finding the support, but you're happy with getting out of there off your AG with how that techie stun and hoof stomp landed. I mean, 2 on 2 for each. And now you get the right Doom target in that mag. Anytime you can Doom mag, I think you're pretty happy taking the fight. There's just no counter initiation outside of him. That was a pivotal blink by Masros as well. If you get Alex stun there and just die, this is a very different game. All these little jumps, very important right now.
Yeah, they probably get that kill for free, and then they just work, because then they probably just still have the RP up, and they can just look for more.
Dangerous game we have here.
AC is almost done for In Your Dream.
That's big. He's trying to get to the AC wall. Chidori's trying to get to Scotty. Fairly close as well. Next Roshan, really important too. Looking for the jump, but they get dodged.
Yeah, they baited that one out nicely. Varys actually read that they were going to be sitting up there on the high ground, baited out a blast off. Cute play.
Neither carry was here.
Well, now you've got AC joining in on this fight. He's going to play forward RP onto 2. The 2 supports dead in an instant. The right initiation. They get Masros on top of that one. Nice initiation from DB. Once again, DB finding some good openings in a messy game.
I mean, I don't know how. He's playing versus Mines, Wards, and an Ember who can frontline. Like, you could not be giving this man 2 hero RPs like that. Especially when Chidori's across the map. Like, that is not a fight that you're wanting to take if you're SMG, right? You're waiting for your Luna's timings. You're just stalling, taking positions. It's okay to back up and give some jungle there, even if you're not sure what's going on, but that is worst case scenario.
Now, part of that was SMG was under a ward, they just didn't know it. So,
yeah,
hopefully will not make that mistake again.
But, I mean, there's only so many mistakes you can make in a game of Dota 2. Scotty finished for Chidori. This is one of your big Luna times. Almost level 20 as well.
Yeah, but I am very concerned about this Luna. If In Your Dream gets to his Basher plus the 20 talent, right, where you get the minus 0.1 base attack time. So now you blink onto somebody and you start going to work and they just get perma-stunned. And they don't really have a way, like they have Doom that pierces BKB, but that doesn't really stop the Alchemist from doing what he's already doing.
Oh, mid one.
Oh, can they control him? Mid one gets away. Oh, that was a very close call.
Jeez. I agree. If you just blink him with Alk and you find this Luna with Bash or Abyssal, there isn't the counterplay. You don't even really have forces or glimmers. You just have auras to try and help her survive. It is pretty terrifying. Even more reason why the Ember and the Veno need to set the fight up for SMG. You need to have the front line set up properly so that the Blink Alk and the Blink Mag cannot start the fight on their terms. It's very important. You do not want to just show in front with Luna and get like RP skewered or something. That is a death sentence.
Wait, Noxious Plague doesn't pierce debuff immunity? I thought it would just be like Viper
Radiant's
Ultimate.
bottom tower is under attack.
No, I guess not. That's what latent toxicity is for, brother.
I guess? Sure? Because I was going to say, okay, maybe you can throw that slow on Alchemist and Luna is able to disengage just enough. Afu actually survives for a really long time here because he got off the reactive taser, and in fact, okay, never mind, spoke a little too soon. Yoei, he'll finish him off. Latent toxicity is put on Yoei here, so he's going to Manta stun himself. Doesn't last for long, though, but he doesn't have a way to get out. SMG, they pull him in, and now Doom onto the Magnus once again. They got the hero that they're looking for. Now if they could just chase down In Your Dream, he's going to force to use his BKB and has to TP out. The Doom was already used, so nothing can stop him.
Smart enough to get out of there after his team goes down. Another successful team fight for SMG at the right time as this nighttime Roche spawns. Time to collect your Aegis on Chidori as he hits his level 20 as well. Big talent to get, big team fight win to get. Another good Doom on Magnus. That is the key to victory every time. If Monstros can continue to find it, they're going to be very happy in these engagements. And the Luna late game, are you starting to believe, Cap?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
In shambles.
I mean, I started believing the moment they were stomping the laning phase that hard.
Irrelevant facts.
And you know what else contributes to the snowballing is this right here. The Roshan that they're doing, especially since you do it at a certain time, it probably means it's going to be in the same corner when it respawns. So that's what happens in this situation. Nighttime being the best time for both Luna and Dire.
Unassailable Roach too. You can just cover with all of this blink protection.
Well, they're going to try and assail it anyway, apparently. Very late.
Maybe you can find a good jump that SMG don't expect. Maybe one's coming in the back,
they have this lane ward, which is kind of interesting. They are going to spawn the Doom cutting in. That's a great hero to pick off first.
Oh, he's
Doom
gone. DD. Oh, do you want to fight this
actually is the entire reason to make this one. At the same time, RP, no, it doesn't hit the Luna. They're going to get the kill on the Venomancer. Certainly not what they wanted to work with. Chidori is going to go for the kill on the DB, but he dares the Alchemist threat. Doesn't get bashed. Now he gets bashed. Oh, he's in trouble. That's going to be the Aegis burn through. Now, Chemical Rage is expiring soon. Army Geniuses, they're going to be able to do this like a second time, even without the Chemical Rage. It lasts just long enough, and they finish him off. Luna dies a second time mid one. He could only do so much to stop this. Killed some of the back line, but seems even Jokum was able to survive through that one. Gem going to be dropped over. Picked it up on the ward and flew it away. John Will didn't even die. What? He's like, no, I'm dead. Take the gem.
God damn, Midland's still playing with him. No alcohol for 5. But no detection.
Okay. No detection. That's going to give him enough time. He'll be able to get off the Chemical Rage, and Yoei does eventually find Unwell. Yoei, he'll die to the Blade Mail hit. Nice Blade Mail usage there.
Midland's salvaging this. He's still looking for Alk. No glimmer to bail you out this time.
He's going to slide. He's going to have Doom. Mazuro's going to come in.
What the hell just happened?
He's going to fight back. Now, they do have to stomp. He pops the BKB. Oh, In Your Dream's going to pray for some bashes here. but he's not going to get enough of them.
Damn, mid one just styling on him. From what looked like a disaster of a team fight, losing Luna twice, he just cleans up the 3 of them solo. Blade Mail paying off, Slights paying off. Look at the damage from this Ember at the conclusion. He's 14-0.
Oh, man. 7,000 damage done.
Adam was right.
Easily
Pick this guy,
performance
the
from mid one.
spirits. Stop picking him, dumbass Timber something. Pick him, goddamn spirit hero. Put the team on his back. He's got a Shiva's. My God.
Most damage by far. You can add the Luna and the Doom's damage up, and it still won't even come close to the Ember Spirit's damage.
What a ridiculous performance here. Absolutely ridiculous.
Now he's
Played
got
the lane
Shivas,
well.
now he's got Cloak of Flames, big armor items.
Oh, he's so tanky. Absolute beast. He is just going to be able to go in. He's going to be able to play these fights long. I think AG have to try and focus him now, right? Like the threat is not the Luna anymore. It is this Ember and a Doom jump if Monstros can find it.
Time to complete that Abyssal Blade for the Alchemist and focus on... He actually went for the max concoction damage, by the way. Do you still agree with that one?
It's a lot of burst, for sure.
I thought when you went the Basher build, you took the BAT reduction.
I do think BAT is pretty damn nice here. I mean, both these talents are strong talents. Kind of depends how you want to play the fight, but I kind of would have taken the BAT and just gone in. He gets Berserk Potion. Also will help these engagements with another Dispel. Everyone's just going to force the action and the easy Mag Doom.
They have a concoction coming in. Hits 2. Decent amount of damage. Shokun's going to be run down. And if anything, In Your Dream's got to blink out. He's got to get out of here. Yoei, he does have some charges to work with, so should be fine.
Maybe not the worst, considering AG get their Mag jumped. But another team fight win. I'm still looking for this shard for Chidori, too. I feel like now is the time to pick it up and bring this Luna online fully. So you want to create as many damage threats as possible, because the one way you lose a fight is if mid one does get RP'd or Alk stunned somehow.
Yeah.
Yoei's still cleaning up the backside. He's got a Quiver, he's got Deso.
Yeah, nice pick. He does
hard.
some serious burst damage to these supports with the Quiver.
Yeah, especially with Empower on top of it. Double Shivas as Masaros
So I looked
picks
it
up
up.
his.
In the Pro Tracker, 77% of people go the BAT talent.
It's definitely the stronger talent. I think if you're playing like Stun Heart style Alchemist, you go with that, but I'm not sure why he wanted this game. Again, maybe he just feels like the insta-pop burst is better. He doesn't want to like sit there and hit a guy, but
Sure.
not entirely sure what would dissuade him from it. Because I do feel like he kind of wants to sit on the Luna and hit her. I feel like that should be the game
Maybe
plan.
it's the RP factor, right? You have this vacuum stun that's setting up. So anybody who's hit by the RP is getting hit by this concoction, which if you're hitting 2 or 3 units, then that becomes way more valuable, right?
I mean, faster BAT means more attacks in the RP as well. But
yeah,
the
that's true. With an
stun-
Empower, the cleave you're getting
Yes.
off of it, yeah.
But I guess the stun is maybe more reliable. I don't know. He probably just likes the talent better. That's the simple truth. He just feels good playing it.
5-man smoke up with the gem on Masaros, so nothing should surprise SMG here. They've got a
Everyone
deep
has
ward that
Ags.
they're working with behind this tier 2.
Oh man, he is.
Oh, a double damage. Uh-oh. Oh, SMG. I mean, they're feeling pretty good at these fights, but a DD could make a difference. Mid one, they spot him. Looks like they made the call to just get out, despite they're going to go in. Starts going to work. Let's see if they have enough stuns. Let's see if they have enough bashes. They lose sight. Oh, the Glimmer Cape. Come on. Where's the detection? Gets away off the Glimmer Cape. Mid one. 200 HP is away. And now they've got the blast off. Doom stun onto 2 as well. They don't even need the Ember Spirit anymore. They committed so much to be able to just get that 1 kill. Didn't get it. And now they've got nothing left, it seems. They get wiped in this fight.
A glimmer for the game. Is it that simple? I think you win that fight if you get mid one there. You had the bash timing. You had it locked down with the DD just enough. And oh, what a glimmer from Afu. Ruins the entire team fight. At that point, you're absolutely done.
Okay, well, you've got a Luna hitting high ground, not quite 25, but still doing an immense amount of damage. And you're probably talking about one lane, maybe two, because they can get the top lane. Bottom tier 2 is going to be falling too, actually. So this is total base destruction potential.
It's that gem that got lost from earlier. Like, Monstros has John Will's gem. I don't know if it was taken in that fight, but either way. Or no, that's their gem. I don't think.
Yeah, that's their gem. It's the one that he passed off on the courier, remember?
I guess they never had one on AG.
Oh, getting nice chain stuns. That was cute.
This is level
No damage
25
behind it
Ember.
without an alchemist.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, it's a good horn toss.
Okay, horn toss, skewer back on 2. That puts Shidori in a bad position. And he gets off the BKB, and it looks like he's going to get away for now. But with the Luna and an Alchemist now alive, he's going to TP forward. Let's see if he finds anything. John Well, no, couldn't even get off the stun there. So no kills available.
You got a ranged Rax.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's some serious damage, but no buys or anything.
Dire's structures are
AG
fortified.
still a chance in this game, but it is falling by the wayside as SMG are pushing into late game talents. I still can't believe Chidori doesn't have this shard. Is this shard that bad? I feel like it's pretty good.
I think the shard is very good, yes.
I mean, at worst case,
I think once you get 18, like once you hit 18, I think the shard is a must, personally. But
yeah, I think especially when you go Scotty Daedalus build with level 20
Radiant's
beam,
bottom tower is under
beam
attack.
talent. Like, even in worst case scenario, you hit like 2 Eclipse beams and one more. That's still like plus 45 damage or whatever. For like 1,400 gold, that's pretty value, unless you need survivability items or something. I would have liked to have seen it, but to each their own. AG will
I mean,
try
at
and
this
stall
point,
out.
I think he definitely needs the push to Satanic, given what we saw from that horn toss scenario. But
that is also true, which I can understand, trying to get there as fast as possible.
mine's going to go off here. In Your Dream runs it at 2 with the team smoked up from SMG. They're close by. They're going to get a little vision. Shiva spots him. He uses the Berserk Potion, not the Chemical Rage, though. So that is important to note, and I hope SMG realized which one was used there.
Well, they found a target.
Back onto the techies, a pick off. Are they going to fight this one? They are. RP immediately goes off on Monstros, who's trying to go for the Doom, but at the same time, the Alchemist is in some trouble here. He got off the BKB, the Glimmer Cape gets him away. Bidwan chasing after him right into the heart of everybody. Baris, he'll fall first. Now they got the Doom onto the Alchemist. Half health and falling fast. That is going to be the carry of Army Geniuses dead. And clean up. Oh, a ward. A single ward blocking that bridge. Very nice.
The mid one will have to go the long way back to the third nighttime Roche here. SMG controlling the timings in the outpost gate very nicely here. Paying off with that high ground ward. The fights are just coming down to Monstros forcing bad skewers, bad RPs, not the other way around. And you're starting to kite out this Alchemist, right? Like, he can't jump a good target on his own, and there's too much kiting mechanisms between the Veno wards, random techies disarms, these Scotty hits. It's obnoxious. Late game SMG.
Joey going to be able to get away. He's got another Dissimulate in a second here. That'll get him down to low ground. Oh, close call. Almost got chained up before. So he keeps his BKB intact for the next fight. They're going to need it. 35 seconds until the Alchemist is up. Level 25 Luna, an extra 20 Lunar Blessing damage for not just herself, but the Ember Spirit and an Aegis ready to rock.
It is a lot of damage. I mean, remember, you get bonus damage off that as well.
Yeah.
So it's plus 40 for her. This is a strong talent. Ember is going to be hitting hard, hitting fast. You can also bots too on Doom onto the Ember when he goes in. Something particularly terrifying is Monstros has a Refresher and Shiva's in his backpack. Gives a Refresher to mid one.
Nice skewer back into the Remnant setup. Trying to get a cheap kill onto Luna without investing too much. They don't get that, but they do get the BKB, so that seems to be enough. SMG going to reset. Still plenty of time to make this Aegis work.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And plenty of tier 4 items apparently to be picked up.
These are big tier 4s. A lot of extra damage coming in. I still don't like that they're kind of giving these free skewers away, but I do think it's maybe a downside of their lineup that they don't have like an insta lift or insta hex or anything to deal with the blink mag. That's just a product of how it is. So there isn't really a way to stop it. I mean, you have Yules on Jean Well. I think this itemization from him is to counteract it with Aetherland's Yules on the Veno. Like, not usually an itemization we see on Venomancers, but one that can, in theory, actually deal with that blink mag. Problem is, Veno is just kind of slow, so it's hard to be in range. Yules is very low range now. But if he lands it, it's huge. They'll find a freebie in the jungle.
Yeah, they thought Army Geniuses thought they were going to be the ones to find a pick. Trying to set up in the bottom lane, not going to be the case. Now the high ground push is coming fast because Afu is giving them the high ground vision right now, smoked up inside of their base during daytime.
Oh, we might jump here. How bold are you?
Smoke's going to wear out. He'll lose his opportunity.
Still ranges for 230.
Watch out for these remnant setups, because that is definitely the combo that Army Genius is going to be working with. Skewer back into a remnant.
There it is.
Hits him. And bursted. Okay, that's like number one. Chemical Rage. Not up for 10 seconds, though, so they really need to reset off of this one. BKB. Oh, 940 damage crit off of the glaive.
See ya.
Ooh.
Welcome to the late game Luna.
And poor support, they're going to re-smoke up. I mean, Doom is now down. Masaros, he's not the one with the refresher. Gets off the BKB. Nice timing. Actually blinks forward into them. Just trying to create some space for Chidori to work with, decide what he wants to do. They call a retreat.
This fight's a little awkward, though, because you got a lot of BKBs out of these mag blinks. You have cheese on Luna, but he's not guaranteed to get the cheese off.
They did get the Chemical Rage out of the Alchemist. They can go high ground with that on cooldown.
That is also true. 30 seconds here. I think it's just scary for Chidori to hit.
Nice Manta dodge timing. That was beautiful from Yoei, and almost collects a kill for that effort. Gets a horn toss to the Yule Scepter. Nice play. DP. He's going to try and get the Force Staff away. Still has the RP and a buyback to work with, but they're going to have to fight over the last lane of barracks now.
Smart itemization paying off here for SMG, letting them seal this win. One last desperation go. Does stun too.
Oh, nice stun on the 2. RP doesn't quite hit the Luna, but they still get that kill anyway. The Yule Scepter comes a little bit too late. They have the Doom, though. Noxious Plague bouncing out. Bari's going to die off of that one. Stunned with a blast off. DB taking a lot of damage. Trying to go to the skewer back. Couldn't do it. And the Luna isn't even required. They had a buyback for. Bought the Boots of Travel. But the first life of the Alchemist has already been forfeited.
Oh, middle one slicing and dicing. Chopping up that meat. 20-0-19 cap. Refresher Shard put the good use. He's absolutely unstoppable. What do you think his death is worth? His death must be worth like 3,000 gold or something. I don't even.
Yeah, I mean, if they 5-man kill him, it's probably getting close to 3,000 gold, yeah.
I don't want to see him die just to see how much it's worth, but I don't think we will get that juicy number as he seems to be untouchable.
I mean, we might. And then I think he'll buy back and end the game.
There's a go attempt, but
stun out onto him. They need the bashes. They need a really well-timed bash. Nice Force Staff gets him away, and that's going to be enough to be able to disengage. Now they have to work their way back to the fountain. Can they make it, though? Force Staff gives them a little distance. Work with, and they're good. That's going to be Megas, though.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The dire
not dealing with Megas plus the glaives in your base. That is a nightmare. 4,000 HP on Chidori. Gonna need one hell of an RP skewer. You don't even have RP for 30. You don't have mag for 15.
Look at Masaros' positioning. He's ready to blink, basically, right in front of their fountain to get the pick off he's looking for. I don't know who he wants, though. Probably DB.
Just waiting for that mag. One more
Sees the Alk. Sees the Alk without Chemical Rage. And he TP's away.
I mean, dare I say it, you can wait for next Aegis here, you know?
Sure, why not?
You have Megas, you do not have to force it with no Luna buyback if something does go horribly wrong. I mean, AG can run it down. Satanic finished as well. I mean, especially as SMG have not won a single game in this season yet, right?
Yeah. No, they won one game in the bleed match.
Oh yeah, they won the bleed one. Yeah, that's right. Also with the Venomancer Doom. Maybe figuring out some winning formula here. But this is almost a do or die game for them. You do not want to throw it.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, if you lose this game, you've lost the series. You lost a game that you probably should have won, and you go to the rest of the season, you're 0-3, which already could leave you out of your own control of being able to go to the major. You probably are hella tilted at that point.
Oh yeah.
All right, time to play Paroche.
There's some hopium for AG here. In the form of Divine Rapier for Yoei. If he gets to that, he hits pretty damn hard, especially if you can get his level 25 talent. I think if you get there, you take this Astral Crit. Then your Astral Step crits on top of Daedalus, Deso, plus a Divine with Empower. I mean, surely somebody dies to that.
Maybe. Take the Tormentor, get another shard for you. That is going to be the Techie shard, so that adds a lot if you can outlast the BKB on In Your Dream, and then you can apply that taser onto the Luna. And, yeah, well, then that kill is forfeit. You can no longer get it.
Can't believe Chidori still doesn't have this shard. I mean, I guess at this point it doesn't even matter, but I thought this was pretty good, but just wants the bigger carry items. Can't blame him.
I mean, and with the number of Tormentors they're getting, is the next Tormentor guaranteed his? I think it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just kill the bottom, kill the Tormentor on your side, and you get a free shard.
That is Divine finish for Yoei. Almost level 25 as well.
That level 25 has got to be so important. Oh, man.
Yeah.
He's not going to get there in time.
Do you just like try and pull him in Ags too? Is your next Alk item that much better than just putting all of your eggs on the Yoei basket and being like, carry me, brother? I don't know. Might just be better for the burst.
Yeah.
Either way, you're going to have to fight without the next Alk item. Without Alk buyback here. Without Yoei buyback.
Oh, man. Roshan's going to spawn with a minute left on the Dire side pit. So, SMG, they'll be able to take Roshan in that time, and they'll have the advantage for the Roshan fight, which Army Geniuses already have Megas pushing in, so it's really hard to get to the pit.
I mean, the other biggest factor here is, in theory, if you have mid-1 buyback, you can always come back into the fight instantly. I don't think mid-1's gonna fall for the bait here.
No. Not when you've already waited this amount of time for Roshan. You know its potential spawn time is current, and you have mines to immediately let you know when it spawns, which is going to be right now.
See, what I think more teams should do actually is when you're in this type of situation and you make that like smoke play out of your base, the desperation smoke.
Yeah.
You type like, "Come fight me in my base," and then it does two things. One, they might still think you're in your base a little bit, but more importantly, it gets the entire enemy team to think like, "Why is this guy all chatting me right now?" And the second they think, "Why is this guy all chatting me?" then you strike. You jump them off the smoke. And they're distracted. You don't. Maybe mid-1 is typing his response while you jump him, and he doesn't have his hand on his mouth. You know, anything can happen. I actually think the offensive all-chat distraction technique. I'm waiting for some team to use it. Like, what do you have to lose? It's allowed too. Valve encourages it.
Well, one problem is the fact that everybody seems to mute everybody else in TI games. So.
Yeah, I did forget about that part, but.
Yeah.
Maybe there's that one guy who doesn't, you know? That's why you Steam message them. Okay?
Radiant are scanning.
the DM.
Now that's dirty pull right there. God damn.
That's the play. I mean,
He gets the Steam notification message.
Exactly. Who the hell is DMing right now?
Give him the Steam call. Call him.
Oh, that's even better.
Or toss. Nope, Yule Scepter. That's going to stop that one. DB going to have a hard time getting out of here as he is doomed and taking a lot of damage, especially with the bounce forward of the Ember Spirit. Completely annihilates the back line. They cannot survive, and the Divine Rapier seems to be not enough.
Not even close.
You said surely that's enough damage. It was not.
It was pitiful, actually. Yeah. But they are in a very tough position against all the ores, and it's 4,500 HP Satanic Luna with Aegis, so SMG will close that one out on the back of an absolutely monstrous performance by Mid-One here. Looking like a vintage Mid-One mid-Ember game. 24-0 and 22 with 76,000 hero damage. The next closest is 45,000 on Alec. Absolutely ridiculous performance by him as the cat sounds come in. The true cat's meow.
You cannot say that Mid-One does not try his absolute hardest to carry some of these games. I mean, he was doing it in the off lane. Sometimes he's doing it now on mid. I mean, that is one hell of a performance. And it pushes them to a game 3, which is what we're going to be heading to very, very soon. So great work by SMG. Surprised me with that draft, and they managed to make it work. Maybe you're right about that. The Venomancer Doom, maybe they're cooking with something. We'll see what the
didn't surprise me at all.
All the Luna downers have been proven wrong today as SMG take game 2. They want to go to the major, man. They're sticking it out. They're not going to give up. What do you guys think? Adam, you weren't a fan of the Luna, but
Don't matter. I don't play Ember. Who cares, Luna?
That is true.
What did he do that game?
That is
he
how he
airballed
did.
like 4 eclipses in a row.
Yeah, I mean,
matter.
that game was really, I would say it's the Mid-One show. Plus Zhao. I feel like Zhao did a lot, especially with the Yules. A lot of good plays there.
But I still feel this Void Spirit he needs lessons, man. Like, what do you mean calm? You should be the one to go to them, you know? Like, you have an Alchemist, you have a Magnus, and you're a Void Spirit. You're still not going to them. You're still waiting for them to come. What? Hello? Excuse me? Have you played Void Spirit this patch? Like, he's the strongest he's ever been. I feel like he shouldn't lose to this Ember in this matchup, although Ember always has the upper hand. But still, he has the strongest he's ever been. Losing 500 way before 10 minutes is really questionable.
It's because of his item build, right? He didn't go with the Ring of Protection, or else Ember had Blightstone. I think that's the normal pickup in this matchup. Sometimes we see the Chainmail before when they used to go Witchblade or Face Boots. And then on top of that, there was the Lunar Blessing aura, which kind of screwed the matchup even more. So I think a bit of, I would say, I wouldn't say inexperience, maybe a bit of ego there. I think UA should have definitely had a better game. Something, some armor item, you know, because at the end of the day, they have these call CM supports, and they really need their core to be strong to play around. Otherwise, even the supports have nothing to do, and it just ended up being the Mid-One show, and Mid-One was just constantly bullying everyone. It felt like Master House this game too, he changed it up. You know, no more Vanguard pipe bullshit. Midas Octarine, I'm carry, I'm daddy, you know, support me type. This is what SMG should look like, you know? Mid-One popping off, Master House playing this hard-ass carry, Chidori on some budget carry that enables his team and makes it work. Yeah, this is what I imagine when I look at SMG. This is what the roster should look like.
Maybe I jinxed you away.
In Your Dream was also a little bit looking too uncomfortable with the hero there. It doesn't seem like he plays this hero at all. Feels like he's the slow player, you know, and Alchemist is not a slow player. Like, you get your item, every item you hit, you try and do something. Maybe this game, because the Ember was having such a good tempo, maybe for the BKB and stuff, but like, I feel they were just got stringed along by SMG the entire game.
Yeah, I think it was just a really hard game to play. Just Mid-One completely owning. Obliterating.
I mean, it was just this Ember Doom, right? They were way too big. Master House goes in, he dooms literally anyone, the Void, the Magnus, or the Elk, and the fight's just so hard. It's impossible for DB to play 2 without a BKB. Zhao, very heads up, goes for the Yules. You know, we saw it come into play 2-3. It's not hard to use this stupid Hontos. It's so slow. Which is why we see Rubik as probably the biggest counter, but without Rubik, this Yules is probably the next best thing. It's just so hard to reposition, and then you're stranded in between 5 heroes, you know?
Yeah, and I generally really don't like picking Alchemist against Doom, you know? I feel Doom is everything Alchemist is scared of. He's faster than you in terms of net worth. He can just press one button and make you can't abuse your spells, which has relatively low cooldown, and then of course the Infernal Blade like scales. So yeah, I really don't like having Alchemist against Doom.
Come. I feel like he regretted that.
Nah, I think he was just bored. He's like, come on, end this game right now.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially like not having BKB in the mag is. But I guess when you're so poor,
He was
you're
poor
playing
and
from
he played
behind.
for this pipe timing, right, where they had to group up together, but it was just very complicated to fight at some point because of how far mid on was.
Yeah, and obviously he gets MVP because who else could have MVP this game? Mid one on the Ember Spirit, 24-0 and 22. He died 0 times. He did not die at all.
Highest KP.
They have the same hairline.
I think it might be. Oh, true. They kind of.
Just born for this.
Yeah, this is long lost brother. Kind of resembles each other. But I mean, stunning gameplay. I think you might be right. I think that might be the highest KD we've had in the Summer Tour so far. But absolutely very polished gameplay from mid one.
I mean, the man's just an aggressive, confident player, and I feel like when his team enables it, when his draft enables it, he can perform at the highest level.
That is true. SMG are keeping themselves in for the running to the major. We will go for a break. After the break, we will find out who wins the series, so stay tuned.
Guys riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You hear the road of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the series that I think might actually be the most interesting series we've had yet. Not because of the quality of games. I mean, the games are pretty good, but because of the fact that SMG are currently sitting at 0-2, which means if they lose this game, their chances of qualifying to the major get much slimmer. But I have my panelists here with me today to talk about this upcoming game. Let's reminisce over last game a bit. Mid one popping off, right? Do you think he's gonna continue with the same thing, or do you think Army Genius are gonna ban his heroes? Do you think they're gonna ban Ember? Do you think they're gonna ban the spirit heroes that he said that he should play?
My experience playing with mid one is that when he feels it, he feels it, you know. And
There's no stopping him?
yeah, I don't know if he's still like that now, but back in the day when he was like very confident in something and he really wanted something, we just give it to him and play around that. I think if he wants to play mid again, he needs to get that back too. I think that was a very big pro for him when he was a mid player.
I feel like last game showed it enough that if he is on this kind of heroes where he gets tempo, he can just dominate. Like, his team don't even need to follow his steps and be extra good, you know. I just feel like Midon just is on another level if he gets to play the heroes that are right for him and his team.
So what do you guys think that Army Geniuses was lacking that game?
I think the biggest mistake they made was probably seeing the Ember and picking the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
I think I would have liked to see them punish the pick a bit more. Maybe even bust out the SF again. You know, just do something along those lines, because I think they probably didn't expect the Void Spirit Ember Spirit matchup to be that favored to the Ember, but the Luna pick came in clutch, and then we had some rotations from techies, and also the item build on Yoe kind of made things easier for mid-one. I think you want to avoid giving him tempo as much as possible, because like we said, SMG is slightly greedier in the side lanes. It's really mid-one's tempo that carries the game for them.
What if mid-one ends up picking one of those heroes that are, you know, the Timbersaw-esque Earth Spirit?
I feel he can do that, but he needs to make sure the draft allows him to do that. Like, because the first game, they have Doom, Medusa. They are generally already really slow heroes, and on top of that, you pick a Timbersaw. Your supports are like Oracle, Clinks, no stuns. So yeah, even though Timbersaw felt good in the lanes, but it doesn't feel good in the lineup.
I feel like before, when we used to play, the difference was we played with Ohio, right? And he was a much more active offlaner. Milan definitely can play these Invoker, Zeus, SFs, Timbersaws. He can play all these heroes, but I think it makes the game hard for his team, because they don't really pick supports with stuns, and then their offlane and carry, it's just harder to pick stuns too. Master Ross, we usually see him playing like Doom or Timber. We saw one game of the Magnus, but wasn't too convincing. So I think right now they're kind of finding their groove, or like he found his groove this game. I think they should just stick to it for now and, you know, figure things out over the weekend after you win.
They gotta ride the wave. The wave of comfort.
The wave to Bali.
Yeah, the wave to Bali, indeed. They're sitting at 1-1 right now. So do you think that the pressure will get to any of these teams, though? Do you think SMG, you know, considering that they've played so many games and tournaments and been in Division 1 for a while, do you think they can prevail? Or do you think Army Geniuses,
I think if
they're
they
fighting?
can find the last piece of the puzzle, they're just gonna be another level. Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's get game 3 going. We got our draft ready. Our bans, Techies, Monkey, and Bane. What's with all the Bane bans? Is it?
I think it's something probably happened in their scrims. Either that or they think it's good against Magnus or Doom. I'm not too sure.
SMG with the Doom again.
Maybe it's just quite annoying to play against in the lane, because infinite sustain, right? You have the brain sap.
I mean, he maxed the Enfeeble in game 1. He
Yeah,
went like
true.
4-1-1. So I think the way they understand the hero is different. There's like this cast range reduction. There's like some damage over time. It's an annoying spell, but I don't know why it's given so high priority. I feel like these techies has won both games. You know, like I understand the ban. Color loss. Bane is just, well, nothing to ban. You know, let's take Bane out.
No more nightmares.
Rubik. I kind of like that. I like that opening. TB Rubik.
I want SMG to pick something that owns the TB here. Like, just pick a core. Whatever. Pick the PL, you know? Like, don't let AG get into this situation. I don't love it, but I don't hate it as well.
I think they're just gonna deny this pick from them.
You know? I mean, they're gonna draft in a way where the bans can come out, right? So I think if you first pick a core Doom, you always want to pick a core on 8 as well.
Yeah.
It just makes things easier. Like, even if you pick this PL and ban for it, right now you're probably gonna lose Naga, lose PL, lose whatever good matchups against TB, and you're gonna be stuck.
Yeah, Ember as well. Yeah, there we go.
Magnus is banned and Ember banned. Those are pretty respectful bans.
I mean, it's also because Amber does really well with Coddle. You have like the 2 slides, 2 chains.
There's still a Pango in the pool. There's still the Void Spirit. Milon definitely loves his Pango.
Storm Spirit isn't bad either, I feel.
I feel like people don't really like the hero right now. It's much slower. I feel like Mikoto's the only player that's really picking it.
What do you guys foresee in this draft?
I don't mind seeing a Queen of Fame from Widon. I mean, she can just buy Aghanim and spam, right? TB is just a really good hero for Queen to abuse that. And she has Coddle, so infinite mana, infinite spam.
That would be fun.
I think with a Terrorblade draft, it's pretty standard. You want like aura, you want stuns for a TB, you play for a certain timing. Something like an Underlord wouldn't be too surprising. It's also good against the illusion heroes that are left in the pool against this Terrorblade. The PL, the Naga, even Ursa, one of the more decent heroes against TB. It's also a Chidori hero, uses Chakra.
There's the Pugna. Is this the DB Pugna or is this a support Pugna?
I think it's probably
Mostly
a Varys.
Varys,
Pugna,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
I think if they pick Underlord here, it would be very, very safe.
So
Looks really nice.
For AG or SMG?
AG.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's hard to say without SMG picking their heroes. I think Pugna is also kind of a block pick because this Pugna against TB is pretty good. And SMG do run the hero as well.
They are pretty soft though. Zeus looking pretty nice on SMG. But then again, Maiden kind of have to be on the hero that enables his team instead of being enabled.
I only really see Void Spirit for them right now. I think another option is like some Invoker, but I don't know if they want to go that far. He can definitely play Invoker, but I think it's one of those heroes where it changes the way you play around your team's system. Give me an Elder Titan.
Whoa.
Faceless Void Elder Titan. Let's go.
For SMG?
Yeah. Oh, green.
Is that the mid one? Earth Spirit?
I
Might
think
be
it's
Alpha's
a
hero.
flex. I think it's a flex. But Earth Spirit is pretty good against this Pugna and Rubik. I definitely favor the hero as a mid much more than a support. I feel like it's so hard to find impact as a support unless you draft around it. You need like kill lanes where the Earth Spirit comes and he's enough to get you a kill.
Something like
most of
a
the time.
Daxia.
They have a Doom though, so they're kind of stuck in that.
Yep.
Oracle.
Alright, so it is a mid Earth Spirit. Or mid Coddle. Still a flex, I guess, still a flex, but I would think that mid one's more
The Earth
leaning
Spirit.
towards the Earth Spirit, yeah.
There's a Kunkka.
So an interesting thing about Kunkka against Earth Spirit is that Ghost Ship is a big counter to Magnetize because you reduce so much damage. You also really good lockdown and you keep your team alive during the Ghost Ship buff. But once the buff ends, Earth Spirit actually just kills you.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of weird. It's also really nice because you rush BKB. Like first item BKB is pretty normal for Kunkka, so
I think when I play Kunkka, I really like that I have a TB to play around for. Because TB Kunkka, it's like when you play with the TB is scared of, you know, getting burst, getting kited, just not able to hit anyone at all, right? But like Kunkka solves a lot of that problem.
it's also a nice hero to have against the upcoming illusion heroes that SMG might go for. It's just easy to buy Radiant Shiva on Kunkka nowadays. Heroes like PL don't really itemize too well against these things. You know,
Even the Shah is really good because the cooldown is really low.
I guess SMG is more inclined to get some like Lifestealer or Ursa kind of hero here.
Yeah, Ursa looks pretty good, but again, there's a partner. Might be annoying.
Bloodseeker, man.
Crap. What does Army Geniuses need? An offlaner?
Yeah, something to just push waves, maybe buy auras, some heal for a TB, some buff.
Underlord.
I think Underlord's okay.
What are their other options?
I think it's more of what carry do they think SMG wants to go for, you know? So they banned the Bloodseeker, so I think they are going the direction of SMG does not want Illusion Heroes because of the Oracle as well, probably. So we might see an Ursa ban come out here too and just into the Underlord pick. Underlord Rubik's a really strong lane as well. I feel like the team doesn't really favor the Underlord right now. I feel like they want DB on some playmaker. You know, he's played this X, he's played this Magnus. I wouldn't even be too surprised if he ends up being the Pugna, although I do not like that as much.
I mean, they do have the 24, they can see.
All right, time's ticking.
I think slot will be a problem for Army Geniuses.
I think it's hard to blind pick us. Like, Oracle's not a very strong laner either. They do ban the PL. I like the ban. I think PL's a very different hero right now.
There we go.
Faceless Void. It's a pretty good Underlord game, pretty good Veno game.
No Void Elder Titan for you. Just Void.
Got one.
Yeah.
We take those.
Yeah.
We take this.
I like the pick a lot. I really like SMG's draft right now. I wonder what AG can do to kind of neutralize this. I wouldn't even hate to see like a Vengeful Spirit offlane, something like that. I feel like this Chrono on the Terrorblade's a bit too much to deal with right now. They need another way to... They either buff him up early with this Aura and this Bolt buff where this Void will never be able to kill a TB, or they just have a Chrono counter. Night Stalker?
I was thinking of that, but is it too...
Centaur.
Okay, Centaur.
So that's the answer to Doom, and it's a pretty good lane, this Centaur Rubik. Oracle is one of the better supports against this though, because he stops your combo damage, but it's a lot of engage and disengage. Also an Aura Buyer helps you take towers. Very tanky heroes on AG, with the Pugna heal and the ward behind, so not really sure if Midon's gonna have a very good game this time around.
You know? Oh, go ahead.
I think Caller can buy the vessel for the team, and then maybe they can just make this TB have no game and stuck to one side.
I mean, it's all gonna come down to where this TB is gonna die in fights or not.
Yeah.
Because there's Chrono, there's Doom, you know, but AG has this, we're gonna protect our TB, you know, maybe cart him out of there.
Cart. Oh, true. Can you cart out of Chrono?
No.
Okay, well.
Not that I know of. But you can cart him around the Chrono.
That's true. Or you can cart Pugna and just have him suck everyone.
That is true. Protect your Terrorblade.
Yeah.
AG strategy right here.
That's, I don't know. The thing, I like Centaur, but I feel like we really haven't seen that much Centaur in DPC. But the thing is, what I don't like about that hero is the stupid stun. The range is so small and the cast time is so long. Like for a stun, it just feels like, I don't know, it's just stupid.
Centaur is not that cheap of a hero as compared to Beastmaster, this kind I would say, because he does need a dagger, he does need a weapon, he also needs a hood, so I don't know, but it looks good for their lineup at least.
Hood's gone. I miss the hood.
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't really? I miss the hood.
Get out of here.
What? All right, well, let's get the show on the road with Game 3 of our SMG AG series, heading over to the casters.
That's right. Army Geniuses and SMG did indeed go to a Game 3, and we're going to see what the conclusion is going to be. Are Army Geniuses going to be able to start their season off right with a 2-0, or is SMG going to be able to bounce back after a bit of a rough start from them and manage to go 1-2 in their first week? And they have a Centaur, Avery. A Centaur. Don't know if I believe in that hero.
Why do teams do this to themselves? You could pick anything. The world's your oyster. You settle on Centaur.
I believe, by the way, you can cart out of Chronosphere, but that would require
I think you can too.
Yeah, you have to be. They would have to be somebody on the edge of the Chronosphere though, because the range is not great for Hitch a Ride. So they would have to be on the edge, and then you'd be able to pull them out. But they can decrepify and life drain to save people inside the Chronosphere, and it only takes a little bit of a save. because there isn't a whole lot of damage SMG can pump into the Chronosphere.
Nope. Probably Nullifier at some point to deal with Decrep, I think, is on the menu here for Chidori. That's an option. I feel like Varize is insanely important to their lineup, as well as Yokum, in the sense that Centaur Kunkka is very low damage. You're pretty tanky with Boat Rum and early Vanguard return and Stampede and all this, but like, where is the damage coming from in this AG lineup? It has to be Terrorblade hitting people and their supports. So if SMG get on the backline to start a fight, if they kill Pugna Rubik to start a fight, I feel like you're just going to wear him out over time. Like, and I think Earth Spirit, we've seen Mid One play this hero before. He looks great on it. He knows how to get on the backline. Faces Void is a jumper at some point in the late game. And if Mastros finds the same level of farm he did, he can also be jumping into that backline, and SMG are happy to take those engagements.
Well, it seems like the spirit of Army Geniuses has not been broken. They, once again, 5-man tip Midwan. They're going to keep with the strategy.
Why not? It worked. Game 1. The 50% success rate? That's not...
I think when you're a professional player, you're aiming for something a little bit higher than that, but... All right, lane matchup. Rubik Centaur should be able to beat Void Oracle, I think, by a decent amount, though.
Yes, I expect Centaur to absolutely free farm here. I think that is when a Centaur pick is good. When he free farms to Vanguard and kicks your carry out, this hero looks pretty solid. But that meta will pay off bottom as they just run Monstros down.
Almost got Varize in return, but not good enough.
You know, Pugna wasn't actually an undead skeleton originally?
Yeah. He was a baby.
Yeah, but that's a different part of Pugna lore. You know why he's an undead now? You know what happened to him?
He got like sacrificed
we're on
to
the subject.
Something, right?
No, Viper spit in his eyes and killed him almost.
Oh. Well then.
True story. Yeah.
That's all it takes, huh? Spit in your eye, huh?
I mean, if Viper spat in your eye, he'd probably mess you up too. That's no joke.
Wait, so how did he become undead off of that, though?
Oh, it like poisoned him and fucked him up. And then he almost died.
Well, okay. Almost, undead is not I almost died. It's I died and
I don't remember the whole
again.
story, man. It's just,
you're the lore master.
Well, nobody knows that shit. It's unknown Dota history, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
Unknown Dota.
All I know is the man spit in his eyes and left him in a cave or something, and then he showed up and he's like the undead Dalai Lama or something. I don't know. Pugna War is some messed up stuff.
Weird.
Either way, he's off to the races here. Far from undead, he is thriving with the early kill, getting the early pull off as well. AG looking pretty solid this lane in terms of compared to last game where they were already losing all 3. Nobody's spitting in their eye.
True.
I feel like you're debating if that's real or not.
No, that sounds right. I mean, you call them the undead Dalai Lama, which I know is true. So
yeah,
that part I do know about the lore. So I assume everything else you're saying is correct, or at least within the realm of correctness. Second round here of the meta. Mastros will TP out this time, and they also have the Coddle, which helps out a lot. The Blinding Light.
Oh, they have the ultimate combo, the heal plus chakra. Literally infinite HP for Doombringer. How do you stop?
Oh. I was like, what heal? Ah, yes, the ability called heal.
Yes, literally heal. Infinite heal. Cap, what do you do? It's just healing.
You don't hit him, I think. Because apparently he's just going to heal it off.
Yeah, those are some
and then
nice
on top
hits
of that,
there.
you're lowering the cooldown of Devour.
Big heal. Then you got a Chakram. He's got a... There's the Chakra. Oh my... This is disgusting, actually. Normally this spell
100
sucks 'cause
heal.
it
It's
drains
actually
your mana.
115 actually because it's heal amp 15%.
Yeah,
So
and then you heal
115 heal.
the Lotus. Oh my god, the synergy on this lane. He's healing the Coddle. Who's gonna mana him? This is insane efficiency right now. Disgusting.
You're way too into this.
I mean, I've never seen this spell actually look good on a lane. It looks pretty good
There you
here.
go.
What's happening mid? Mid one is going even. That's pretty good for him. I think this is pretty Kunkka favor whenever Kunkka's in
Yeah, this
melee
got to be a
matchups.
losing lane, right? Most melee matchups against Kunkka are losing lanes.
I mean, you kind of just hope he doesn't get the boat first and you're chipped down. You're probably happy. So I think mid one's, he's doing pretty well. I mean, he's doing the best to everybody. These side lanes are not looking good for SFG despite the heal efficiency. In Your Dream is still absolutely free farming and DB is untouched. And these side lanes are going to continue to power up, especially for the Centaur. I just don't see these cores getting contested in the next 3 to 4 minutes here.
See, John Wells trying to do the Purifying Flames deny play on the range creeps. That's advanced Oracle tech right there.
It really is. Granted, there's also pretty much nothing else for him to do on this lane.
That is also true, yeah, because it's now double Ring of Protection plus Vanguard Centaur. You're not killing that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Gonna
attack.
TP
You're
mid
going
one up
to roll
here.
the Earth Spirit up here. Is that going to be enough to be able to bring down this tanky Centaur? With the Magnetize, it's going to be a lot of magic damage, but Varus is cutting over.
Yeah,
Can he
he's a
help him
Pugma
out?
Lord.
Okay, that's maybe the end of the fight. They still have the Magnetize on him. Mid one could go for it. He does. He lands the roll. He did have a heal coming in, though, and that's going to help him out. Mid one's almost dead. He does die. The Magnetize is going to take out one. Takes out two. Does not finish off DB, though.
Chidori lucky to walk away there. Time dilation slowed down Yoe enough. He could not get the very last hit in. I mean, all things considered, I guess mid one's happy with that rotation as it frees up some space for his carry Faceless Void. And you get the first boat out of the way. And you picked up some kills, so honestly, net worth-wise, mid one's not too sad about that. Especially if you can get back to this power rune. That's a big rune to get. What the hell is happening to Monstros here?
Monstros has pulled a gigantic creep wave and is farming it
hell?
with Scorched Earth.
Dire
He had
are
a
scanning.
triple wave with double. How's there double flag bear?
He must have really been pulling and tanking that creep wave for a very long time.
I don't think I've ever seen a double flag bear wave.
That is pretty intense, yeah.
That's freaking.
I mean, he was just sitting there and tanking it and healing himself the whole time.
The power of heal. He still has another wave coming to the tower. I don't know what the hell happened on this lane, but he was pretty happy with the outcome. Vanguard offlaners.
Oh, look at this rotation. It'd be cool if they had a stun. Fortunately, Jokum gets there a bit too late, so. But cool idea. I like this use of Terrorblade. Going through the portal and using your meta to quickly take the enemy safe lane tower.
Who talked about this at Berlin? Somebody talked about this being like a. I think it was Brian, right? Brian thought Terrorblade was really good because you can go through the gates and pressure tower with meta and then just go back.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Dire's top tower.
Brian's a smart guy.
Brian the credit. Yeah, I do think this is a cool application of the hero. Like if his early game goes well enough, this move is just super nice. You just backstab it, and then you can still go back bottom if you want to. You can go straight to triangles. It will happen here. Free up bottom lane for somebody else. Just a very efficient use of the hero that was not an option before. Gives AG an objective lead in this game. Always nice versus Faceless Void as Chidori will make the slow march towards his Hand of Midas.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like how Earthspear, when he has a haste rune like that and he does the roll without the boulder, it's so much slower than him just running. As a result, he misses the roll onto the Kunkka. We're gonna have BKB first item for Yoe.
I mean, you know what they say, Cap.
No.
I mean, a rolling stone gathers no runes. I got you with that one.
I guess so. Sure.
Early smoke from mid one here. Let's try and find another Centaur kill. Did not get him the first time. Ooh, look at that ops. Pretty value ops.
Dire's middle tower is under
DB will
attack.
just disappear into the jungle to go farm some more neutrals. I mean, that's another part about Centaur, I guess, in this patch. A lot of neutrals to hit, and Retaliate's pretty good at clearing through them. If you can just play pretty forward in lane, clear the waves, then hit neutrals and back and forth from there.
Heroes are better than newts for sure, as they'll go on Yoi, but Stampede, see you later.
Nice, it's disengaged, but still lands
Here's the later.
Mid one. Gonna catch him a second time here. The Magnetine's beginning to build up. The boat's gonna come in, give him that debuff. That'll help Yoe survive through this Magnetize, but he gets it again. Man, he is just constant with the Magnetize, and now they've actually kited it enough that they get the Doom onto the Terror Blade. He's just dead. Turning it around, man.
Stolen Doom.
Good idea, Jokum, but it sadly will not be enough damage.
Quick Purifying Flames mid one. Send the chairman into the fire round. John Well, you have the power. Oh.
Man, he actually almost died.
I would have Purifying Flames in there, just for the memes.
Yeah, like who needs to go to the major that's in your region?
I mean, majors come and go, but memes live forever.
Memes are forever.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That Twitch clip moment will be there till the end of time.
Exactly. When you're 50, you'll look back on it. No one's gonna remember Volley, but they'll remember the time you Purifying Flames killed mid one and got kicked from the team. DB is gonna get smacked by the double damage here, and Vessel charges up for mid one, looking for more.
Okay, just to make sure. I don't know if they thought maybe Stampede was coming up or what, but
Dire's middle
put the
tower
Chronosphere to
has
use, the first one of the game, I believe.
I mean, all these chain kills are important because you need to keep getting the Vessel charges so mid one has the damage to take these fights, especially if he's using stones for them.
under attack.
Smoke from AG to bottom, trying to return the favor with this Kunkka, who is 0-0-0. A very quiet game from Yoe, as he does not have the damage to find the kills he's been looking for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And will continue to be thwarted. The captain needs a better map. Did get mid tower.
What do you think about Radiant's build on Kunkka instead of this
Is
BKB?
under attack.
I like
It
it.
used to be a thing, right?
I mean,
Going back
Fate's
in, but
Edict.
he's not going to take any damage. John Well there, ready to go with the Fate's Edict. He's going to roll after him, in fact. Now, Varys is in behind him.
Radiant's middle
He's going to give him a little bit of suck, a little bit of help, but Varys is going to die for that.
just set himself up for the roll.
He really did.
A lot of momentum in this game, and that's another issue with this Centaur Kunkka lineup. The setup is very slow, and Oracle destroys you. Like, Oracle's an old school Kunkka counter, because single Fate's Edict, bye-bye to your damage. And it's kind of the same with Centaurs. Centaur and Kunkka have no way to play around this hero. Unless you just find him, which, I mean, good luck, right?
Yeah.
This is a problem for AG right now. Their cores are getting bamboozled on the map. I don't know, this game looks a little scary, man. Like, are you confident winning this late game with Terrorblade versus Faceless Void Doom? Who are both going to have Midas here? You're not going to tempo this game out, so you're going to have to deal with the net worth.
I mean, I do think there's something to be said for the fact that I don't think they can burst you inside the Chronosphere most of the time because they don't have the damage to throw in there. But I guess the Doom is still the problem, right? Then you won't be able to get off Sunder. Like, you come out of the Chronosphere, you're low, you're doomed. You can't get off Sunder, so there goes your carry.
Yeah, there's not a lot, but I feel like at certain point, Faceless Void does deal enough on his own. Like with the level 20 attack speed talent, you get like 4 or 5 slots with a nullifier. Like I feel like somebody's dying in there.
Radiant are scanning.
It's our pretty low armor cores as well. You're gonna need AC on Kunkka at some point in this game. Before you get there, you're gonna be a little bit exposable.
Big damage hit. With the Spirit Vessel out as well, they're going to have to use the Stampede. The Stolen Blast comes out from Jokum. Doesn't do nearly enough to dissuade SMG from diving like that. Centaur, man. He got farm, but he just keeps on dying.
I mean, this hero... I think this hero's terrible, but the problem with this hero is you have to snowball the lane, and then if you die after snowballing the lane, you kind of lose a lot of game momentum, right? He even went back for plate mail, so he's not going to have Blink in this game. Just going for like the scaling support aura build for his Terrorblade. I mean, it's nice. The items will be nice in the team fight, but you are playing versus Purges in Oracle and Doom, and you're playing versus Chronosphere, which generally does not care about which auras you're going to throw on the Terrorblade, because at some point, I think Shory will buy Nullifier on top of a Mjolnir or something like this, and then it just all goes out the window. I'm worried for AG's game progression right now. I think they're still playing the map fine, they're finding network, but
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It does feel like they're on a clock.
Yeah.
And the clock is stopped. Doombringer time with Octarine Midas. A very fast clock. As once again, Monstros Untouched will go for the greedy build and have it pay off while Mid-One continues to make the space.
I like that they didn't give up on the Doom, after game 1. Just run it again, run it again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they gave up on the Aura Doom. Went back to carry Doom.
Back to carry Doom. Back to the greediest Doom known to man. Hand of Midas, Octarine, Boots of Travel.
It's working out. Also helps Mid-One play this like Space Maker mid when he knows he has that in his back pocket.
I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Mid-One is destroying the game with these mid laners, and maybe they're going to get caught here. Stampede goes out, Boat doesn't quite clip Mid-One. Helping to survive through the Magnetize for now. Heals from behind, thanks to the Pugna. Is helping to keep everyone alive until the Chrono comes in. Now DB, he's going to be in trouble. He's the first one down. Sunder is going to go off. Chidori silent. Nope, he gets away. Quickly undoes that damage, and it looks like the Sunder doesn't change the fight's outcome. They can throw as many heals as they want, but it seems like the damage just does not stop with SMG.
These fights are just so hard. You even got on top of the Oracle, but John Will ulted himself. What's the damage follow-up? There isn't any. There's just nothing to do in this fight. Singles Fate's Edict maxed out already. It just blocks your entire team outside of Terrorblade. You didn't even get a hoof stomp off. DB cannot land anything in these engagements. He's an absolute non-factor. And Mid-One is just destroying you. You're all magnetized. You're all time dilated. Someone's getting blinding lighted, solar bound. I don't think Monstros has done anything in this game in terms of the team fights, and they're still crushing it.
Yeah. He still has Doom. Let me just say, I am shocked and dismayed that a Centaur isn't doing anything in these in this game.
Oh,
I cannot believe how it happened to this poor hero.
He's just getting run
rolled
around
over, man. TP out from Jokum. He'll be the only survivor because Mid-One couldn't get there in time with the boulder.
I mean, Oracle's destroying them. John Will is 6-0 and 8. He has the KDA to back it up, but Fate's Edict is absolutely massacring any sort of comeback potential in this game. Because AG have to go on one guy, and the second they go on the guy, suddenly he's immune to 90% of your damage. Like, good luck. And they have no real way to get on the Oracle easy.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't know how you win this game, honestly. It looks incredibly hard, maybe like 5% or less. Double Octarine out for SMG as well, as Mid-One finishes his. So they have low cooldowns and are ready to fight. Even Chakra Magic giving Mid-One his stones back. It's back up to 6 already.
That's a nice. Yeah. I mean, they fixed the stone issue. for him because he would run out of stones all the time. They buffed that up a little bit more. But yeah, with the Chakra Magic, he has it constantly up, and he's using them constantly because he goes this no boots build. Now with the Octarine, so he's spamming it constantly. X pullback, can they do anything with this? Doesn't look like it. Monsteros is challenging them. Do something. Do something about it. They have to use the Stampede to try and get out. Immediate Doom onto the Centaur. The roll lands. Once again, the Doom stolen by the Rubik, placed onto the Earth Spear. Can they finally get a kill? It seems not. Monsters chased away the rest of the enemy team. They can't turn around. John Wells forced to save himself with a false promise because in your dream, well, Chronosphere from behind. He has no Sunder to use, and he gets popped. John Well, Purifying Flames is him to death. You always BKB runs out, and he certainly doesn't have damage to stop this onslaught that is happening inside of their base. Game one may have been one-sided to the favor of Army Geniuses, but it looks like at the end of the series, SMG had more than figured out Army Geniuses.
I mean, maybe he also figured out what's working for them, right? Putting mid one on these Spirit Heroes, letting Monsteros pick up the extra farm and scale, just makes their gameplay so much smoother. Mid one is destroying these games. I mean, mid one with one death between the two, having another tremendous performance with 6-1 and 15, making this mid Earth Spirit look really strong, to be honest. I felt like the Octarine core Earth Spirit did look pretty strong. We saw Tino playing it at Berlin, and I do think it was good. I think it didn't pan out in those games, but I thought the concept is pretty cool, and I think putting it mid makes sense too. Like, if you can go even in a matchup, get runes and just get this Octarine fast, you're insanely tanky, and with the new stones, you can just always fight.
God, this X doesn't do anything. Because every single time he's pulled back, he's face edicted. So even if you did have the damage, most of it's magic and won't do anything. And then Minwan just turns around after you initiate on him and, okay, find somebody else to kill.
I mean, I think Double Edge does more damage to DB here than anybody else.
Yeah. He does have less HP than mid one, so the trade-off is not to his favor.
I mean, he's also double edging Fate's Edict to people.
Yeah. Gonna take their Tormentor, take their Wisdom Rune. Actually, they didn't get the Wisdom Rune. In Your Dream did get that one before he had to vacate the area. But still. 21,000 net worth lead by 22 minutes.
Just a hopeless game damage-wise. Centaur Kunkka, you better win the lanes hard if you play this, because otherwise the fights become impossible, especially into heroes like Oracle. They just destroy these low-damage, magic-oriented lineups. We'll get a Fortune's End.
Especially is not a hero to be trifled with right now. The buffs,
no.
That hero seems very strong.
I mean, I think that hero will become first pick at first phase at some point. He might fall out of that again, but I think at some point teams will start first phasing him, because this Fate's Edict is just insanely stupid. Like,
oh, look at the recall, man. Mid one gets a kill deep into the mid lane, then gets pulled into position by Afu to find another kill.
Oh, there's your Polywave.
Stampede does allow him to get away for now, but is slowed down by Chidori now. The time dilation. Hunting with the boulder. Couldn't find him in time. Another recall. Uses on the Doom. Doom jumps forward. Monsteros.
That is very
That
deep.
is a bold move. It looks like it's going to work. The Terrorblade just dies.
All right, he has the buyback. This is do or die. I think you're dying.
The X, Monsteros, his BKB is going to wear out, but immediately blinks afterwards. They couldn't get the wave on him in time. SMG, full retreat, and a clean retreat at that. Nobody gets left behind. Not here, not today.
And Monsteros cleaned house. Just goes back top, back into farming. He's so goddamn rich. 760 GPM for the Boots Octarine Midas Doom. I'll tell you one thing, there ain't nobody laughing at mid one now after these last two games.
Spirits, man. Put him on a spirit. I want to see more of this mid-Earth spirit. He's definitely figured something out, man. With this Vanguard build-up, Vessel's a nice idea in this game anyway. And then you could go for the later Crimson Guard if you feel like it's still necessary, which, you know, against the Terrorblade still has value. He's just soloing a Terrorblade. Sun goes off, but the Terrorblade really can't kill anything.
Ooh, the kick from downtown.
Nice land. Chidori gets the triple kill.
This is over.
Once in Ultra. No, GG called.
Man,
All
just
right.
absolute destruction.
3-31. They, you know what? They started the series 5-man tipping mid one. They'll end the series 5-man tipping mid one. I appreciate it. They keep the same energy, win or lose. Army Geniuses will end up 1-1 at the end of this week.
I do kind of respect that, you know? Tip him when he's down and tip him when he's up. If he destroys you, all right, give him the tips. Maybe you shouldn't have tipped him. 9-1 and 19. What is that? A combined, do some quick math here. 33, 1 and 40 or something for mid one?
Jesus.
Sure. That's like what is that? A KDA of almost 70? I think it's over 70 for the last 2 games. Well, that is one way to pump up your fantasy numbers for sure. Absolutely figuring it out, selling first team here in the clutch when they needed it. And they'll strike back, start to climb that wave back towards volley if they can get their AG not out of it either. Looked pretty good in game 1, but this game 3 draft, I was not a fan, especially into the Oracle. You just have to respect this hero when it comes out.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, Army Geniuses, the one win that they did have was we cast in that one, not yesterday, but the day before against XERXIA. So there's still a long ways to go. Meanwhile, SMG, their losses were understandable. They had a matchup against Talon. It is the very first series of the entire season. That sucks. They get 2-0 there. And then they end up going 2-1 against Bleed. That is definitely the loss, I think, that'll come back to maybe haunt them at the end of the season. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, it is SMG finally getting a series victory here at the 3rd tour of the CDPC.
Huge win for SMG as their dream to the major is still alive. Winning this series, they just rolled Army Geniuses, no pun intended, but they just did a great job overall. What did you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, if they have the right hero on mid one and it's something that the team is used to, it's just gonna be another level for AG.
I feel like they just found their formula. They know what they're doing. They drafted, they didn't like try to be cool, you know, no more Klink's Oracle. Well, they have good heroes. They enable mid one. They enable their cores. Their cores connect to them. Chidori and Masteros are pretty active when it comes to just trying to connect to the team. They also did really well in lanes this game, which did not happen in the first 2 series at least. It just felt really hard for AG to take fights.
What do you think was the errors of AG this game?
I think Konka was way too poor. Considering he saw the Spirit, they knew the matchup. I talked about this ghost ship against the Magnetize, but at the end of the day, you need to do more than just press one spell to counter one spell. You know, you have to have an impact in the game, and he didn't have any.
That is very, very true.
I feel like Yowie is kind of a laid-back player from what we saw from the last season.
Yeah.
He was a TA kind of player, but even then on TA, he wasn't really owning his lane, you know, as TA should usually. Yeah, I just feel like he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a draft that needed to be ahead. Like this Konka, this Centaur, you know, they're not heroes you pick to like go into this scaling mid game. They're heroes that you want an advantage on, and then you play off that. And they're losing against probably one of the best heroes against Konka, which is Oracle. They also had no reach for the Oracle, so things just kind of look worse than they probably would have been if things had been more even.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for AG though. This is only one loss they're taking so far into the season. Versus SMG really needed this win. If they didn't take it, it would have been really bad.
But I feel like this kind of showed how AG didn't really improve from what they were before, I feel.
Yeah. Well, here's mid one as her MVP on the Earth Spirit 9-119. Kind of looks like the 119.
The 119.
Looks like
1 minute 19.
or like inches. You know, they
Inches?
usually have that.
That's how big his head is. God damn it, one. Carrying with
Okay.
his big head,
All right.
rolling head first into the opponent.
Yeah, he's just a rolling head.
This series was all him. Man.
Yeah,
Credit
that's
to him,
true.
You know, as
I
much
agree.
as I joke about him, he's carrying his team.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to know is like, how did they decide, you know, to really switch it up? Because there's an obvious difference between their draft from the first game to the second and third. Mid one, just, it feels like, I don't know if they're playing for mid one or with mid one, you know?
Well, guess we'll ask whoever we're interviewing.
That is what we will ask. And we do have an interview with Chidori right now. Hello, Chidori. Congratulations on your win.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you feel good?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Of course.
Of
First
course.
win of the series.
Yeah, a bit overdue. But I have a question for you. I was wondering what changed during the second game because the draft looked very different from the first series compared to the second and third.
What changed? Actually, there's nothing much. Just draft according to their hero, maybe. Yeah.
But how did you guys come to the decision to make a different draft? Like, was it mid one who said, "Oh, I want to play this hero," or did you guys kind of just figure it out together?
We just keep talking. Everyone just bring idea to the table. Yeah. So we got a draft like this. Yep.
Can I ask what the idea was behind the Luna pick Chidori in game 2?
There's not much idea behind it. Just good, I can say. Just looks good.
Looks good,
Yeah.
all right. You looked good on
Yeah.
it too.
Hi, Chidori. How does it feel having Masaros on the team?
I mean, he's a funny guy.
Okay.
It's good to have some Thai joke, you know. Yeah.
Do you feel like
Just a funny guy. Yeah.
do you feel like it's been easy to adapt to Masaros and Zhao?
Yeah. They're very friendly. They're very talkative. It's easy to like talk together.
Yeah.
You're probably experiencing the biggest difference from Zhao, right? So changing your lane partner. Like, how's that working out for you? Are things better now? You guys feel more comfortable with each other?
Yeah, we are really comfortable. He's a good partner, I would say. Friendly guy, and he has a lot of experience.
Was he the one who asked for the Veno pick?
Part of. I mean,
Okay.
we suggest and then we just said, okay, just speak it.
I was thinking it was
That
like a
sounds very
Cuckoo
Zhao.
Monster inspiration.
Well, since this is the first time we've been talking to you guys since Berlin, I just want to know, what was your favorite thing about Berlin?
Of course, this is their hot dog and beer.
Hot dog and beer, really?
That's a great answer.
All right, that's good. Oh, thank you. That was a really good answer. All right, that concludes our interview. Thank you so much, Chidori, and I hope you guys
Okay,
win the
thank you.
rest of your games. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Hot dogs and beers. Have you guys had Berlin hot dogs and beers before?
Nope.
Just the hot dogs, they're great.
You've never had the
They're
beer?
great, no.
Have you been to Berlin?
Yes.
Oh, really? For Dota?
Yeah.
Oh.
Everywhere I've been in the world has been for Dota.
Oh, that's nice.
Most places, yeah.
Dota
it's
takes
cool.
you all around the
It's
world.
so weird though, because you feel like you've been to these many countries, but truth
never
is
actually
the
traveled.
scenery I've seen is like the ride from the airport to the hotel. The hotel back, you know, it's like, yeah, this country's beautiful. Like,
Yeah.
bye.
Well, you have seen the special Berlin PCs. I guess maybe we have the same over here.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There are a lot of lands in Berlin during my time, I think. Germany, there's ESL Frankfurt, there's Berlin. What else? is there? I feel like there was a major there too. Dream League's in Sweden, I think, Stockholm.
All right, well, you go reminisce about those times. But first, we're going to go to a break. On to our next series, which we have Boom versus XERXIA. So stick around for that one.
Hi guys, I'm Rupido, offlaner of XERXIA.
Hello everyone, I'm Xnova from Boom Esports.
Last time it was not, but let's see then. Let's see if they improve, because we improved a lot now. Let's see if they're still the same.
I actually made a joke last time when I'm playing Chen. I call myself Chen Wei. My my name is Chen Wei, so I call myself Chen Wei. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe some micro skills in the game, something like that. Cause for me, I like FSC. He's a good offlaner. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I get ideas from him. Just a good offlaner.
Biggest lesson for sure is getting relegated to Division 2 on the first season. That actually hurts a lot, and it also not a bad thing because it makes everyone more hunger to be. And yeah, everyone is more hyped up and more focused, I think.
I think it's gonna be a bit different right now because we're a lot more composed than when we used to play against them on the Div 2. And I think, I don't know, maybe they're not practicing enough right now. Maybe, hopefully.
Hopefully not much different. I think it will be the same.
No, kasi it's high rank. It would be minus 40 if we manage to lose. No. I won't.
Yeah, sure, why not? I'm gonna throw his game.
Watch out, don't underestimate us. And no, just that.
Just try your best, I think.
I hope they support us until the end, even if we do rough, and please don't trash talk us for doing something bad. Something like that.
For the fans, always appreciate and thankful for their continuous support. For the adopters, I can't do anything to them, so I only focus on people who like us and continue to do our best.
Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for the Boom Esports XERXIA series. So this is going to be a very fun one. These two teams came up from Division 2 last season, and they are going to battle it out here today. I am your host, Sophie. Welcome back, everyone, again. And I've got my new friendly face here, John, Mr. X Fire. How you doing today?
Doing great. Looking forward to this matchup between our Div 2 promotees. This is maybe one of the matches that ends up determining which one of them kind of returns to Div 2 potentially, but it does have a lot of weight on it, right? And last time around, Boom went undefeated. XERXIA a little bit different in their lineup. They've had time to practice, so it should be an interesting matchup to watch out for.
Did you enjoy the little interview, the banter, Aurora?
Yeah, I liked it.
I asked Aurora.
I can't hear well. I'm just a human. I'm sorry, Aurora. Go on.
I feel like that's not a very real representation of Xnova. He can be much more toxic. He just chooses not to be. He's hiding.
Yeah, it's interesting enough because Xnova was the only one to say that he would pick the opponent on his team in a pub. He would draft him.
Yeah,
but only to say he would throw his game. Yeah. So that's a little toxicity seeping out right there.
I know.
But you're close friends with him, right, Aurora? He seems like a nice guy.
If he wins this series, yeah.
He'll be nice.
If he doesn't win, no, I don't really know him, man.
That's the one. All right, well, we've got a draft ready to go. So let's get it up there for Series 2, Game 1.
Wow. Big Mao saying he's the Chen Wei and now like banning both of his heroes. That kind of shake the whole TI stage back then.
Yeah, I like that. Well, perhaps just feeling XERXIA could pick it up themselves. The Chen has been one of those high priority heroes. I'm more interested with XERXIA going for the early Terrorblade. I think that's showing a lot of confidence. It leaves a lot of options for you to kind of handle it in your core-to-core matchup, kind of handle it maybe from your supports, from your off lane as well. So Boom has a lot of leeway here for, like, say, an early FBZ pickup. They want to lean into that. I do respect Batrider ban. Honestly, Universal Heroes just feel way overtuned. I played a couple of games last night. I just played Wind Ranger with 2 bracers. Level 3, level 4 with 76 damage with 900 HP. It's pretty dumb, Universal Heroes.
Yeah, it is. Like, honestly, when I played Wind Ranger against OD last time, the 1v1, I never win because of OD's like sheer stats. But now, when I have just 1 magic wand and 2 branches, I'm denying this OD like more than 10. It's crazy.
It's so dumb. So I respect Batrider being banned because it is one of those dumb heroes. We do get Techies and Timbersaw, which should be your way of managing that Terrorblade. Already looking like a lot of damage early on, so you can kind of pressure that lane. I am keen to see how XERXIA wants to combat it. They'll just go into the Rubik pickup for now. I think the lane setup for Boom, I mean, again, you open with Terrorblade, you leave yourself susceptible to all of these kinds of picks, and I think Boom has a good answer, early on at least.
It is FVZ's specialty on this Timber. I like it because the last time they tried to pick all their comfort heroes, but then it didn't look good because maybe they should have picked like some of the heroes that they picked later, but in the earlier phase, or they just don't pick their hero at all because it's like they try to pick the the mask, the mask, right? But then they did it in the 24th phase, which I really don't like it. So yeah, it was an ass pick.
Yeah. Not so much this time. I am still keen to see what we maybe see slip into our mid matchup. I think that's also really interesting to watch out for. You've always had a lot of promise with the 2 mids here. Yopaj has been someone that I feel like we've talked about since the pandemic began, right before all the lands were canceled. Like Yopaj was popping off on Neon with Scam.
Oh yeah, Singapore Major.
Yeah, Singapore Major and all of that. Even before that, like Neon was on the up and up. That's the same time as Motivate Trust was, which still makes me sad. I don't know why I mention that. But yeah, like the mid matchup is going to be interesting with XERXIA for Yopaj and Ken, right? Am I misremembering who's on mid right now? Is it Ken? Or is it JG? Have I mixed all of my lineups up? I think I have. I feel like I'm looking at an older XERXIA.
It's JG. Yeah,
it's JG. Okay.
It's JG now, yeah.
Yeah, the JG versus Yopaj matchup should be interesting because I think that's something that a lot of people would argue is better for Yopaj individually. I think JG's proven to us that he's had a very interesting mid pool. Like, he's the kind of player who was still pulling out mid Timbersaw last time I saw him as well, maybe in December. Again, you don't have those options, but he does play a very different pool that's open to him in comparison to Yopaj, who plays, mostly standard mids. So there's always a way to lean elsewhere for XERXIA if there's a need to.
I feel like Boom is just now banning the comfort heroes off. So it's not really what they are afraid of. I mean, yeah, Doom can press one button on Timber and he can't use his spells, but like, I don't think Timber is all that afraid of Doom in particular. Dawn is just a respect ban, Rupido's thing.
Yeah, it's been fantastic on it here. I'm surprised to see that they're leaving certain options like, say, Underlord in the pool. That's just been a really big off lane that I feel like is prioritized first phase when possible with the Doom.
Yep, it is quite annoying to play against the Underlord as Timbersaw that you are not laning with. Because you destroy him with your Q, but then like you just feel very irritated, getting rooted over and over again. And then like the damage is pretty decent too from Underlord.
Yeah. They do get to pick up the ENG. They prioritize banning the Clockwork. I'm not seeing why. I think yesterday we were talking about the Clockwork a bit. I know that we don't have the biggest fans here. I can see its value in the 5 just because of the gate. Like 5s that can use the gate really well. I think Clockwork's still up there. But I'm not seeing the direct reason for Boom to ban out a Clock. It doesn't feel like there's anything that gets too punished by being caught out. At least, unless they have something very specific for their core matchup here.
I don't really know the support players from Social really well, but I think Clockwork with TB is actually really great pairing, like in terms of laning and later on, because Clock has this BKB Pierce stun, right? And as a TB, you want your team to make opponents stand still so you can hit them. And Cloudwork is great at that. So I guess it was just, you know, like an annoying hero. Let's just get him out of the game.
It's fair.
You know, whenever I see like Techies and Timber together, it makes me think of. Do you ever play Underlords? Wasn't there like for a while there was like a mechanic kind of class?
Yeah.
What was it called? Like,
Was it not mechanic?
was it?
I have no clue. I played like 2 games of Underlords.
What?
Yeah.
You were never like.
I had a really bad phone back then, so I was like, I didn't really stick to it in PC. When I was on PC, I'd rather play Dota. You know, it's one of those things, and I had a really crappy phone. You know, so
sorry, it was Underlords the card game or something.
it was the
No, that's
auto chess
Artifact.
one.
Oh,
Yeah, it was the auto.
Yeah, it's the auto chess of Dota.
So it's the mini game, right?
Yeah.
The event game.
Not
No,
an
it was
event,
like
no.
its own game.
It was its own game,
Oh,
then
I
it
see.
died, along
Okay,
with
that I don't
Artifact. 2 of
I'm
them
a
died
bummer.
together.
I only play Dota.
Well, we do have the next picks coming out. We've got the Clinks coming out for XERXIA, which has been a really popular 4-5 coming out, and the PL coming out from Boom. The one thing I don't like with the Clinks, like, yes, it's really strong if you do manage to build up, you know, Solar Crest timing, then just basically become a core. Your laning slow can be useful, but it doesn't provide you control. Like, you're up against a Timbersaw, you only really have the lift and Rolling Thunder to deal with that. And even the PL, it's not something that you can easily pin down here.
I would say he does kind of provide map control because he's really annoying with his like tar bombs and his invis. But the thing is, I like this PL pick way more because on social side, they don't really have enough damage to threaten this PL. And on top of that, it's just, they already don't have enough controls, you know, like you said, like they only have the Rube, they only have the Pango, and ideally they want to stun people that the TB can kill, and I don't feel like PL is someone they can really kill.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Like, you don't have that much AoE damage. Maybe if you clear out the illusions, you're Terrorblade in a 1-on-1, but yeah, it's a PL. It's always going to have a couple of illusions out. Your clear is basically swashbuckle for the most part, and down the line you will have enough HP on the PL illusions to kind of tank through. I'm wondering if there's maybe a pickup they can go for on Rupido, unless they flex the Pango off lane.
Yeah,
Kinda deal
Boom
with
just
it?
banned
Let's
the,
not do
the
that.
puck.
Please
Yeah.
stop doing that.
Boom
Yeah.
just banned the puck, so I think they're under the assumption that it might be an offlane Pango.
Ember as well. I mean, those are really good solutions for the PL, which is smart, but I feel like XERXIA should not want to run the offlane Pango. Like, into PL, I guess the lane is not too bad. Like, say, Pango Rubik lane could be good for level 1 to 2, maybe level 3. Past the point, the PL can just
I
not
feel
care.
it's just a easy 1v2 for Enchantress though.
Yeah.
Like, Rubik and Klings can't really do anything to Enchantress, and she's already great at 1v1, and then on top of that, Pango, really low HP pool hero. And you need to use all your spells to farm in a side lane, so I don't really think it's a good idea. But from how both teams are banning, it might be a Rupido Pango.
Primal Beast!
Okay. That does give you some early way of clearing out PL. It gives you some hold as well if you can isolate the real one. Really good damage output early on. It does allow you to play much more tempo, maybe even drag in the Terrorblade with 1 item up, play with Metamorphosis. And it is flex. I mean, again, you could run it mid, you can run it off lane, so you can kind of figure out what Yopaj will want and try to give JG a manageable lineup there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think it's one of the best heroes they can pick here to counter all the heroes that Boom have, but also enable your TB. Because if you get the Aghanim Scepter on this Primal Beast, he's gonna destroy all the heroes now on Boom.
That's true. Actually, that's very true.
It's something that we've seen Primal Beasts kind of rush as well sometimes. So I wouldn't mind that, just having that break, having more AoE damage come out. Pretty good uptime on that spell. Wouldn't mind it.
I'm not gonna lie, I really forgot this hero exists because I have not seen it in any
disappeared.
games. I have not seen it even in pubs.
Yep.
It's just gone.
We do have the Yopaj Storm.
I like that. Like, I like the Storm because it can handle pretty much both matchups, and it will be the Rupido Pango, so JG will play that mid Primal Beast. The Storm doesn't mind that too much. Maybe by level 4 or 5, it gets a little bit awkward without your level 6 in the Storm to ball away. but you shouldn't put yourself in a situation where you do get jumped. You have a slow on hand, you have Vortex to cut off the movement, so you should find some spacing there for Yopaj. And down the line, I mean, the 3 mobile heroes on PL, on Storm, on even that Timbersaw, I'm not sure how you can pin them all down from XERXIA. In a big 5v5, it does feel like Boom will be able to get away with a lot.
I feel like if this Timbersaw has a good lead and the Storm Spirit had an okay start, and they just have to keep playing the Storm and Timber combo, you know. This PL is non-existent until maybe he has a Manta or something. Although I don't think he really needs Manta this game, but it's good to have because TB, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all on this Storm and Timbersaw right now.
Yeah, I think the one concern maybe is that you don't have a battery for Storm, so how active Yopaj can be is going to be impacted by that, just a bit.
Wait, so Teehee and Jaja are the same, right?
Yeah.
So then if it's
haha,
yeah, it's haha, it's not Jaja, it's the ha with the H.
Yep.
Okay, because then that makes a lot more sense, because Teehee and haha. But whose draft are you guys liking better? Me, I think I like Boom's.
I'd lean on Boom. I think it's easier for their win conditions to come online. I think XERXIA, even if they come off to a running start, we have to see them capitalize on their lead, because the moment it lets go, you're not stopping these heroes on Boom.
Well, these two teams are both sitting at 0-1, having 1 loss each, and Boom took every single game flawlessly in Division 2. So we're going to see if they are able to continue their win against other Division 2 team, XERXIA. Throwing you guys over to our casters. Take it away.
Oh, it is so good to be able to see Boom back in action again, Avery. I missed them. I don't know how you felt about it, but this was my favorite team last year from Southeast Asia to watch, and it was a little disappointed to see them get dropped down into lower division.
Felt bad, man. Yopaj is my idol. I want to see my idol floundering. I want to see him thrive with the haters in the dirt. Maybe this is their rise to glory, to Bali, home turf.
Well, they're going to have to do some heavy lifting if they want to be able to get to TI off of points. And that includes not just winning here, getting top 3 in Southeast Asia, but being able to go to Bali and get some big points. That is the problem of getting knocked down to lower division. You not only just miss out on 1 season's worth of points, but a 2nd season as well.
It's rough. Luckily, those later seasons and majors are worth more. So if you're going to do well at one of the majors, you'd rather do well at the last one than the first one. Like Talon. Dumbasses. I mean, or like these gaming gladiator clowns, you know? They're winning the first 2 majors.
Yeah, scrubs.
Who cares?
What are they thinking?
Yeah, not even guaranteed. Useless. Just win the last one. You're good.
The battle begins.
Everything's still on the board here, you know?
Do you get more money at the 3rd major? I know you get more points, but...
No, I mean...
Same amount of money for all of them?
I mean, majors are the same. Why should you get paid more for winning one?
Well, you get more points. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, the last major's worth way more, obviously.
Yeah, so maybe it should be worth more money, too.
No, because
you just said it's worth more. Your words, not mine.
It is a little weird, but I mean, the thing is, points are effectively money.
Sure.
Most of the time. Unless you're that VP squad from last year. But we don't need to talk about that, you know? What's a couple points here or there? They earned a lot of them and didn't do anything. I think this is another game where first phase Terrorblade got exposed. I don't know how you feel, but like, I don't see Terrorblade carrying this game, all things even. So what's the advantage of first phasing this hero? He has like 3 bad core matchups and 2 supports that one can take as illusion and the other just is pure magic damage. Like, what is Terrorblade doing in this game? He's just shoving waves in for your kill threat? I mean, that's okay, but your kill threat is, I guess, Clinks and Primal. So for me, if this XERXIA lineup wants to come together, it has to be JG on the Primal and it has to be Bombi on Clinks, making a crap ton of kill action happen off of the Pango Terrorblade lane shove for this lineup to fully come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're running Primal Beasts, I think you have to snowball pretty heavily. This hero really isn't being run a whole lot, and pretty good reason for it, I would say. JG had 5 stacks of uproar, so I think he wanted to make something happen there, but doesn't actually, can't really threaten underneath tower, and can't really play the lane very well against Stormsphere. This is a rough one.
Yopach has the upper hand for sure. Bottle's coming out. Probably trade water runes here. So maybe not the worst outcome. I'm going to give him the BM pause for the rune. Make sure it's working. Oh, we got unpaused by his teammate. Oh, it was DC. That's weird, but... You know, now that we have a pause, Cav.
Yeah.
How about some quick lore trivia?
Oh no! All right, who is it this time? Who?
All right,
you can do a Primal Beast trivia on me.
No.
I don't care about that hero.
Enchantress has 2 alliance connections in this game. 2 heroes that she has a strong alliance with. Which 2 are they?
I'm gonna say Pango. They definitely hooked up at some point.
That's actually correct. Yes.
So was I correct on both accounts?
Wait, what was the other one?
No, I said they hooked up at some point.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Maybe that's on a different lore site than the one I'm... That's on a special subreddit, Cap. We're not talking about that here.
Phantom Lancer.
Getting bullied.
Is he dead?
No, it is not Phantom Lancer. Oh, he's disarmed.
Oh, but it's gonna be Bumby who dies. The long-range shot from X-Nova, not even impetus. Just a regular old hit.
Getting Bambied up top, man. X-Nova putting in work, and they both had sticks, so refills, gets the 3-minute Lotus, can give it to his carry. And X-Nova making the magic happen.
Okay, so what are the connections?
What, for who? All right, I'll give you one more guess. Who's the other? Enchantress's best friend, Cap. Her best friend is in this game. You don't even know who her best friend is in the whole world.
I mean, it's definitely not Timbersaw.
No,
it's definitely not Terrorblade.
Incorrect. It actually is Terrorblade.
I don't think it's Techies. What? No, it's not.
Terrorblade is her best friend.
Bullshit.
That's just true lore. That's true lore.
He is the demon of all demons. He's the demon that the prime evils are afraid of.
Yes, but he's also a demon that hunts other demons. And Enchantress is so innocent that he loves her for the dichotomy. As Rapido will feel more wrath of this Phantom Lancer lane. Still has the Lotus up for Natsumi. Man, if you're losing lane to Phantom Lancer, you're in trouble, I think. Because this hero has crazy mid-game timings, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, seriously. And once again, Klink's not winning his lane, which I think this hero is supposed to win your lane.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, Enchantress is a tough go because the level 1 is very rough, and they lost that level 1 trade. I feel like Klink's timing is like the level 3 to 5. He's one of those heroes, especially with Death Pact. If you just keep getting Death Packs off like after every trade, it's really obnoxious over time. This is just not the type of lane trajectory you want. I think off-lane Pango does not help this hero either. I mean, you did take an early lucky shot point to try and get some armor synergy, but off-lane Pango is just weak. Spells are not what you want. Zephyr up here trying to make the 3v2 snowball this even more.
See if you could surprise them. Oh, they're playing pretty close together too. This might end up being a 2-man stun.
It's gonna ensnare him.
Ensnared, and just he still hits the 2-man. Bumby, he is gonna go down, but Zephyr might actually die. Man, that Swashbuckle actually bringing both supports low. Tiki's gonna show up.
Would have been a kill.
Can't get the kill.
Can't land the grenade. Can't get anything. Nothing in this early game going XERXIA's way. And that is a scary idea when you're playing this first phase Terrorblade lineup into 3 counter picks. With FPZ getting full solo XP with the early Vanguard bottom. And he is living the life. He's gonna keep this, trying to keep this catapult alive. This young god is trying to kill it because he knows if it survives, you probably cannot kill it later when meta is out. This is a scary wave down here. Like, this could result in an early tier 1 if XERXIA do not bring support.
I mean, but what are they who do they bring? They bring Primal. I feel like you have to bring Primal Beast if you want to be able to stop him. That's the only. You need like Primal Beast plus some support if you want to be able to stop this Timbersaw this early.
It's very tough. I mean, he has Lotus and full on. I actually don't think he's killable.
Yeah, Vanguard plus 2 levels of reactive armor makes this hero incredibly tough to kill early on. Vanguard's just 2 value. It's just 2 value right now.
I mean, there's always some item that's value, right? You never can get rid of that. Like, it's going to be Vanguard or a Helm of Iron Will or Casual Ring. There's always something.
Shield Crash will help Rapido, but this is a bit too much for the pay grade that Shield Crash gives you.
And FBZ hit level 6 off all that solo XP too. So this catapult push has some damage behind it. At least they pulled the wave off. Should save the tower. Another quick pause.
Bit of a mic issue. Okay, so...
You're going back to the lore thing, aren't you? Huh? I knew you were going back to the lore. You can't resist. You can't resist the pull.
How do they even meet?
I mean, probably at the bar. How most
probably at the bar. So I was right about hooking up just the wrong hero.
Well, I'm not. I mean, this is a PG stream cap. Jesus.
Is it? I don't think it is. It's a PG-13. I think we're allowed to drop one F-bomb.
That's true. I drop way more, so that might actually not be true. What FBZ is doing to this tower is not PG, man. Somebody stop him. It will be the JG Primal.
Here. Is this going to be enough? He's going to go for the kill onto Zephyr, knocks him out of the air. Nice play there with the onslaught.
Tower's dead. Well,
the tower's dead, but they got the deny.
Yo, FBZ, what are you doing, my man? You can't give that to him. That's your tower.
Well,
a minor win.
Can't really stop him. He's pretty bad. He's right-clicking things.
I mean, the domination top is still continuing, by the way. Like, this lane is an absolute disaster for XERXIA. Even the shield crash getting purged off here. All the answers. Xnova is just pushing deep. No fear. Because he has Yopaj here.
Yopaj. He's going to get that kill onto the Pango. Swashbuckle's coming up in a second. Maybe he's good. Oh, he got grabbed into tower. Oh, no, Yopaj.
My God. That was a long-range grab. He just played that a little too casual.
Go for more. Trying to catch up to Zephyr. Gets slowed down. Okay, that's a little annoying.
The thing is, that was like a 3 or 4 range creep wave that Rapido gets instead of getting zoned out, right? That's
I also think the Vanguard proc to like every single time on those hits.
I mean, you got Vanguard procs and a disarm at the end. Sometimes a little luck goes a long way.
It's Zephyr onslaughts down to the low ground before Yopaj can catch him. Bumby. He'll be in some trouble here. Actually went for 3 levels of Death Pact. This is not the build that I have seen. Have you seen this one?
It's not as common, no.
Yeah, I've seen the 4-4-1 build.
Yeah. You're either maxing the Tar Bomb strafe. I mean, it is a lot of EHP early. You get charges too. It's like pretty nice on the map. But it is much lower damage. I feel like this hero's about dealing the damage early.
I thought he was just doing it because of Enchantress. Like he wanted to be able to eat the same creep. Like so if you level it up, right, you can eat the bigger creeps. So I thought maybe he's just trying to deal with the fact that Enchantress can grab the bigger creeps.
I hadn't thought about this hero as like an edge counter, but yeah, he can eat all the creeps now. That's pretty nice. Plus he has charges, you can just throw it out. Yeah, there goes your Ursa. Easy.
It actually scales the exact same way that Enchantress's does. 4, 5, 6, 6.
It's almost intended.
Wow.
Welcome to Facts with Austin Walsh.
Just the facts, please. No lore involved.
I'll give the lore. You give the facts. That's what the people came here for.
Well, I hope the people came here for a boom early game lead, because that's what they got. 3,000 net worth lead here at 10 minutes. Feeling pretty good, and like you already kind of tackled, does feel like this Terrorblade is addressed to a certain degree. So if the early laning phase is going well, it feels like it's only going to get worse from here.
It's also just a hell of a Crimson game if it ever comes out here for FBZ later. I mean, he can just go carry items, wouldn't mind it. You don't need it super early. So I think your team fight's fine. But like, you hit that timing where you have Phantom Lancer Ags plus a Timber Crimson plus whatever Yopaj has. I don't know how you team fight that if you're XERXIA. Like, you need to start finding pickoffs. You need to start finding them soon with his clinks. But X Nova is already 6.
Zip it over, getting the grab. Good pick off there. The Ruby's going to be dying. JG, he's going to cut through, and at least he has an answer to this Enchantress, even if Bombi couldn't do anything about him. TP away, an attempt, but a burst damage is a bit too much. Chakram pullback will finish him off, and Rapido needs to get out of here. Still has a Rolling Thunder, not going to be forced to use it, though.
I guess it's space for Young God. They brought all the TPs up here for Boom. But that's another power room to Yopaj off 2 more support kills, DD and the tank. I mean, Boom are ready to strike. They're just going to walk it down mid. I don't think you're defending this.
Nah, not against a full mana double damage Storm.
Another pause, man. That just means more time for lore.
It looked intentional.
No more lore for today.
No more lore for the day. We're all out.
We're all out of lore. You have to pace it out, you know. Unless you want more Pugna lore.
I think it just means that you personally are out of lore.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, what's the relationship between Techies and Timbersaw? They're both the same race. There's got to be something there, right?
No relationship. Actually, that's the surprising thing. A lot of the Keen don't have relationships.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of the Keen don't know each other because they were separated in the great Keen diaspora. So they haven't really met each other since they got sent to different realms.
There's no way the Dota writer put the word diaspora in the Dota lore. I don't believe you.
Are you doubting? Are you doubting?
I am 100% doubting.
Fatal mistake, my friend. The game will continue. We'll have no time to figure out if it was real or not.
Sapphire call somebody cousin or something like that?
Yeah, they're distant cousins. They don't know each other.
Oh, I mean, trying to defend this counter to the Primal Beast who tries to show up. What did we say? There's no way they're fighting this? Well, they tried, and it's not going so well.
That was not a fight. You showed up to the basketball court and got your ass beat.
Well, I thought you were going to say dunked on, but I guess ass beat works well, too. I thought we were playing basketball. No, this is a street fight.
I mean, yeah. You don't show up to a knife fight with a basketball. Yopaj just slapped your ass. Why do you go in there, man? That's double damage Storm with Timbersaw with a Whirling Death for strength. I mean, I understand the need to try and defend that tower from JG, but
stupendous.
He even had a little streak going. Gave it away. Everything going Boom here in the first 15 minutes of this game, up 5K. All 3 of their cores topping the charts. And it doesn't feel like Natsumi's been touched in 6 or 7 minutes.
I didn't even know Natsumi was playing in this game. Look at him on my screen the entire game. Bombi's going to die here as he tries to play a little bit of scouting Clinks action, but gets scouted instead.
Honestly, this Clinks Ench matchup seems kind of bad for Clinks. Well, you can eat the creep, but you can't kill her.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what you want to be doing with this here. You want to be finding the 4 and the 5 and just solo killing them. Or making their life.
They're going to lose both Wisdom Runes, by the way. That's what he was headed to. He was going to cut across and take the Wisdom Rune. Instead, Natsumi takes theirs. So, rough times. Look how sad Bombi is.
Gonna scout him out.
Oh my god, he's under sentry. Oh no! He just died back to back in under a minute.
And he's going to clean up the skellies. Those are 20 gold a pop.
I've been wanting this.
That is a nice sentry to have right there.
Oh my god, if Young God dies as well, the burst damage. Ooh, Zephyr's really good at laying out those mines quickly, but it got off the Sunder. Oh, what a timing on that one. Gets the kill on the Storm Spirit as a result. Now FBZ is going to cut through the Rubik on his way out of this team fight. Let's see if he can keep it going though. Long Timber Chain gets him this
charge.
Primal Beast is on his way. Mirage grabs FBZ a second kill, going the way of XERXIA just when they needed it most.
That's a huge momentum swing. If you lose your Terrorblade there, that might just be the game, to be honest. Like, you had to get something going. Big Wand plus Lotus for Young God paying off. Gives him the extra heal to survive through that. Just enough to wear down the Storm mana and get the turn. That is what XERXIA are looking for, as Natsumi continues to steal their Ancients. You got to make up this gold somewhere else. The fights are the way to do it.
Yeah.
Your Primal Beast is still strong right now. Like, this hero is still one of the highest early damage heroes in the game, kind of independent of items. He doesn't really care what you have, he doesn't care what he has. His spells are still very powerful, but this window does not last forever. Another reason these next 5 to 10 minutes of fighting for XERXIA are super important.
And both those heroes, both Pango and Primal Beast, have some really good spells against Phantom Lancer specifically, right? A lot of AoE, cheap spam. It's just getting on top of the Phantom Lancer in the first place. Maybe the hard part is Natsumi going to play a little game of keep away right now.
Oh, Young God.
Young God. He's going to take a lot of fear damage there. He's Sunder is not back up yet. The Magic Wand did a lot, but not enough, it seems. Rolling Thunder is going to come on through here. Gives a chance to be able to go for a kill. They split targets. So Nova as the primary one. Took a lot, but they finally get him. Primal Beast, though, takes a lot of damage. FBZ, if he's not... Oh, that just off landed mid-onslaught. What a land there. The pullback in finishes him off on JG, and Yopash slips away with the Invis Rune. Has enough mana. He's going to get away, and Teehee tried to chase after him, but doomed to fare, it seems.
That was a nice leap to secure that primal kill at the end. Hit him in the middle. I don't know if that was intended, but looked pretty damn cool. And that was just aggressive TP by Young God. Does not feel like he has space anywhere else to farm on the map. With Storm and Phantom Lancer occupying that upper part. When we were talking about this Phantom Lancer, it will be another early Ags for Natsumi here. I still go back to this hero he's not behaving the same as some of these old Phantom Lancer matchups where when you get this Ags, you don't have to run in and just take the man fight. So, like, sure, you have Primal and Pango, but Natsumi has 2 other heroes in the Storm and the Timber who can go in and start the fight first, and he can just play around the edge. Like, you're not going to be able to.
Those heroes are heavily affected by the mana burn aspect.
Yes. That's why I feel like this VL hero is very scary versus almost anything now. You give him a good early. It's just obnoxious, and he's good in the team fight. He just needs frontline, and boom, have that.
Ito rolls on through and TP's back. Just trying to slow down this push at this point. I mean, he's lucky he got away in the first place. Bombi is going to be able to cut the wave, which is, in the losing game, at least Klinks can do this. We haven't seen Klinks actually look good in the first 20 minutes of the game, but you can always resort to just split pushing.
Yeah, this hero farms fast. He does it for pretty cheaply as well. Does it as Phylactery up instead of the slower Crest Rush. I still believe in this hero. Like, I think this hero is very good right now. It's just the laning has not been there for the Klinkses today. And that's a big component of the hero. Because you need to have your laning be good so that your game flow looks like stealing Wisdom Rune into level advantage against enemy supports, into solo killing them with early Phylactery or early Medallion Solar. If that happens, I think the hero is very obnoxious on the map, and he's going to be very tanky and out threshold you for a lot of that early game. But if that doesn't start with at least some laning phase that's even or good enough for the hero that he can do that, then you're kind of just this dude who has to rat and try and get to some items, and you miss a lot of your early kill timings. Just feels bad.
Zip on in. Doesn't take too much to get this kill. The blast off lands before the swashbuckle could come back up.
A lot of damage. Continued rampage from Yopaj in this game.
Looks like the BKB is finally done for JG.
I mean, that's nice. It's at the same time as Natsumi finishes his Ags, though. Which is just a better timing here.
Radiant's middle tower
Makes him pretty
is under
damn
attack.
tanky on strength treads with 1800 HP, and also going Ags on FBZ. So you're gonna have frontline, you're gonna have damage, you're gonna have poke, you're gonna have it all here if you're Boom. It's just a matter of using it. Yopaj will go for the solo kill. Man, the Skeleton Warrior having a rough time today. 0-7.
Radiant's top
That is a
tower is under
lot of
attack.
deaths for a 19-minute game.
For a hero that's supposed to be hard to kill. That's like one of his strengths.
XERXIA.
20 minutes. Gotta protect your Tormentor.
Grab him just to make sure he's finished off. Does mean there's no more ultimate for the rest of this fight, which they could use some additional damage here because they want to be able to kill more off the pick. They get X Nova. Rolling Thunder is actually really well positioned to be able to hit some more heroes. Slow him down. Is it going to try and return fire? Yopaj, he zips on in, gets the catch onto Teehee. He's going to be the first one down. JG uses his BKB, but he needs some help. Young God shows up, but he doesn't really want to use mana for a fight that they are clearly trying to retreat out of. Onslaught, Chakram slows down Young God. He's burned out of mana. No Sunder available to him.
There's Timber Axe.
They might just be able to dive in.
Pop on nothing but double Ags timing for Boom. Just lets their cores take that fight 3v4, 3v5, I guess. And Tormentor on the menu with the illusions to help soak up a little bit here. Yeah, that's a tough one. We'll get it. X Nova, welcome to Little Friends.
Yeah, probably not the ideal shard, but
I mean, he can get
considering the fact they got it from the enemy shard and they have their own Tormentor, it means they can get a good shard going soon.
Exactly. That's just investment for the future.
True. Which Natsumi might do it now, or not. Yeah, I guess he's not gonna get the shard. So what's the point of doing it for your team?
I mean, also getting an extra enchant creep on the map is pretty underrated, I think.
Yeah.
You can farm out a lot, you can shove more waves, you can scout more. It's just pretty damn nice. These things last a long time with level 4 enchant. 120 seconds to have 2 big creeps. Like, that's 2 lanes you can control, right?
Dire's top tower is under
It reminds me of like it's like, it reminds me of that Lycan shard, right? Or it's like, oh, it just spawns a wolf. How good can that be? But over the course of a game, that amounts to map control, vision, some extra farm. The lanes mean a lot in Dota, so just having an extra creep, like, yeah, the Little Friends is kind of useless, but I would not overlook just having a second strong unit on the map. Bombi number 9.
Oh my god, that zip through hit him, but it wasn't enough damage. They are actually smoking over, which is kind of interesting because Yopaj halfway through his mana pool. They cannot afford to be delayed up at all. If they can get straight to the pit, they can maybe intercept, but it's going to die. They won't get here in time. And they have the successful scan too on the side, so they know some heroes are hanging out here.
This is an awkward fight. You don't even have the high ground ward. Do have Stolen Chakram, level 2. Pretty nice spell to have for this type of engagement. But you have to get the right jump, and Aegis is going to prove very problematic. More so if Boom have the high ground.
They get the initiation, no chance for a BKB. Really good Rolling Thunder, but it's the Primal Beast dead. All their damage is gone, so once again, it feels like XERXIA aren't getting the initiation that they want. And so every single time they're just kind of getting jumped as they're retreating.
And every single time, Yopaj is just finding the skeleton for more free gold.
Radiant's courier has
Feasting
been
on his
killed.
bones at this point. 9 deaths. And you're just this man's bounty room.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Every time you show Yopaj's TPs, collects his rune, puts the skeleton archer in his bottle, says thanks.
Radiant's
Pretty
top
nice answer to
tower
this
is
hero.
under attack.
I like the storm. Just insta jump him. He pretty much solo dies, right? Because he doesn't have the survivability.
Yeah. Yopaj is scaling well too off of a Witchblade Kaya Sange build.
With another double damage.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Storm force.
Boom came to play today.
Bonk. Grabs him. Okay, the stun comes through. Natsumi. Can anybody put some damage on him? Man, that is unfortunate. That was an opportunity right there. Perhaps a small slip up where they maybe could have killed the Aegis and taken a team fight afterwards. But sadly, XERXIA didn't have any follow up off of that Primal Beast jump.
And they used the meta for that. Well, your Phantom Lancer's going to walk down mid here, and you can just close out the entire map if you're Boom. The second anybody shows, oh, hey there, JG. How's your BKB doing?
On cooldown. What a shame.
I mean, high ground is not great here for Boom, but I think it's good enough to try and force it with this Aegis with no meta.
Ooh, the initiation inside of the base. Boom. They are not leaving XERXIA alone.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Extra Enchantress creeps also help.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it all comes back to little friends.
I mean, every little bit. That's what Dota's
Cut some
about.
creep waves, but the creeps are already here, so the backdoor protection is down. They're going to get a lane of barracks unless XERXIA can come up with an answer.
God, Yopaj's courier
Radiant's
might just make him angrier, though. Should have left it alone. That'll be ranged Rash. GG looking for the timber. He's got Ags. He ain't dying.
No, he is. The shield is taking up everything. It's gonna fade away here. But comes up on B. He got him in the end.
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh, number 10.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
poor man's had a rough one. And he's not getting any favors.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
That's first to 10, right? That's the betting number that people always talk about, right?
The hell,
First to
Cap? Why
10.
would you bring that up?
First to 10 deaths, right? That
Radiant's
was
top tower is under attack.
The hell is wrong with you? Yopaj in. The Lance is...
Yopaj in and JG is out. He tries to slam down Yopaj, but he'll die before he can do much more than half of Storm Spirit's health. And Natsumi will just give up his Aegis, no big deal. Time for a fresh life, a fresh start at taking down these barracks.
Look at these Lances go, man. They're just killing. Young God is dying.
Young God is dead. Oh my God, he had to sunder the illusions.
This build is disgusting. It's actually just straight disgusting.
Do you think you go Octarine as well?
I think there's a lot of unexplored territory with this Axe.
I mean, that's what BSJ's Phantom Lancer build was, right? You would go the Aghanim Scepter and then you would go Octarine.
I just feel like it's already solo cooldown with the talent. It might just make your illusion stronger. He's gonna go Octarine here. Actually, yeah. Decent call. I mean, it sounds good on paper, right?
Sure.
I just feel like Heart is probably good too. Silver Edge, Butterfly.
Oh, they found the real one.
Get round in.
The stun only lasts so long. JG, maybe if he popped his BKB beforehand, they could have gotten him, but we'll have to just accept a kill on a Zephyr. Barely gets that one, but everybody else is dead. GG is called. XERXIA get wiped out by Boom, man. Boom coming back into the upper division to put some serious vengeance on these other SEA teams?
I feel like that game is just a hard game, honestly. I don't really see the advantage you set yourselves up for in that game, and I think a lot of it then comes down to the laning phase, and you just got outplayed in the lane. Like, that top lane, Enchantress Phantom Lancer destroyed you. And I think if you're going to get Phantom Lancer away with a good carry matchup in a game where you don't necessarily have good answers to him in terms of control because your supports are both single target, then, like, you cannot give him a good lane too. The hero just runs away with it. He hits this Yasha Diffusal Ag's timing that seems incredibly strong in the meta right now. And then he doesn't have to go in. He just starts lancing you with his level 15 talent. Okay, you have some AoE on your cores. Who gives a damn? Like, Natsumi ends the game with 0 deaths. I don't even think you saw him outside of the one time he ran into you.
Pretty much.
I go back to first phase Terrorblade and ask the question, why?
Well, good question for the panel. Panel, why?
Why? I can't tell you why. I have no idea why, but they probably can tell you why. Why, guys?
Honestly, I feel like it was more of the Primal Beast not moving at all, because I saw that he was level 7 and he was still chilling in the jungle. Well, tip for playing Primal Beast: as soon as you have 6, use your ulti. Go somewhere, create some havoc, wreck some heroes, I don't know. The fact that you have the luxury to not face Enchantress in the lane, like, already give you so much to perform, because I mean, mid-storm, yeah, it's like you can't really abuse your W on him, like he's a much stronger matchup, but still, you won't have problems farming, you won't have problems getting your 6, especially now in the meta where the supports will just love to stay lane, or if anything, they just want to move to the other side, And I feel like this Primus really didn't do anything else. He was just chilling in the jungle, enjoying his, like, final moments before the meteor. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it had maybe a little bit to do with the support pickups as well. Like, you're trying to connect with maybe a Clinks and a Rubik. Like, neither one has that much control for you to set up. You only really have lift to go into chaining your roll, to chain into your stun, then no follow-up. It's like you have to get that burst window out, which a Clinks can theoretically do, but it does feel like you need at least a medallion up, ideally a solar crest, which you don't tend to get by the time your Primal Beast hits 6. So I think XERXIA's draft just didn't do them that many favors. Like, the laning performance of Boom was up there as well, but this opening, as SBG said, going with Terrorblade first into a Rubik, just made things pretty awkward. And then the Flex Pangolier, I think, is the one thing that I had biggest issues with. Sure, Rupido is very comfy with it. It's a very different patch. We don't see that offlane Pango at all, and for good reason. It just doesn't feel great, especially into what Boom got with the Enchantress and the PL. It just holds its own.
I feel like the Pango definitely could have done better in the laning phase, but that's still not an excuse for the Primus to not rotate towards that lane. I mean, I understand that you don't want to go to the Timber because obviously you all can't kill the Timber, but still you need to kick the PL out of the lane. The PL was having free farm and like topping net worth even above the Timber Sword. That is something that it's just really illegal to me. And sometimes you don't get a kill, but the most important thing is you still need to kick them out of the lane.
Yeah.
Here's our MVP. Yopaj on Storm Spirit, zip-zapping everywhere. Getting a lot of kills, doing a lot of things that Storm does. Just being a nuisance, being all over the map.
At one point, he did kind of went too much,
the
over.
Thunder?
No, he died in front of the here too.
That was the only scary part of the game. But honestly, I did not have a single doubt in Boom that game. It's kind of, long story short, if you didn't see the game, it was despair for XERXIA.
Yeah, I think they had a really free game to get all of their cores online. I think Yopaj gets his last pick with no issues. It tends to happen that way if you give that guy his comfort. And FBZ, if you give him his Timbersaw with no direct counters, I mean, he's played that hero for what, 4 or 5 years now? Consistently across every patch. He's almost like a specialist, like, say, Whisper from South America. So, you have to watch these answers in the draft.
That is true. Boom just proved themselves to be the better team coming up from Division 2 in Game 1. Will they do so in Game 2? We will find out right after the break. Good afternoon, everyone. It is almost a good evening, I actually think. But welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and we just saw Boom completely demolish XERXIA in the first game of the second series of today. Will they be able to keep it up? Will they do the same? Panelists, what do you guys think? Will they be able to show a little fight back to XERXIA, or will XERXIA finally give them another punch back?
I think for XERXIA, if they clean up their draft, maybe it becomes a little bit more playable. I don't think it's fair to judge off the back of that game because they prioritize this Terrorblade early on. FBZ gets to have a really free Timbersaw game for the most part into that matchup. And, you know, it's a very different draft. I think these two teams in their matchup is just drafting very differently from what we've seen elsewhere. So I think it could go either way. If XERXIA can use that to their advantage, then maybe they can push some of these weaknesses that we've seen out from Boom. But if we just see a repeat of game one, I think it's a little bit tough.
Yeah, I saw the TV first pick and then suddenly like Timbersaw is not banned. I'm like, oof, it's coming, oof.
Oof, big oof indeed. If I was XERXIA, I would want to beat Boom so bad, you know, take the revenge match on them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there on the line, right? Like Young God comes in, Young God's from Davao City as well. Yopaj is from Davao City. So I'm not sure if they've ever interacted. I know, you know, Yopaj spent some time with Playhard at the very least from Davao City, but I'm not sure about Young God. I think he had a different circle of friends. So, you know, there might be a little bit of like rivalry there, just a bit. I don't know if they even care. That's the one thing. They're both mildly quiet people. At least Yopaj is very quiet. Young God talks a lot, to be fair, but again, I
think he should talk to his mid laner then, because this is like the second game I watched where I feel the mid laner hasn't made any impact at all. But like the heroes he has actually has the tools to do it, but he's not doing it. So yeah.
Have you ever played a CSGO with your fellow Davaoians? What is it? What is,
Davaoeños?
Davaoeños? That's it?
Yeah. No. Yopaj, I don't even know what Yopaj plays outside of Dota, to be fair. I know FBZ plays like Valo or something. After TI, when they were eliminated, he was just playing Valo.
Oh, man. To spite Valo.
Yeah. It's like, all right, cool, FBZ, cool. Cool, Ipu.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's just going to be a running joke for the rest of the season that you're bad at CSGO. I'm so sorry.
I will play with Savage again at some point. They haven't invited me back because they haven't been playing. He's just AFK.
Back, I'm sure, for a reason,
No, he's AFK in Dota until like 2 a.m. They don't do anything.
All right, guys, well, we're at Dota 2. Remember that.
That is true. We are at Dota 2, so let's get our draft going for Game 2 of Series 2. Today, we have Techies as the first pick.
Still banning the Chen, eh?
Yeah. Showing some respect for XERXIA to maybe have the potential to pick it up. I mean, with Techies open, surely XERXIA doesn't go back and pick the Terrorblade. I
think it was more the Timber.
Yeah, honestly. But then, you know, if you... Okay, they go with Batrider, which is one here that we've been talking about, universal type. You don't necessarily need Sticky Napalm in lane. You can kind of play it with just right-click, which is really dumb. I think that just goes against the concept of this hero, but that's Dota right now. Universal hero types, 0.6 to 0.7. Who knew it would do so much?
Why are they banning the Chen?
I mean, I have no idea. I don't really know the players from XERXIA, but like it must be something that they met in scrims at least, or maybe it's a Tihi hero.
Tihi has played it a few times, so...
I didn't see him play Chen in pubs, but like, I'm not sure if that's enough to ban it.
But isn't X-Nova, what did he just call himself? Chen Wei?
Like, if you're so good at a hero, you should know like how to play against that hero too, right?
Yeah.
And that guy's talking a bit too much. Yeah.
Get the TB again.
Yeah, TB into a lot of magical damage is maybe a little bit awkward. You've got Sky and Bat. That is a natural combination down the line. Ancient Seal with Batrider feels pretty good, especially if you maximize your Flame Break, stuff like that. You can just run down Terrorblade in lane. So I think you have some good solutions from XERXIA. At the same time, Boom can maybe start to ban for the Terrorblade. Like, they take out PL now, they take out some of the Illusion heroes. They might be able to get themselves a saving support if they want. Shuming Techies 4 comes out here. Something that just helps your Terrorblade sustain the lane. That's the one thing I think you have to do. You have to cover your base there. Not necessarily stopping Batrider, just ensuring your Terrorblade has a game to play.
And XERXIA did ban out the Dispels for the TB that the TB really needs against these two heroes, because like otherwise it's just gonna get busted down. But I think Abaddon is not too bad of a hero, considering like it's for the TB and against this Gareth and Batrider. But
Yeah.
Timbers is still in the pool though. So like imagine, okay, they pick these heroes expecting that the TB would want the Abaddon along him, right? And then suddenly you pick the Timber. So
Yeah.
then it's like TB, Abaddon versus Timber, Scara. Unplayable.
That is pretty unplayable. And they do have that flex. JG still plays the mid Bat Rider quite a fair bit. Something he's known for from his time in XERXIA for quite a while now, and UDV. So wouldn't mind that kind of flex coming out from XERXIA. Boom will have to kind of watch themselves. I do agree with you. The Abaddon does look good though. Like, it's also a universal type, so you can just stack bracers, run down with a boot and a windlace and just get some right clicks off as well if you want to be aggressive. I think the one thing that kind of makes the Abaddon awkward is your supports don't really have control at that point. You're kind of just waiting on blast off, which isn't too bad if you can compensate, but otherwise is a bit awkward. XERXIA will take the Ember, so that's already a hero that doesn't care too much about techies in terms of just jumping in and out. I like the pacing from XERXIA. It's a lot faster. The one thing is, I mean, it was also pretty fast the last game with Primal Beast and Pangolier. This one feels easier to execute though, in terms of collapsing with that Ember, so that's something we need to see from him.
I think there's still Disruptor in the pool for Boom though that is quite good against like Bat Rider and Ember together, because generally you want to go in, pull and lasso, but like Disruptor stops that, and as well as Ember, like you want to go in and then like go in and come out, but then Disruptor just don't allow that.
Pick up the Pango.
It is the Abaddon.
All right. Good call, Aurora. It does come true in the end. I with a Pangolier, I don't know if that's enough control. Perhaps just gunning Yopaj mid Pango, which
universal hero. Remember?
It is universal. It is universal. I mean, that's three universal heroes for the techies, right? But I think Yopaj Pango has always been a little bit hit or miss for me if they are running that mid. Like the matchup against Embers, not too bad, but there have been games where I've watched Yopaj mid Pango. When he does go for the rolls, it sometimes just doesn't connect. Hopefully that's something he's practiced a lot more in pubs since the last time I saw him. But I think the issue, again, it's like you've got Abaddon techies. You're relying a lot on the Rolling Thunder for you to find your openings now.
Yeah, but I also think of it this way, like, look at social heroes now. They want to go in and secure the kill, and then, you know, they are 5 versus 4. One man down for Boom. But then this Abaddon does not allow that. Like, he is the king of all the heroes that say, okay, you can't burst my cores now. No way.
That's true.
So I think even though they pick the Pango into the Ember, it's not that bad because it is what they need. Like, they need CC, they need someone to start the fights, they need someone to help the techies land their spells. So I think it's not that bad of a pick. It's like I said, if you can pick in a lineup that has what you need to finish your job, right, then it's fine. Like, you might suffer in lane, that's fine though, but still the bigger picture, right? But then look at XERXIA, it's like now they kind of have some problems. All 3 of their heroes like can't really deal with this Abaddon thingy behind. Like, you can't really find the Abaddon, and you also can't really burst the Abaddon.
The solution for them is the Dazzle, which, depending on what laner you're running here for XERXIA with the Dazzle, I think that can be good. The last time I saw this, I remember like Avery or Cap saying, whoever can explain what Bad Juju does, like his rework, can get 1,000. I still don't know, to be frank. All I know is someone has told me they've played Dazzle support, went Midas and went jungle and just kept lowering their HP to
Wait, did they
Midas.
rework it again recently, or just like ever since they reworked
7.33, yeah. They're just in the latest big patch.
Oh.
They changed it. So you can sacrifice your HP to lower your cooldowns, which led to, I believe it was it Avo? I think it might have been Avo. He told me he's played it and he rushed Midas and just kind of tried to jungle and then died.
Dude, I hate that they changed the Dazzle ulti, like, to the first Bad Juju. Like, I just wish they just kept it a passive.
Yeah.
Every time I've had a Dazzle on my team, they never use their ulti because they forget.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
I feel like this hero is very contradicting, you know? Like, I feel he is one of the best aggressive laners. But he falls off so quickly because he's like one tap later on.
Yeah.
So he's not exactly that aggressive hero, so to speak. But yeah, like, generally I feel this hero is a bit weird. And I can see why they pick it here. They maybe just want something to deal with the illusions from TB.
Yeah.
Although I think now your problem isn't really TB, it is Abaddon. How are you going to play against this Abaddon? Are you going to back on the fact that, okay, I throw one spell and force this Abaddon to use his shield early, and then, you know, I can still do my strategy, like my sharing chains, my silence, my continuous napalm, maybe. But that's a Pango in the game. And as Skyraf and Dazzler, you feel you can't do anything when there's a Pango.
Yeah.
You have to play against, like, you just have to keep dodging his stuns and all. And he can kill you with 1 Q.
Pretty much. Like they're really squishy supports on XERXIA. And they're still forced to ban out to protect their shallow grave, banning out the axe, which could have still fit into Boom's lineup, although honestly not the biggest fan. They go with the Tide Hunter instead.
Huskar. Give a Huskar. Come on, you're already doing the disgusting Dazzler play. Just bring the Huskar up.
I wouldn't mind it. I think that, no, they
Okay,
go with
never
Slark.
mind.
All right. I mean, the lane's decently
Fair.
into Tide, right? Like
Fair
you can,
enough, fair enough.
You can get the stats going there. It can play with Shallow Grave pretty nicely and recover and come back in these fights. And it is a little bit of control coming out with Pounce still.
I would say the laning is, yeah, sure, when you see Slark versus Tide, you can steal his stats. But then remember there's a Tekis here,
Yes.
so it's also a lot of spells that the Slark has to take, and Dazzler isn't really that great of a healer from
Yeah.
the start to begin with. Like, that's why I say, like, he's one of the best aggressive heroes. He throws his poison touch. You want your cost to go on them, but then at the same time, Slark is also pretty vulnerable because he has like very low HP pool, and then he's against like Tide Hunter and Tekis where they can just throw 2 spells, and this Slark is like half HP.
Yeah, and not to mention, with Universal Techies, you just go stats, you get Gosh, you can actually just run them down.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty good lane to
I
be
agree.
aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, XERXIA's draft, they also do have a lot of really good single target pick-off potential. So, well, we'll see what happens this game. Who is the better team coming up from Division 2? We're going to find out right now. Send you guys over to the casters.
Well, the record of the lower division runs for these two teams certainly says that Boom was the better team at the time, and the start of the series says Boom is still the better team, but we'll see whether or not XERXIA can actually bounce back here. I mean, Avery, looking back on that game 1, do you feel like it was more of a draft win than a gameplay win, or both?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It's a draft win for sure. I think that game it's tough. Like, you have this first phase Terrorblade, you get the best counter carry pick in him, you have 2 other cores good versus him, you don't really set up another win condition, you're super reliant on Primal Beast just running that game over with Clinks. The second those lanes do not go optimally, I think that game becomes incredibly difficult. Therefore, I feel like it's a draft win, even if in theory you can win that game off in crazy execution. Because, like, you can always win a game of Dota with any draft. I just view draft wins as like which draft has a higher probability to win based on the expected outcome of execution, right? And if your window to execute is so small that there's almost no good outcomes, the game just becomes very hard to play. That's a lot of words to say I did not like the draft.
And do you feel like Game 2's draft is looking a bit better? I mean, I already see Slurk versus Tide Hunter, and I feel better about the match.
Yes, I think this Slark pick is pretty nasty. I think Young God can easily carry this game if he has a good laning phase, which he should. Dazzle Slark's a very strong lane. Techies, Tide, also no slouch of a lane, especially if you play with the early gush points. Like John talked about, like Techies right clicks for a lot more than he used to. That's like the biggest change to me for this hero. So yeah, you can play all that on the lane, just pop these kind of like squishy level 1 heroes down with only 3 armor each. That might dissuade the Tide a little bit.
Oh, the flame break, bounce back, X Nova. Maybe didn't expect this one with the flame break and the blood grenade. It was almost enough to be able to get a first blood, which would have been massive for this off-lane Bat Rider, who I think really benefits from a good start, especially since you tend to go this greedy Octarine first build.
Still gonna get the salve out and 2 shields. It's a big win, as the shields are really nice versus the grenades, versus the slows. This is a pretty strong Abaddon game in some ways, keeping his Terrorblade alive. Going to be very valuable. It's a better Terrorblade game than it was for XERXIA last time, because they took it on response and then had 3 bans, so they take the Naga and the PL out. So they know this Terrorblade doesn't have to play against one of the really bad illusion matchups. But I do feel like this Boom lineup is it's clunkier than their lineup game 1, right? It's pretty slow. It reminds me of like a Gaming Gladiators lineup. Like this is literally Quinn Pango, Ace Tide, Deraccio, Terrablatio. And those lineups work for that team because their early game lane execution is very good. So they almost always can just go and play through mid for tempo and let their 2 side laners farm a lot and join the fights accordingly. That is kind of what Boom have to do here too. A lot of their damage is going to be reliant on Yopaj and just playing through the Pango with fast diffusal.
And I think playing through Yopaj is never a bad idea for Boom.
Very true. If he pops off, you're happy to just hop in his backpack. And you do have like that Pango Tide synergy. If you get to the Tide Hunter Ags, plus Pango swashbuckling through with the minus armor, it's pretty nasty for the XERXIA lineup that does not have a lot of natural armor buyers.
Yeah, they do have, that is something to note here. The Slark does have to put up with a fair amount of AoE magic damage, right? Between Pango, Tide Hunter, even in some cases, the Techies obviously being a massive one.
Yeah, and AoE stun. They have the blast off, the ravage, and the roll through, like you're saying. It's a lot of AoE magic damage and also a lot that kind of just stops him from going anywhere. Or if he gets hit by one of them and doesn't dark pack, you can just chain it up. That's like a scary idea. It's also really hard to play these saving supports into AoE zone control because your positioning becomes a lot more difficult, and sometimes you can't even get in there to get a grave off. Like Tide Hunter is a old school backline save counter. The Oracles, the Dazzles, the Chens, because you go and you ravage a guy, and I mean this 5 can't get in there to save you. And you just burst the dude in that duration. So that is something else that could work for Boom in some of these fights. They can just find the Slark, take him out, and then you have Abaddon to save you from the rest.
Mid lane matchup, Yopaj gets a bit low against JG, but is winning in the CS right now. Has a bit more denies than JG, most importantly.
I mean, XERXIA are much happier with his laning phase, pretty much doing well on all 3 lanes. Not getting any early kills on this Dazzling, which I think is always a bit sad, but this is a tough lane to go aggressively into with Slark because there's just so much nuke damage early.
Yeah, they pretty much would have to go on the Techies at this point, I think. Once you start getting Kraken Shell on the Tide Hunter lane becomes way less feasible to go on that big boy.
I would expect one of these side lanes to die soon, though. I think the level 3 through 5, that is always a huge power spike in terms of spells. Like you have Skywrath Batrider, is a huge damage power spike for them with level 2 Firefly and like level 2 Bolt or whatever you want it. Bombi is stacking up Ancients as well.
Ooh, we got the deny of the Water Rune ever so barely. Well played by Bombi. Yopaj even popped the shield crash to try and get there that much faster and still missed it, so. Good coverage, and they got the Water Rune on the other side, so.
That were old Swashbuckle, you never know.
That is true. I don't know, I keep looking at these side lanes, Avery. I'm not sure if they're gonna die.
Somebody's dying, I'm telling you.
Okay. Who's it gonna be? Slark gets low, but he's got 14 magic wand charges on him right now.
I think it's gonna be Dazzle or Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna like go. X-Nova is gonna sacrifice himself for Natsumi instead. He's almost.
Oh, he got him after the slight. JG is gonna be the one who dies. You fool, Avery. It wasn't the side lanes at all.
How did he die? What a rotation.
He got the blast off after the slight. He started the slight and Zephyr jumped in. Perfect timing.
I mean, Yopaj chipped them down. Not saying I would have expected this matchup. This is like an Ember favored matchup in terms of who gets to 6 first and who chips who. Yopaj just outplaying JG in the small areas, creates that opening, and they capitalize. Big find for them. 6-minute power run coming up too, and this Ember is still not level 6.
They're gonna go for it. Another blast off lands. Rolling Thunder back and forth. The mine lands on him too. Teehee. He doesn't have Shallow Grave, so if Yopaj hits this, Slight actually dodges that one. Yopaj, he's gonna be the one to die instead. He goes to Swashbuckle, gets them all low, but he didn't have the same kind of help. XERXIA bringing both supports to keep JG alive.
Just got right-clicked from full. Orb of Corrosion plus some Dazzle right-clicks. Doing work. Rolled into his own doom, so throws the kill back JG's way. Power Rune will at least get gobbled by X-Nova.
We finally going to see a side lane death here. Looks like D-Ben could be in trouble. The Firefly, even without Sticky Napalm, not required. He's got 2-3 levels of it, so the damage over time is enough. But Rapido, he'll die eventually. Rapido. Swashbuckle gets him.
I mean, easy prediction, really, right?
Yeah.
This was the side lane death we were all waiting for. 7 minutes.
The third kill of the game. You know what? I appreciate the attempt. He tries to steal the Wisdom Rune away, but is met by significant force.
Another advantage of these supports who have stuns. You can almost always guarantee these rune fights, as we're seeing a lot more supports without stuns too. Like, a lot of the 5 pool feels pretty save oriented right now. The Chen, the Oracle, even the Dazzle here. These are heroes that just do not win those rune fights. Very hard to be aggressive. Get the punish.
Want to know for the record, I'm still not convinced by the Dazzle one, but I agree with all the other heroes. Stun lands on Young Gon, but there goes all those magic wand charges he had charged up, and he's got level 6, so we'll easily shrug off this bit of damage. With the Meteor Hammer, on the other hand, the tower will not be able to shrug off that damage. 8-minute power.
Tower does not have the Dark Pact abilities. Slark does. Regen for JG might enable a move here. Wants to just commit his full pool and then hop back up to full. As Yopaj will commit bottom. This is a hard rotation for him. Honestly, I kind of don't like Yopaj moving this game. I think he should just AFK farm mid for as fast a defusal as possible, because then you can play through him. And he's like their one playmaker, so like your side lanes are just farming anyway.
FBZ being heavily harassed in this top lane. Zephyr will return a bit of fire, but FBZ may have to think about playing some other lane at this point. This is where Tide versus Slark starts getting real dangerous.
It's just hella obnoxious. Oh, the hammer.
Oh my god, he's gonna get the Meteor Hammer off of the bomb. The sticky bomb slows him down enough, but FBZ didn't anticipate JG joining in. The Slight doesn't finish him off. Anchor Shell, or Kraken Shell rather. A little bit of damage block going a long way here. Another round of Slight, and a Remnant to be able to jump away too. Young Gon does manage to get the kill on Zephyr though.
It's one more, so he can go to base and come back, but then he's out.
Thunder goes off with the lasso. It goes just a little bit too late, and Rapido will be the one to die instead. Natsumi. Really well timed Sunder there just before the lasso went for the kill opportunity.
Trying to play her on these shields, but Yopaj there to clean up another one. And that'll create some space up top where they'll get FBZ in return. Young God claims his second permanent agi here. Still having a pretty good game on this Slark, who I think is going to be a problem eventually for Boom. You got to get as much out of this early game Pango as you can. Keep snowballing in. 10-minute power rune is top yet again. All right, calm down.
Getting a little lucky with that one.
Yeah, he's gotten all of them.
They're playing so much around this mid lane, it is leaving FBZ in a kind of awkward position in this game, especially when he doesn't have boots yet. He rushed that Meteor Hammer. I mean, honestly, I think FBZ should start taking mid. Just start Meteor Hammering the mid tower and let Yopaj take some other lane.
Or if he had stacks, that would also be nice. Because I agree, you can't really stay on top, so it's either go somewhere else or just farm it up in the jungle. This is where I think Zephyr could have stacked for him, because then he can just stack stacks with the hammer, it's not that bad, and you get the levels back. Okay, Diffusal will be finished for Yopaj pretty damn fast. He got very rich out of nowhere, and he's TPing top, so trying to make the play happen with Ravage. Or I guess...
Ooh, that is a lot of damage.
Might chase here.
He lands this swashbuckle. I don't think it would be enough to kill Young God, but certainly put him in the danger zone. X-Nova getting some heal off of his ultimate. Bombi runs into Natsumi, so I think they thought they were trying to just push out a support that was left to defend the tower, but Natsumi was still hanging around. He can farm plenty of these neutral camps that are around, but still be within striking distance to take a fight.
I mean, Yopaj gated the bottom because he thought that was going to be going to be a fight, and they just cleaned him up, so he gated back top. Now they're pushing it with hammer. FBZ gets the lane, he gets a tower. Skyrath TP canceled as well, and then he goes and defends mid. So Boom just outplaying XERXIA on the map right now. Getting a lot of value out of this Pango early. 5-1 rune control, tower control. Natsumi gets to stay bottom, defend this very high HP tower. Like, where do you go now if you're XERXIA on the map? The hammer mid is coming, like you asked for. He's delivering. And you can't really start the fight because you just have X-Nova healing everybody up.
Oh, Ravage, but he had a remnant out. I think they did not expect him to have a defensive remnant like that. FBZ goes for the surprise play, but instead is surprised himself. JG playing that pretty nicely. Meanwhile, a meta push at bottom lane is going to be defended. Rapido is going to show up.
I respect the attempt, you know. I feel like that play was so unexpected, maybe it would have worked.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Will be a tier 1 top for Young God.
Radiant's top
Nice
tower
pickup for
is
him.
fallen.
He's the biggest reason that this net worth hasn't spiraled out of control. He's kept FBZ as the lowest net worth core in the game and kept himself in you know, within distance of both the Pango and the Terrorblade.
Striking distance for sure. Pretty decent place to be as Slark, I feel. If you're within 400 or 500 of the carry, you're very happy because this hero traditionally should get out farmed in the first 10 minutes at least. FPZ will go back to some stacks. Yopaj out of resources. He needs mana somewhere so you can keep fighting behind this Pango. Young God was thinking about that 14-minute rune.
Yeah, they both were thinking about it. We saw X-Nova on the other side of the map trying to make a play too.
That will be level 6 for the Shadow Priest. Can now start killing himself. Glorious.
Wonderful. Hopefully he does not build a Hand of Midas like the panel was talking about.
No, that is an awful build. Unsurprised Avo did it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower.
I am surprised X-Nova got so many levels out of this early game. He's level 8. Just flowing in the
was
XP.
Probably the recipient of both Wisdom Rune secondary experience things, you know?
Yeah, I guess he stayed on the lane a lot too. He was just babysitting Natsumi. Then they got that kill under the tower. So yeah, that'll make up for it, and that'll just be a mid-tower push. Natsumi top of the board. Gets the last hit stolen by X-Nova, actually. Nice play there for 5s everywhere. Rejoicing. Into an instant smoke. The ancient stack is already gone, but some potential they find somebody lingering down here.
Do you think that's what he said? This one's for 5s everywhere.
Probably screamed it in the mic. Said, "Take that, you loser." You know, I actually had that rule on my team. I'll try and burst Yopaj, but there's a shield. Where, like, I always took those last hits. And then my cores complained about it, but I told them, like, yo, bro, if you're a carrier or mid and you're getting out last hit by your 5, you don't deserve that tower gold. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's embarrassing, right? So what do you have to complain about? Like, if you're Natsumi and you can't last at this tower over X Nova, you don't deserve that gold. Go back to the last hit practice and come back later.
Does that apply for everything in the laning phase or just towers?
Everything in the game. If I lasted a kill, if I lasted a tower, if I steal a range creep,
So if
you're mad,
I could just pick 5 position Treant Protector and take all the last hits? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, get good. That's just training. I'll make you better for TI, you know? I don't think Yawar liked that rule too much. I thought it was a good one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yopaj is not going to like the position he's in right now, except for he had an armor rune. So burst damage not quite enough. The slight chains, though, that'll catch him in the end.
Octarine online too, so lasso cooldown very low here, like 60 seconds pretty much. A lot of uptime. Time to run the map right now if you are XERXIA, especially at nighttime with Slark. You're getting D-wards on top of it. Echo Saber Diffusal already up. I think XERXIA are very strong right now. I would look to abuse this window. You have all your first core items on your cores, and you have the support levels now with double arcane boots. So you have power items, you have resources, you have the nighttime vision, you have better initiation and poke, whereas Boom don't really have a good jump. So the game is in your control right now for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Try and make something happen.
How do you stop this Ember Spirit? You really don't have any kind of catch for him.
It's a problem. Like, the control for the Ember and the Slark, and even the Bat this game, is pretty lackluster. It just has to be Ravages off an FBZ Blink, which he will buy second here. Pretty necessary in this game. Just gonna have to play around this 150-second cooldown stun and make it work.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, for now, Natsumi's doing a good job of putting out some pressure. Chipping away at the tier 2 tower, and that's a huge advantage that Boom have over XERXIA, I would say. No tower damage on XERXIA's side.
For the effort.
I mean, if I see Terrorblade hit this tower one more time, I'm TPing everybody and going on him, because I think, like I said, I think the fight is favorable. I guess Yopaj has a haste rune. It's pretty annoying here, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Also,
attack.
Natsumi went for an early BKB, which, you know, I think the only thing he really dies from is going to be Lasso Skywrath Mage ult, but even then, he has the advantage, so I'm very surprised he went for such a defensive item build.
maybe just helps with damage mitigation too. A lot of magic on XERXIA's side. I guess he could have gone for Fast Scotty or something.
Yeah, that's
he showed on this tower again. They're TPing. Man, I can't believe he kind of got away with that move, but XERXIA are just trying to set up the bottom kill in return with the double obs down here. Plus Slark waiting. Just nobody taking the bait.
Are scanning.
BZ, is that really the jump you want to do? Oh shit, he ravaged him. Wait, what? No. I guess this time the surprise ravage works.
Was that a surprise? I
don't think it should have been. I mean, I think Young God already, okay.
I mean, that was truly a game of cat and mouse. And the cat won. Now, Boom get an opening with that big core ravage kill. Meta drop mid. Just push the tower here. You're going to get poked. For sure, but there's no real chunky damage without the Slark.
A lot of napalm stacks. Of course, the Euphonic Shield should come in any second.
Ooh, that triple hex.
Yeah, that's actually kind of scary. Still has BKB Sunder, so Natsumi doesn't really have a problem. If they go on him, I think he's fine.
That was looking a little weird though. You got to be careful of these stacks and slights adding up on you. And it looks like XERXIA are just gonna smoke.
Smoke before the Aghanim Scepter is done on Slark?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no meta and there's no Ravage. And there's no Abaddon ult. It's such an easy fight if you can get the jump on anybody.
Tower's in the way.
All right, just go kill that thing, man. It's got no HP. Smack it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
There's
are
a glyph. The more time they spend around this, the more awkward it becomes.
I can't believe they didn't just run through behind. Because the thing is, there's no Ravage and there's no Abaddon, so if you run in on Rapido, you can literally just lasso Abaddon. It's a good fight. And that's kind of the benefit of Octarine Bat, is you can just lasso support. It's 55-second cooldown. Like, who cares? Very surprised that XERXIA did not just man up there beyond the tower. They were missing Slarkags, but I feel like every time Ravage or Abaddon ult are on cooldown, those are the big openings here for this team fight.
Sure. I mean, if you're going to invest the smoke in it, yeah, you obviously believe that's the right timing to go fight.
Because you did not need to smoke for that tier 1. You could have just ran and hit the tier 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think a little missed window there. Nonetheless, still in a decent position for both teams as Boomer trying to hit their Terrorblade timing, XERXIA trying to hit their Slark one. That Ags is up. So he's pretty strong if you can get that next nighttime fight in 3 minutes. And of course, Boom, if they can just land the Blink Ravage on a big core, he is probably gone. The burst damage is significant. There is the Ravage
into the hammer, and that is enough.
Did he not have a remnant out? I feel like he actually had a window to get out of there.
Yeah, there was, right?
Yeah, 100%. That techie stun was a little late, so must have just not had a remnant out. Big Ravage from FBZ surprised him yet again, I guess. Just too surprising.
He's sneaky like that.
Do be sneaking. Which means XERXIA will have to continue to sneak around in this game. Wait for their opening.
XERXIA, Ember Spirit's back up in 5 seconds, and they are playing for a fight here with no Ravage. They think that it's a fight to take here at bottom. Awkward, though. Maybe they can get a pick off right away, but nobody's going to the Lotus Flowers over here. Zephyr, they're going to find him. Okay. That'll be the pick off they were searching for.
That's a nice find. Very low cooldown ults here, so these easy pickoffs are just food. And another factor in this game is, like, you can go in and lasso somebody and just drop the silence on Abaddon. I don't think he's necessarily that huge of a save threat if you're just going together and he has to go closer in for the shield than, in theory, you have to go for this Arcane Seal.
Sure.
Especially with Eye of the Vizier on Bombi.
This game is slowing down.
Yeah, who do you think's happier scaling right now? That's a big question.
I was literally thinking about that. And
yeah, well, that's why I asked you first. And I
like XERXIA's scaling more. I don't know if I feel like both teams are probably happy with the progression. You got to be confident in your own lineup, but I would be happier if I'm XERXIA. It just comes down to an uncontested Ember Spirit for me. I mean, you know, JG, put your best mid one impression on. You got this game.
I think he's about 20 kills shy of that right now, but yeah, I think if you can, if you get to the Slark late game, it looks pretty good here. If you can get a Silver Edge too, you just go and break the tide, like take that fight. I feel like he just melts.
Yeah.
I agree. I think I'm pretty content here if I'm XERXIA. Playing for the nighttime fights, continuing to scale my Slark.
Oh, look at Boom. They're like kind of faking Roshan, but really just setting up for the fight.
This is nice.
And XERXIA are going to smoke up, and they're going to run into him. Maybe not where Boom was expecting them to be. I think they expected a lane play. JG gonna get some vision up on the high ground here. Don't want to run into the mines though. Got to be careful of that one. Bombi out of position. He'll be picked. Gets off a couple of spells before he dies. The other support dies as well.
That was dangerous, man. You get ravaged on a core on that ward. Just completely over. Probably lucky to get out with only those 2 supports. Nice trap by Boone defending this Roche. Able to secure it. The thing is, you might not get the late game here if you're XERXIA if you just hit these terribly timing pushes. Like with the Aegises, with Scotty, potentially Butterfly. Just go high ground. It's a decent push lineup here with Abaddon behind you. Early mech on Zephyr. Got some auras.
How did any idea how stacking barriers work? If he has Flame Guard on and Armor Rune, which one is going to take the damage first?
The shield barrier.
What?
The shield rune. What do you mean?
Why? Why?
I think shield rune always goes first. Unless I could be wrong, this is like a new rune, but from what I've seen, I think that rune always ticks first above anything else.
Okay.
It could also be an order thing, like whatever you put on first goes last, but
yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering.
I feel like there's something weird about shield rune where like I just always see it going down first no matter what.
Caught the dazzle, did get off the shallow grave. Now he's probably going to die anyway, but a lot of time to be able to play with this Ember Spirit with an Armor Rune as well. Putting forward, but got purged away. Oh, that's awkward. And he's being burned out of his mana as well. And did they lasso an illusion?
I don't know what the hell they lassoed. Probably a neutral creep or something. What purged it so fast?
It applies a basic dispel when you hit the taser.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that go off.
Yeah.
That's obnoxious. He was looking real good there. And it did apply the barriers.
Like 2,000 HP went away.
It applied the barriers in order, by the way. So that answers that question. Shield rune is not a priority. It's just the last in.
Oh, great TP out. TP out. Nice TP.
Yeah, easy. You gotta get a base defense going.
This is that timing push you were talking about.
Yeah, this is tough. You have Pipe finish for FBZ on top of that Terrorblade Scotty with Glimmer mech behind him. He's very tanky. At least you can clear out the illusions. Those dazzle card.
That slows things down.
No shield.
On a shield, and that's the opening for the lasso, the pullback, but they don't have the damage. Okay. Young God forced to pop both his BKB and his ultimate. Really can't go in again, especially since he's now full HP off of the Sunder, and he still has the Aegis.
Way too tanky with the pipe. All this EHP coming in with this timing. Just too much, especially with Abaddon. Just dispelling a lot of the damage over time. And you just don't have a good zone control spell of your own. Like, you don't have some Ravage to go in and burst somebody off it. Now you get your Tormentor stolen. Abaddon Shard. Useless. Boom will go to their own. I don't know. It feels like XERXIA can't find these like random skirmishes on the map that their lineup is really good at. They're either not getting the lanes in fast and hard enough, or the vision just hasn't been there. But it's got to be like Slark going in and starting something and then setting the fight up for his team.
I think that the surprise Ravages have really messed them. Yopaj, they tried to go for a lasso pullback kill. Now the ultimate is dropped on the Mystic Flare, but
got the
a little bit too late for that. Yopaj is going to be able to get off the Rolling Thunder. TP away from JG. Yopaj actually catching more. Diffuser Blade slowing him down. Comes back with a shield crash. Nice TP once again, but the stuns are there.
The hammer of justice.
Again, when you're talking about the lanes being like pushing in the lanes and finding the right kind of fight for XERXIA. I think that the one death that Ember had to surprise Ravage and the one death that Young God had to a Ravage, I think that really messed them up. Because if they don't have those deaths, they can play the lanes more aggressively. They progress a little bit faster. They keep the lanes in, you know? But I think they legitimately set them back a lot.
Like, FPZ should not have been getting those kills, and then maybe that next fight goes a little bit better for you.
Yeah.
Because right now, you're just getting rolled.
Oh, good shallow grave timing there. The slight jump over to the Remnants. JG actually maybe getting away. Young God stacking up a little bit and getting some significant stats out of this team fight, but he can't play it long against this Terrorblade, and the Ember Spear does eventually die, and he does not have buyback. Boy, is this just straight up tier 4 tower push? Boom. They want to end this game now. Even without the Aegis, they're going to keep it going.
Natsumi's hitting peak form. 6-0 Hurricane Pike done. 3.2k HP. FPZ flies in Shivas. There is way too much tankiness on this timing push. JG buyback, but does he have any damage? He's just dead.
TP, it's not going to make it. The damage is too much.
Where the hell was he even TPing to?
I don't know, but he didn't have it. Like, he had the Remnant out, but he didn't have any more Remnants to work with, so he vastly overestimated what he could do there. And now the throne push is unstoppable. XERXIA cannot put a stop to Boom, who, after getting stalled out by Blacklist, may be back into form again. And we'll once again say to XERXIA, we are the better team in the lower division, and now that we're in the upper division, we're still the better team.
Not the greatest performance for them today. I think both games were off in terms of the map gameplay, finding the pickoffs, creating the pressure that's going to cause those openings to exist. I think it's just like a fundamental thing, you know. You're creating this game flow for yourself that's going to naturally benefit heroes like Slark, Skywrath, this Batrider with Octarine. Like, you need some like small pick momentum going every minute or so you can build it up into those eventual team fights that come. Otherwise, Boom are just, again, they're just farming, getting to their auras, and you're not touching them. Natsumi has 0 deaths, FBZ has 1, Yopaj has 2. It's not enough to slow down this ball momentum. They just hit their 25-30 minute Terrorblade timing with that first Aegis, and that's all she wrote. Those ball lineups are tough for Slark to fight into if he doesn't have that momentum. That's another reason it's really important to find these pickoffs, because then you're just going into so much heal and you can't even get stacks up. Like, you leap in, you get 1 stack, you leap out. I mean, cool. It feels pretty bad. So XERXIA back to the drawing board here, but yeah, Boom gaining some momentum. Yopaj, my idol, is back.
10-2-7, Yopaj, pretty good performance there for the Bango, and Natsumi actually got to, you know, play out a Dota guy. I feel like in that game 1, you know, his team did all the lifting. Game 2, though, great performance by him on the Terrorblade. Actually got to play a little Dota this time around, even if it didn't last the longest. The game only 32 minutes long. It does look like to me maybe there is a bit of a gap here between XERXIA and the upper division teams, but we'll see. Maybe as they get more experience, they'll learn and grow and become more of a threat. But Boom, well, we have to see how they do against the rest of the upper division teams, because their first matchup against Blacklist did not go so hot for them. And again, they really need to be able to make it into that top 3 area. But for now, that is closing out the series, and we still have 1 more to go. So let's head back to the panel.
There you have it, everybody. Boom fans rejoice as they take their first game in the upper division, in Division 1. Must be nice to be a Boom fan. They finally did it. You guys happy? Are you guys Boom fans? Yopaj, my idol?
Yeah, of course. You know, I've been a Boom fan for a long time. When they faded out, I chat with Alphon, their manager, Mr. Lane, and we talk about the suffering. We talk about them going to Div 2, how the struggle it's there, but the team has bounced back, at least in this match. I'm not sure if it's fair to say they're fully back, considering that XERXIA is their fellow promotee. So it's basically not dissing them at all, but in reality, this is like a Div 2 match for sure, between 2 teams still trying to prove a point. Boom does come out on top very cleanly the second game. Again, the draft playing into Boom's favor, I think. The Abaddon pickup into this early Skywrath Mage and Batrider was a pretty good solution that wasn't banned out. And they execute on the draft really well once more on Boom.
Boom, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good for you playing the Western parent trope. So now I'm gonna play the Asian parent trope. Like I feel this is what Boom should be doing since the start. Like they are very strong individuals, all those players. But then sometimes they kind of do things where they're not on the same page. Like, all right, you have this 4 protect 1 strat, right? But then suddenly one person is using spell and then the other person don't know you're using the spell, which is kind of shown in both games. They kind of just, okay, like the last game, they Ravage, didn't catch the Ember, and then for some reason they still think they want to go on the Ember and then they started rolling. But all in all, I still think they didn't lose their foundation, you know, like even though they are missing spells, but they are still playing together. That is what is most admirable about them, and I think Social can definitely learn from them.
For sure, I think that's exactly what XERXIA lacked, right? Because
Yeah.
they needed to play much more together with this kind of lineup. They needed to snowball off the fact that they've got this really strong single target control. Maybe find a way to catch that Abaddon that came out in last, and they just couldn't. X-Nova, being our MVP, not surprising, he had a lot of saves coming out. He had a pretty stellar performance. Even though, you know, Abaddon's not a flashy hero, but he was pivotal in this game.
Yeah, it's a helping hand. I mean, he's the ideal support you want. Someone who protects you. He protect, he attack, and he... most importantly, he is a...
I don't know. He stacks. He does stacks.
Okay, save.
Most of these stacks. And he went 0-1-1-0. Very, very clean score for our support. But yeah, Boom looked very convincing this time. I mean, it's their first win, so I really hope they do manage to take this game and put momentum to the rest of the season, because I want to see them win, you know? I think through this game, they've proven their worth.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely have what it takes to come together as a team. But from the way they are calling for spells, calling for the initiation, it's a bit weird. You can see in all those games that like really like half of the team is thinking one thing and the other team is thinking the other thing.
Well, let's get our interview going with Boom's Natsumi. Hello, Natsumi. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, hello. Thank you.
Hello. How do you feel after winning your first game this season?
Just feel normal. Like
normal.
I mean, before like our goal was to 7-0, but now we lose one game. I mean, one series. Then our goal now is 6-1.
Aw, that's good. Good goals.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, although this is like your first win, but it was still against your second place in Div 2. Well, I want to ask about the series against Blacklist. Do you guys think you all have found a way to, you know, like fix the problems that you had in those series? Because you guys did do well in the early phase, but then suddenly you all just fall off really quickly.
Yeah, that series, I think we made so much personal mistakes in our decision making, and yeah, we're looking to keep improving about that every game.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's good to hear. It's been a while, John, that we've talked, Mr. Natsumi. How are you guys?
Hello.
Good to see you guys doing well in this series. I'm curious, what do you feel like is the biggest difference between the last time you guys were in Div 1 and now that you guys are back in Div 1? What learnings did you guys carry through from that journey in Div 2?
Before in Div 1, it feel like our game, especially in the late game, like we have no direction at all. Like every one of us has different idea, but now we can like in one page now. So yeah, that's what I can say. That's a difference for me.
And it's a very important difference. I think that's something that Boom sort of struggled with in their old roster as well. I am curious, going into this tour, what team would you like to personally face up against? Because you've lost a lot of your old teammates. They're not up here in Div 1, so there's no grudge match left. But what team do you want to play against?
I think Talon.
Okay, why Talon?
Yeah.
I mean,
why Talon for you personally? Because they're the strongest team, or is there something else?
Yeah, I mean they're
motivating
the
you?
strongest team in C. Yeah, they're the strongest team in C, and like no one can beat them. So yeah, we want to be the one who can beat them. Who will beat them.
And I one last from me. I know last time around you and Alphon lost your luggage. How's the luggage situation this time? You guys good? Did it get lost again?
Me? No, I did not lose my luggage.
Only Alphon? Okay. Did he lose it again, or no? Is it all good?
No.
Then your season's gonna do great. That's the lucky charm.
I hope so.
I have a question. This game that you guys just played against XERXIA, was it very similar, the way that they were playing compared to when you guys played them in Division 2? Or did you feel like them as a team have grown?
Just I think feel the same.
Sag.
Yeah, just the same.
Oh man, that's unlucky for XERXIA.
That's what I feel.
I feel like if anyone go is boom, like I saw in the Division 2 games, you guys took like 40 minutes to end them, but then this time around, like you all took like only 30 minutes, which is like a really great improvement. But yeah, I want to ask, is this like related to your coach, like Mushi? Like has he been
sorry? What's...
Has he been the like greatest contribution to how you guys are improving?
Yeah, I mean for sure, like Mushi help us a lot, especially our like individual and our team playstyle. So yeah, credits to our coach.
Yeah,
he's so good.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Natsumi, for joining us on this interview. I'm glad you guys have a good coach, and I'm very happy for you guys to win this game. Hope you guys do fulfill your goal of going 6-1. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, 6-1 is very ambitious. Do you believe in them?
I do. I really do.
You do? So do I.
I feel like losing to Blacklist is all they need to, you know, like, okay, this is the worst we can get. We need to be better than this, yeah. If we want to beat Talon, we need to be better than this.
Do you believe in them, John?
I don't know if they can beat Talon, but I can see a 5-2, honestly. Honestly, I think a 5-2. No bias there, but yeah, probably a 5-2. I'm behind that.
Okay.
You know what else is a big win? This ePulse promo we got going. It's DPC23 Summer. Use that code. Scan the QR over here for 7 days for your Prime. And to what? Why do you want to do this? You may ask. Well, they're having a very Pog event right now. Very cool, great event right now called the Summer Blast. It's running from May 15th to June 11th, and basically what it is they have tournaments, and with Prime you get special goodies or special additions to your ePulse account where if you have Prime, they'll have a tournament at the end of the season which you can win $500, but instead you can make it $1,000, so that's really crazy. And you can also do this quick match feature that they have. So it's basically like 1v1s, and they have different heroes. And yeah, it's a good time. You should all definitely do that. Go scan the code. You guys have, I'm sure you guys have done it already.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're going to go for a quick break. But before the break, I'm going to tell you guys we have a fun thing we're doing again. Is it the same as last time? I don't know. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the main event of today that you've all been waiting for, because who needs Dota when we've got some other defense of the something, and it is defense of the hot takes. We are back for the second time, and I have my reigning champion, Mr. Adam, here with me. He has won last time's, it's not last season's, but last episode's defense of the hot takes. Ready to knock out John?
Born ready.
Born ready. Okay, there we go. And we have our new player, John Xfire. How you feeling? You feeling confident?
Yeah, should be fun.
Are you able to defend your hot take?
Yeah, because to me they're not hot takes. So if it's not spicy to you, it's just you rationalize it already. I don't know if that's good.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you not tell? It's you can see it clear as day. I'm not falling off the edge. Australia is a lie.
That's
Mike's
true.
not real.
Mike's not real? Where's Mike from
Who
then?
is this
It's
guy
just
that
me.
calls you
It's actually
Jonathan?
just me. Yeah.
It's just
me.
you this
Yeah.
whole time?
All this time. He's a puppet. I have
Okay,
another
can you give
camera
us a
thing.
sample of what it would sound like?
Oh, Jonathan.
It is you! Oh my god, I'm a huge fan! All right, well, let's get the show on the road. If you guys don't know how defense of the hot takes work, basically, we have a hot take, and if you guys don't know what a hot take is, it's basically a little bit of an opinion that is not as common, opinion that a lot of people don't
Some huff
usually
and
believe.
copium shit.
Yeah.
It's a Sunbee Twitter post.
Twitter post. Yeah.
Some hot takes, yeah.
Huff in the
fired.
copium. So these guys will have to defend their hot take, and whoever loses, whoever does not defend their hot take as well, will eat a chip, a papadum chip full of this sambal right here. Look how red it is. Do you see that? I don't want to spill it everywhere. But yes, anyways, let's see our first hot take. Well, hold up. Actually, John, you're going first, right? Because you lost your Dota game more recently.
Yes, I have.
I lost at 2 p.m. yesterday.
I lost at 12 a.m.
All right,
Oh,
Jonathan. It's your turn, Jonathan. Let's see what your hot take to defend. Venomancer is Cuckoo's best hero.
I want something spicier than that. Give me the other option.
Okay, you can pass.
I'll pass on that.
My
I
hair
want
is
some.
flying.
Oh, Ninja Boogie was
a
a
good
better
one.
panelist than a
Okay.
coach.
All right. I mean, if you look at the performance in Blacklist in the last 2 tours, do you need any more explanation than that?
Ooh.
To be fair, you have a lineup here, Mike, that has gone to a lot of international lands before. Yet in these 2 tours, they haven't.
Oh shit!
So what's the difference here, Mike?
What's the difference? But do you think he was a good panelist?
It can't get worse than the coaching. I'm sorry, but yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, John, I'm quite convinced on your take right there. I kind of. I hope Ninja Boogie's not watching this.
I'm sorry.
All right, Adam, let's see what your hot take is. Unless
Well, we will not see.
we will
what
not
it
see
is.
it yet. Unless we will now see it. Dun, 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 dun. Filipino carries are the best.
All right, next.
Okay. Is that impossible to defend, Adam? Is that why?
I'm more curious what the second one is.
Okay. Well, you're gambling. You're taking
I'm
the
gambling.
5 Filipinos was the problem, and KP fixed it.
All right.
Are you ready? Okay, and scene.
Based on recent stats, we see the rise of Execration. You know what else rise with them? March. No 5 Pinoys. March came in, Execration, best team in the world. Pinoy team? Pinoy what? March is gone. Where's Execration right now? They are in the bin. Look at Blacklist Rivalry. They were Pinoy, full Pinoy squad. They knew, we can't have 5 guys. Goodbye, AU. Hello, KP. Welcome to Manila. And look where they are now. They're back on track. Michael, best coach. It doesn't matter because they don't have 5 anymore.
Exactly it.
Oh my god! I don't think I can choose the winner. It's just too hard.
You don't have to choose the winner. It's
As long
more
as
like,
you're convinced,
yeah, as
right?
long as we both convince you, we can just go next.
Both
You know?
of you guys have definitely convinced me, but we this is scored by points.
No, we have a tiebreaker round.
Yeah.
Then this would be the okay. You know what? Actually, yes. I would say this one's a tie. So we can go on to the next. That was very good by both of you guys.
I feel bad it's doubling down on Blacklist though. Both times it's like
by two full Pinoy squads, either one of those.
Well, it's in lieu of our next series, the Execration
True.
Blacklist
That
series.
is
So you know we
true.
gotta
That is
hype up
true.
the match.
True.
Yeah, obviously we don't believe anything we're saying, right?
Or do we?
Yeah,
No.
we do.
No.
So you
Although
think
you
Mike's a
guys-
better coach than a panelist?
I
Jonathan.
can pass.
John, why did you hesitate?
He's a better coach. He's a better
All right,
coach.
let's go on with the next hot takes. Let's start off with Adam this time. What have you got? SVG talking about stuff no one cares about while Captain
not a
themselves
hot
to get me
take.
out.
Is it?
There's no way this is a hot take.
What is the hot
It's
take here? What-
reality. It's what's the hot take?
If I had to listen to SVG talk one more time, talk over Capitalist, who is talking about actual facts of Dora 2, while they both Google the updates of the patch and go like, we're figuring out how to do bad juju, guys. You know, come on, guys. You've been playing Dora for so long. You've been a professional ex-player, SVG. Can you say something that makes sense for once?
I mean, I don't know what you're saying. You know, back in my time in NA, I was a pretty good player. I was probably the best in the region.
Had the highest win rate on Warlock.
I had the highest win rate in Warlock.
That's true.
And that hero was so
and he
easy.
also had 2 teams.
Is that even a hot take, or is that the defense?
I don't know.
We're just having fun.
I didn't even finish reading the whole thing.
I would say that was a hot take. You did a pretty good job
Thank you, yeah.
roasting SVG there.
I mean, I saw the SVG talking about stuff no one cares about, and I just stopped. And I was like, let's go!
All right, well, you know, I would say that's a good defense. Let's see what John's prompt is then. That was,
What do we get here?
you know, the fact that you brought up the bad juju part, that was very relevant. So you get extra points
Thank
for
you,
that.
thank
That
you,
was
thank you.
very relevant. So, all right, let's see what you get, John. Losing the game is fine as long as you win your lane.
It doesn't feel fun enough to defend. Let's roll the spicier one.
All
Let's see.
right,
Let's
what's
see
our
it.
next line?
Something fun.
Winter is a better panelist than player.
Is that a hot take? I feel like that's just facts.
I mean, let's face it. Winter is a better panelist than he was a player, right? Like, look how many TIs he went to as a panelist. He went to a lot of TIs. Name me how many TIs he went to as a player. He's been to way more as a panelist. He's gone to way more TIs than I have as a panelist. So he is a TI winning. He has a TI attending panelist. You know, he's gone to way more of that. He's had a lot of success. He's been relevant for a long time in Dota as a panelist. That's just it.
This is too hard. You guys are too good at this. It's like
we just keep going, okay?
I
Since
know.
7, man,
Go
we've got time.
Give all these hot takes. A
It's
lot
like
of
you guys
clips
truly
here.
believe what you're saying here. I mean,
There's no way in hell anyone thinks Winter's a better player than a panelist. Someone wrote that upside down.
It would have been so funny if Winter was here for this one. Right?
That is true. He had to defend himself.
no, it'd be nice if Winter was here just watching you roast him.
Yeah, he's
I feel
standing
like
right there. He was
Yeah.
like right there, yeah.
that would feel really good. But so this is a tie now. I mean, you guys are doing a great job at this. But this time we actually have to find a winner. So you guys are gonna have one prompt each. You have to defend, no skipping, okay? Now you guys rock paper scissors. Who goes first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Shit.
Okay. Looks like Adam.
Me? Oh, all right.
You lost, right?
No, wait,
Or-
winner chooses.
Winner chooses, yeah, winner chooses. Do you want to go first or?
Adam, go first.
All right, Adam. They need to make the map even bigger.
I've been playing so much core recently, and you know, I buy these boots of trail, I buy this wind lace. I feel like the map's way too small. I walk from camp to camp to camp. It's like I'm playing fucking Legend of Zelda, World Exploration. If I want to play Genshin Impact, you know, look at how much sales Genshin Impact has. It's because the map is huge. Exploration. That's what we need in Dota right now. You know, I want to turn left and see a camp, and turn right, see a camp. I want to walk straight and hit my head into this tormentor and pick up a wisdom rune. You know, make the map bigger.
You want Dota to become an MMORPG, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll love that.
You know, I love it when you think of your hot take, you take a moment for yourself to like get into character. And then you go at it. It's amazing.
I had to tell the world that I'm about to lie. Otherwise, I feel bad.
God, I've been going straight. I think people might believe everything I've said is actually true.
Well, let's see what your take is, John. See if what you think it is true. C-pubs are the most PMA.
C-pubs are the most PMA. You know, I've played a little bit in Europe. You've played in NA. Now, what happens in these more superior regions is when they give up, they run down mid, they drop their items. You know what happens in C? People yell at you, people curse your mom, people curse everyone in your family, but they play the damn game. And that is positive mental attitude. It doesn't matter. You're not giving up. You're playing the game, you're trash talking your team and the enemy. That's all that matters. It is, in a sense, PMA, because you're still playing the damn game. That's it.
That's it. All right. Well, I think I do have I've decided my winner. Because you were almost there, John, but you had to say the part about cursing your mom.
I mean, they do, though.
But that's not PMA. That's not the root of PMA.
But they still play. There's a difference. There's a difference. Their mental attitude's still positive because they're still playing the game.
I have a PMA story. This was from my prop yesterday, okay? So we go into a game. This guy presses his mic. He goes, Medusa, as you were going, blah, 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 blah. And then Medusa presses his mic. He's like, you have bark more clockwork. And then they both go mid and they're fighting for last hits. And this Joe Ranger in the safe lane, he doesn't talk like the whole game. And at 3 minutes, he's like, I can't fucking lane anymore. And then he runs down mid. Okay, he's 0-15. It's 10 minutes into the game, okay? He's 0-15. He's like, LC duel me, please. Okay? And meanwhile, me and this Dawnbreaker, we were owning the bot lane, okay? And then like 10 minutes into the game, you know, I just typed like, hey man, you know, I think we can win this game and, you know, it'll be fine. Just go jungle, it's okay. This Void's probably poorer than you, even though you have broke all your items. And then he's like, okay, I'll try, but it'll be hard. And he actually just goes to fucking jungle for a whole game and we win the game.
What?
That was my CPMA story.
Huh?
You can actually check my profile. He has 121 at the end of the game.
Oh my God.
Damn.
It's Adam daycare. You're taking care of your babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, John. Well, it seems Adam has won this round since you had to say something about my mom, bro.
Nothing personal, just do it a game, you know?
All right, come over here.
All right.
You're getting this papadom chip full of sambal.
A sambal chip.
I'm putting more of that on there. It's quite salty. Go take a
I've
fat
heard.
bite. Here you go.
Let's see it. I'm hoping it doesn't spill.
Gotta
That's
hear
one
the
thing.
crunch.
Oh yeah, get that. Oh! ASMR.
That was some ASMR.
That is salty.
It's salty, right? Is it spicy?
No.
No, just salt.
Just a lot of salt.
But
This
it's
is really
good.
good.
It's
Yeah,
because
it's
we're
good.
by the beach.
Yeah.
I enjoy losing. This is good.
By
This is
the
actually
beach.
really good, yo.
It's got a nice aftertaste, though.
It does.
Right?
It's just chili's going down my chin, but it's very good. Just really wet
All right.
and salty.
Wow. That's a good description, buddy. Get back over there. Get out of here.
It's just
Well, we have Adam as the reigning champion of Defense of the Hot Take. How does it feel to be so good at lying?
I don't know. If you
Unless
put it
you're not
that
lying
way,
and-
maybe I'm not lying.
Maybe you're not.
Maybe I just believe in this twisted reality that is actually not twisted.
They should change the emote to Adam talking about stuff no one cares about. While
John,
Sophie and John listen. All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching Defense of the Hot Take. We will be back for the next series, which is Blacklist versus Execration. Who is the better Pinoy team? We're going to find out just after a break. It's a rumble in the jungle here in the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. Welcome back, everyone, and good evening. Wow, look at these trees. They're very luscious and green. But you know what else is luscious and green? Not Winter, because he is wearing yellow. How are you, Winter? Welcome back.
I'm fine. I love all the comments that you guys made about me.
What do you mean? There were nothing but nice things to say.
It's okay. I would have blamed myself too.
Do you yourself think you're a better panelist than a player?
I mean, of course, look at my results.
Okay, well,
I attended more TIs as panelist than player.
Oh, I'm glad you can be honest with yourself, Winter, It's very commendable trait of yours. Is your honesty.
I'm a boomer.
You are a boomer.
What's that mean, Winter?
Most boomers are honest.
That's true.
They
that
know,
means he's old, Adam.
They look at the screen, they look at the mirror and they realize, oh, I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
It's time to leave the life behind, the high life. It's time to be real to yourself,
Yeah. You are, I saw your age a while ago. You were walking in the street. Oh, help! I'm an old man. My knees. That was you a while ago, Winter.
When I was parking just now, I drove past the OKU parking for all people. I was like, my friend needs this car.
All right, well, let's see some banter between these teams because we got enough on the panel. We got Execration and Blacklist.
Hello guys, I'm Boss Cuckoo and I'm gonna play Post Pub for this season.
My in-game name is Shanks. I'm playing for Execration as position 4.
I think he bring the Pinoy team to speak English and I think it's better for us. But yeah, because I think when we are all 5 Filipino, we are keep talking so much. Now it's like we're just talking about like important things on the game. Then I think he bring like the good atmosphere also.
Not really, because I played a lot against him. Also, I played with him in Omega. Just a bit of crims. And I think he's a good player, but we got some against them. We have 5. They have 4. I mean, we have 6 Filipinos. They have 5, I guess.
I think they are more Filipino team now, the Execration. Yeah, it's just a number. So they playing the number game. So yeah, they win.
I think I played support longer than him, so I guess I got the advantage on that one.
Maybe, and maybe I will play the Rubik, so I will just copy the skill of Shanks, then I will use it to him.
To 0 or 0-2?
I'm gonna say good luck for Execration, but we're gonna come for you because keep losing like 2 tours already to them. So I think it's our time to beat them up. I think I don't have fans now because keep losing. So to the haters, maybe just wait to end this tour first. Maybe we can qualify, so maybe you guys will be sad. Yeah.
I just want to say thanks to all the fans that are supporting us since day 1. And I want to say thanks also to the haters because they're fueling us up. They're saying that we're wasting the slot, but we're gonna prove them wrong soon.
I think that was my favorite interview yet between the all chat series. That was a good one.
My money is all on Blacklist right now. They are the better shit talkers.
Cuckoo definitely seems more experienced in this than Shanks.
Oh, 100%. Shanks seemed like he was new to this, but
Shanks
Cuckoo.
was reading off a script. Cuckoo's like, nah, fuck your script.
Yeah, I like what he said about he's gonna beat them up and then he's gonna use Shank's skills to back at him.
Oh, my favorite part was the numbers game. We
yes.
have more Filipinos, so we are more Filipino than you.
Yeah, that was good. No, I also like when Cuckoo, when they asked, do you have any things for your fans or your haters? He was like, I don't think we have fans right now. It's like, oh shit.
See, he's a boomer too. You know, he recognizes.
That's true. That's a boomer too.
And so they won't have as many fans as haters.
You know what we youngins say? Realize, realize, realize. Do you understand that, Winter?
Nope.
All right.
Oh, no.
So let's get the game going. We have these two teams. Who do you guys think is gonna win? I mean, besides all the smack talking they did, for real, who do you think has the advantage this series?
I mean, I already said all my rares are on Blacklist, just based on the shit talking.
Not based on the shit talking, Winter.
Okay, based on the Dota.
Yes, based on the Dota. Blacklist still.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
KP, you know? And we've already seen like 5 Pinoys means it can be like a bad idea.
But they have
against
6 Pinoy.
That is true.
6 Pinoys, yeah, sure.
Maybe that's the trick.
Have 6
You
over.
can't have 5. You need
5.
6.
You need the extra power.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apart from the shit talking, you know, like KP has definitely elevated this team by a huge margin. They look so much better right now with him. Like something just changed, you know, when KP.
I know I changed. Coco told us they're starting to speak English now. So
I don't know if it's a joke or.
It makes sense, right?
I think
like
it's
if
pretty
you're
serious, yeah.
if you're talking like in a not so fluent language, you tend to like talk less and focus more on important things to say.
Yeah.
You tend to like play more Dota. Whereas if they're talking in Tagalog, they'll probably be like talking and talking and talking. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely understand that, you know, especially if you're with a bunch of players that you have already played for so
they
long.
have good relationship.
So and then you speak your mother tongue, like a lot of trash comes out during the game, you know, like
Yeah.
you make fun of each other more. And there's a lot of words that are not really important in the game that comes out.
Yeah, and like you said, KP has like really elevated the way they're playing. Like it's very visible, it's very obvious, and a lot of the times, I think a lot of the times at the end of the games, he's always getting that match MVP.
He's just a better offlaner compared to Cuckoo. I mean, nothing against him, but KP is just able to play the offlane in a much better way, you know. Like I feel like Cuckoo, maybe his offlane is a bit more stagnated for the past patches, and he didn't really manage to adjust to the new patch. And right now, it's good, you know. It's working for them, you know. I'm sure he agrees that KP can play the offlane better than him.
Yeah,
Like a boomer.
like a boomer. Yeah.
I think it's also that Cuckoo has been like picking up this captaincy role, right, together with Tims. And I think while playing an offlane role, sometimes it's a bit harder. It's definitely easier to do on support. And Cuckoo has played this role before, so it's nothing new to him. It doesn't look like very awkward, you know, him playing this pos 5, especially since Tims is such a sacrificial pos 4. You know, you see him buy wards, he buys like aura items for stuff most of the time.
Yeah.
It's not a very greedy player like maybe DJ or Shanks, where you see them with the Hurricane Pike and the Midas and stuff. You know, they're kind of different in that sense.
Yeah, he's not selfish at all. Let's talk about Execration for a bit, who are currently queuing for a draft right now. Let's get it up there. But yeah, a quick word for Execration. How about that from you guys?
They look lost for sure.
Okay, it's a good way to sum it up.
I don't like the number scheme that they brought up during the shit talk. Like they have 6 Pinoys, you know, it might not be a good idea. There's too many of the same ideas.
That's true.
I feel like they need their strategy again. You know, I've said this many times, but they look good when they're playing Dota that they understand. They're not this team that comes out, busts out this Huskar 24 pick and then play well with it. You know, they're just not that team.
Yeah. Gotta agree with you there. We have Techies and Magnus.
Yeah, so they ban out Beastmaster and Chantress for Blacklist. Execration chooses to remove. Okay, so they choose to remove the Rubik based on the interview.
They probably wanted the Magnus, right? Which is why they took out the Rubik. I think that makes more sense.
I mean,
This Magnus also a flex for them, right? Tino plays it. Tino? Sorry, Palos plays it too. Play in 2 games.
Do you feel like the hero is actually better as a carry right now?
I feel the hero can be in any role, but you just farm and buy Harpoon. Don't buy Dagger.
Any core role.
Yeah, don't buy Dagger. Just
Don't
buy
tell
Harpoon.
people to play pos 5 Magnus or pos 4 Magnus, please, no.
You just play core, you know, you buy this Harpoon and you kind of bully people on the map. I feel like the problem with Magnus before is that it's very hard to keep on top of someone while doing damage, but now with this Harpoon item, it's kind of different.
I mean,
helps your
if you
position so
put him
much.
as a carry, do you need like a secondary core that's more greedy on the off lane or the mid lane?
I think there are games where he can carry, but the advantage of the Magnus carry or flex is that you get to see what you're playing against, right? Like, for example, you're playing against this Doom now. I don't think you want to have a single core Magnus against that. It feels very hard to end the game.
I mean, the Doom's like pretty good against the carry Magnus because when you Doom him, you remove the Empower. So he loses a lot of his damage. So then it's not good for him to be the carry that way, right? You want somebody else to be the carry and you want the Magnus to build the pipe and everything to keep people alive.
Yeah, I think there are different ways to build it. I think the Tricore, like even when the Magnus goes for his Harpoon build in the offlane, like we saw from Masaros, I think Zai did it yesterday as well. It just looks really good. Like repositioning has always been one of the most broken
Do you think
things
it's
in
a
Dota.
core item on Magnus right now, or it just depends on the game? If you guys need more catch in that game, then it's okay for the Magnus to buy the Harpoon, or it's just straight up good, better than buying the Aura items for your team?
I feel like it's better for your own game, but it might not be better for your team. I also feel like a lot of the times if you want to play Magnus that way, similar to before, right? Where if you play against this Yules or Rubik Lift, it's very hard to get away.
So
like
then,
you harpoon yourself in and you might not get the skewer off, they just kind of die there.
So then you just pick a pos 4 that wants to buy all the Aura items. Would that actually make more sense for the Magnus? So you can go for your Harpoon build and then you don't have the burden to buy all the team items.
Yeah, I think that would be great because you want team fight, right? With this Magnus who forces fights for you.
I guess
think that's his job in the
sometimes
game.
you might want to buy Grease, but apart from that, if you want to get Harpoon, Treads into Harpoon, I think that's the most ideal for you. Right? You start with a Vanguard, then you go for your Harpoon.
Yeah, I feel like you're just way too tanky. Like I see his hero being paired up with like some Phoenix or something where you're like 15 minutes into the game, you have 3k HP and Sunray behind you, you have RP for egg. That just sounds like so much to deal with. His lane's not that weak as well right now. Because a lot of the popular carries are the more of the illusion heroes, not really lane dominators.
Because of Universal stat, he has a lot of damage in the lane, a lot more than before. That's why his lane is a lot stronger right now.
Disgusting universal heroes.
Yeah, tell me more about the Universal hero.
The universal heroes, they have so many stats.
Why?
Because they just do, because Valve said so. They pick up Pango on Execration. Kind of figured that would happen after they were banning the Bloodseeker.
I feel like we've seen so many 15 pick mid heroes recently, whether it's Ember or Void or Pango, right? I feel like a lot of the teams, especially on second pick, they always 15 pick them.
But why are they 15 picking a
Yeah,
hero
I'm not
like
sure
Pango? I mean, I guess
honestly not
because
sure.
they feel like you've already banned the Bloodseeker and the Ember, because those are the two heroes that's really, really good against the Pango. Then you feel like there's nothing more.
It's good with Empower as well.
What is the importance of the 15th pick?
I feel like it's just stealing away the mid.
Yeah, normally at
in
this
the
junction when you have CM and Magnus, maybe you pick your pos 4 here, because you don't want to reveal too much of your draft with the core. But I guess they feel like if you don't pick Pango now, maybe the enemy's gonna pick it and you won't get it. Or they feel like they want to reserve the pos 4 for a more important hero, they have something in mind. And I really like the Lich here against the Magnus. Frost Shield, very, very good against that. Deals with the Blink Harpoon shenanigans with your Sinister's Gaze. That's one of the better spells,
That is true.
If you remove Rubik, I think Lich is the second best hero that can stop the Magnus with his combo.
I agree. Yes, some crazy range too.
I mean, the buff is like a bit funky right now. You can just go and jungle, get mana. But I'm not advocating that, but I'm just saying you can do it.
Oh no, Winter, you've ruined the C-pubs.
I saw one of my friends doing it. He bought the axe and jungle farm, so he just has the AoE gaze and you just jungle.
Oh no.
What does Execration pick here? I feel like they need to pick their carry, but it's also really difficult to show right now.
I mean, the lane's probably a Doom.
Doom techies, right?
Yeah,
it's not an easy
you can
one
pick,
to
if there's no monkey, then maybe you can pick like Ursa. Or the other hero is like if you want something that can dodge the blast off, it's like PL. But I don't know if PL is really good this game.
Yeah, against the heroes on Blacklist.
Yeah, but because when you look at techies, right, most of the carry players would just say that they want to play either monkey or PL because you have some way to dodge the blast off and the bomb in the lane. That's the most annoying part about the hero early game.
Meepo.
You like that?
The stacking Meepo? What's
the Giga Meepo.
Yeah, the Giga.
The Giga Meepo.
I mean, Meepo is great against Quap. Yeah, it's good against the Doom, which is single target. But I feel like if you buy team items on Doom and you just play around the Scorch Earth.
I feel like this is a Bob Meeple against the Queen of Pain, and they're gonna put the Magnus.
And there's a
in the
lich.
safe lane.
There's a lich in the game, you know.
I feel like that's what I've talked about with Execration again. They're like 18 pick. They need to pick this Huskar, is Meeple. Like I don't get why they need to do these things, you know.
Yeah,
it feels very forced.
Maybe they feel like these are all the replacements to Visage that they've been doing last
Possibly.
time.
Maybe it's a comfort hero.
Okay, so now they have to ban Sven. Sven is the obvious one against the Meeple. So what else do you need to? Any splash damage that you need to ban? What's the second best hero against Meeple as a carry?
Troll's pretty decent. Sven's definitely one of the ones up there. Monkey is gone. Medusa is gone. Oh, they left the Phoenix in the pool on Blacklist. Phoenix is actually really good for Execration. Together with the Meeple and just a lot
the
of
Sun Ray.
fight, Sun
Just
Ray
abuse.
gives them a lot of magic damage too. It's really good against Doom as well. Not sure if it's a Shanks hero though. Might just go for something like a Skyroth instead. Elder Titan ban, Elder Titan carry ban. Damn, that's interesting.
I mean, Elder Titan is pretty good against Meeple.
Yeah, but you have Pango and RP, right? It's so hard for you to hit.
Blacklist lineup is looking kind of squishy.
Nah, that's what you think, but then the Doom has like
aura.
13-minute Octarine core.
Yeah.
Like, wee.
And then the
Frost
Techies,
armor.
the Techies has the grease and the pipe or whatever. Yeah. Okay, normally you see the grease on the Techies. I mean, what other carry is good against like the Meeple? I mean, what, Faceless Void?
Any Balfury buyer is fine.
Ursa?
Troll is one of the better ones. Ursa is good too.
Troll is probably the best one.
Yeah, it's just hard to pick the hero, I think. But it's good with their draft, right? They just need someone who can kind of stand there. Disarm is nice, the lane's good. They want something that's not easy to get repositioned by this Magnus.
What could we see?
It's time for the Embers. Oh, no Ember set. What's a cool Balfury hero? Ogre Magi.
Kunkka. No, Kunkka.
Kunkka with Balfury. Double Daedalus.
I mean,
No,
not Battlefield.
no way.
I mean, do you build Battlefury?
No way this was the hero, guys. No way.
Do you build Battlefury on the Elk?
Isn't Elk so bad against
Yeah,
Meeple?
Elk is actually really bad against
Isn't Meeple the cheese against Elk before? Especially if it's mid, because you just invade his jungle, right?
Now, is it different now because you have so much buffs on the AoE on your stun? So, I don't know. What I mean, before Alchemist
I
is
think
always...
it's probably better, because you also buy Radiance, right? Which kind of deals with one of the Meeple timings, but I feel like Execration, this Phoenix looking juicy as hell right now. I mean, I feel like Blacklist just has a greedy standing lane lineup. We're gonna farm, we're gonna win at some point. Or else Execration has this draft where they need to win with this Meeple by like 20,
there's a time
30
where they
minutes.
have to end the game. If they don't end the game at that time, they are not gonna win the game. Yeah, Phoenix is like the perfect setup for the Meeple because of the Sun Ray and the egg in the team fights you protect. It's all about keeping the Meeple alive.
Yeah, they
with
have
your lineup.
roll, they have RP, just live behind him. There's not much catch on Blacklist too for the Phoenix.
Yeah, you definitely just want to buy like a pipe and mag and keep the Meeples alive in the team fights. As long as they initiate on you, they throw the chain force, they throw the sonic wave, and nobody dies, you're gonna win the team fight.
KP looks very happy right now.
Skyroth,
Choose
okay.
to go for Skyroth instead. So they're playing this farming kill you on the map game.
I mean, I guess it gives them like strong lane and like a pick-off potential on the Elk because Skyroth plus anyone, you can actually just kill like any, especially the Corp and the Elk when they're farming alone. It's easy to kill them.
Yeah, it's not that bad of a pick. I think Phoenix would have been more
Team
secure,
fight.
but
For the team
this
fight.
is faster, right? In a way, where they have this like. we just
Phoenix
kill
is like
you.
the whole draft is all about the team fight. Skyroth gives them like option. Okay, we can pick somebody off. The silence is really good against the Corp. We have the silence against the techies as well. We can kill him easily.
I just feel like they don't have an answer for the Doom right now. Like his lane is pretty free
the
and
Doom
he's
is a
gonna
big
have
problem.
Good game. Run in with Frost Shield and then you can't kill this 2k HP hero with Frost Shield.
Yeah,
It's just
they
gonna-
have to try to gank with the Skyroth. I feel like the Skyroth has to be very active in the early game. He's gonna decide a lot of the outcome of the game by killing heroes, you know. So I think he needs to be active. He needs to use the Twin Gate and just move around the map and keep killing the Doom if he can.
Yeah, so much work to do. He has to help the mid lane too. Such a quad Pango matchup isn't the easiest. gets harder like level 4, level 5. So you need to go runes, you need to kind of win your safe lane, and you need to not lose your off lane or give this elk free farm bare minimum.
Yeah.
So you guys were initially thinking that it might be a Meepo mid. Do you guys like it better that we have a Meepo in the safe lane?
I mean, I just don't like Meepo in general.
I don't like the hero in the safe lane. I feel like he needs levels to accelerate. It's just one of those heroes. And he does pretty well in mid, especially against Quap. You just kind of rotate your meepos. You don't care about poison as much.
Yeah. It's a low percentage play here by Execration on this draft. And whereas Blacklist, sure, they have a very greedy lineup. We don't really like the elk as much, but overall, they have the percentage on their side based on drafts.
So then I ask you the grand question. Whose draft do you like better? Well, from what you just said, I assume you think Blacklist, right?
Yep.
Yeah, same.
So same for you? All right, well, let's see what our casters like better. This time, I got Richie and John X Fire for you guys.
Jonathan.
Oh, hello, Jonathan. We were just talking before, and it didn't really seem like you quite agreed with the analysis there from Adam and Winter. You were kind of saying how you've got some concerns with this Meepo, even in the safe lane. What do you have to say to those doubters on the panel?
I think Meepo is really strong. I think he's got this Ags timing down the line that allows him to scale past this early tempo that Meepo has been known for. And if you do manage to hit that point, the Meepo gets pretty scary. He gets, 8k HP with a couple of stat items with the Ags when he gets into the Mega Meepo form. So he's relevant into the late game. I don't think you've got enough damage to really pin him down. You've got some team fight to cover your bases here in Execration. The issue is getting to that point where the Meepo's ultra farmed up. I had a discussion with Aurora about how Meepo feels. And
she
the general
Meepo spammer?
No, but she's played against it and she has some opinion. So like, her issue with Meepo now is with the map being bigger, it doesn't feel like Meepo can get that gold advantage anymore because there's still so much space to farm for the enemy core, which is fair. But I'm not sure. I have to see the Meepo come out. I feel like it can be strong, and this is probably the best lineup from Execration to enable that. For Blacklist, I mean, they've got good scaling. You've got KP on the Doom once more. We saw a spectacular performance out from him on this hero and his Magnus, which was taken away. But I'm just wondering if Blacklist can play that tempo. Like, if you do shut down the Meepo early, then yeah, you can kind of just take it out of the game. Just play this tempo while the Meepo tries to build up parity or a lead in comparison to the Elk, and that can still be awkward.
I'm still a little bit concerned as well, considering, it sounds like the goal is to get farm on this Meepo and try and, go for an early timing. Depending on how lanes play out, I mean, you've got the two heroes in the game that quite literally conjure up gold for free. Like, they make more gold with even less. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to end up working out here with the Meepo. I think against maybe just one hero, Meepo might still have that timing, but against two, like, I just don't know what you do when KP probably has this early, Octarine core has been, I think, his preferred build.
Yep.
Alchemist is running around with a BKB, Radiance, AC, I think is generally what you see as well when he starts joining the fights. I've got concerns with it. Blacklist as well with this Queen of Paint, right, tends to be the lane dominator. We were looking at the build just before we got started. It's about 50-50. Sometimes you see like right-clicker base, more into that Orchid, or a little bit more of a deviation into the Acceptor style, which might be the choice here.
Yeah, up against Meepo, it sounds like pretty good value. The lane for Carl shouldn't be too bad. I think it's probably a little bit Quap favored up against a Pangolier if you do go for the dagger build. We'll see if Carl does decide to go that route later on. First two levels should be manageable for the Pango. Taking a look at the other lanes though, taking a look down bot. Raven on the Elk along with Cuckoo on that Lich, up against Shanks on the Sky and Tino on the Mag. This is an interesting one. Whenever we watch Execration in the past few months, it's felt like Tino's mainly been on Aura heroes, right? Like Aura or micro heroes. Something more team fight coming out for Tino. This is something I like to see. I think it fits the lineup of Execration. It can kind of manage the Elk lane early on, especially with slow setup coming out from Shanks. There is a threat to skewer back, and there's not too much the Lich can do outside of maybe getting a slow and the Frost Shield to slow down that damage.
Yep.
So it should be manageable enough, and as long as you manage the Elk lane, again, just prevent him from getting an overwhelming start, gives your Meepo a fighting chance.
Yeah, and it's a lot of like really quite tanky heroes as well on the side of Execration. Meepo can be quite tanky, although he might be in some trouble top lane, maybe just dead, as Tims will blow him up there. Got a little bit too close, KP and Tims kind of just shoot him. One sticky bomb slows all they needed. Tims even had blast off, so there's just no way out of that one, to be honest. First Blood is going to make a bit of a difference here. You know, we were more concerned about an early strong start for Meepo. First Blood does not bode very well there. Careful here, Carlo's also gonna go. Okay, man, we were talking earlier as well. I'm just so not used to techies being such a good hero.
It is so dumb what universal heroes can get away with on supports. Just a few branches and your right click's insane. Techie's probably one of the worst in terms of how much damage he has for his range as a laning support. This hero is pretty disgusting. There's a reason why this is a first phase ban nowadays. Even outside his spells, just his right click is really annoying. Like, this hero can actually trade early on. Whereas a hero like, say, you know, Lion, he doesn't have that much range. He gets harassed out. Whereas Techies has even more damage. It's, what can you do?
Easy enough for him. And what can you do? We were just looking down bottom where Tino finally got his Ring of Health delivered. Yeah, I mean, he's just got that constant tango running. You see this a lot, right? Sometimes the circlets, sometimes the branches, but just too much regen. I think this Alk is going to start to really end up struggling in this lane. And basically, I don't really know if they have any kill potential here anymore against the Magnus. Bosku as well, finding himself having a bit of a tougher time with Shanks defending this ward that blocks the camp. So they can't really establish lane equilibrium either. I don't know if going for right clicks is the best idea. He's going to get skewered under tower now. This is just going to be a death from Bosku, and one, honestly, John, that he didn't need to take. I know he'll joke space created, but he's unfortunately not really getting a whole lot accomplished here for his Alchemist in the early game.
That's not what you want to see out of the Lich. Maybe at this point you might even just consider playing the lane. Super passive, tried to stack up. They are getting good aggression up top, again pressuring Palos. So using this weaker laning phase of the Meepo, Palos not even choosing his skills to level yet, just pocketing those points. And the moment you're abandoned by your support, I mean, you can't really do much on a Meepo in that lane. No. That is to be expected.
Yeah, a bit dangerous. Carlo actually, he just took the twin gate back top lane because he was elsewhere, maybe trying to set up for a play bottom with given how much this tower is pushing. But you know, as you're saying, that you take that opportunity to set up on the Meepo, and it's a much more valuable kill here for the side of Blacklist 2 now onto the Meepo. You know, this Techies, we talk about how deceptively strong he is, and you know how much of an impact he can really make here. He's really starting to blow apart this top lane. Maiden, you know, used to be that kind of a hero as well. Maybe it's the 20 damage nerf here to the Crystal Nova. They might go again here onto Palos top lane, by the way. I think they are. Little Frostbite there will hold him in place, but the slows, Palos ticking down. Blood Grenade defensively used, but Scorched Earth, is it enough damage? Palos just out of range here. Just barely kept alive. KP gets him with the Chain Lightning. However, Tibbs is dying to Carlo. Gets off one last auto attack. That is enough damage, but now KP giving chase here. He's got plenty of mana as well to continue the Chain Lightnings, and he'll get this kill come hell or high water. Down goes Carlo.
That is a lot of kills to feed out to KP. He's doing a fantastic job of managing top, pushing that advantage, knowing that the Meepo is just not skilling anything. Not really able to do much with the CM lane, just crushing that lane, so slowing down that impact that Palos will want to get with some early stat items and levels up. This does not bode well for Execration. Again, just down to rough lanes. Even Ravens having better time, some aggression down here.
That was a perfectly timed interrupt there on the skewer. Made sure Tino did not get the mobility back. Even through the Vanguard, they managed to kill him. Really high damage support duo here. They're going to manage to stabilize that bottom lane. MVP right now, for me, Jonathan, is certainly Tims. He's doing so much work right now in this game.
He's just really active on the techies. He understands what he can get done with his hero. I kind of want to point out his damage. Look, his damage swing right now is 68 to 70. And that is...
Even higher now. He just hit level 4.
It's a stupid amount of damage. These universal heroes, man. For some reason, getting buffed in the C patch, and they do so much.
And we've even through that early Vanguard, as we just saw, it's an impressive timing here for Tino. They still kill him off, you know, so it doesn't mean just because of this start he's you know, all of a sudden free sailing. Though with a haste rune, that's a big one. So haste is a very big action rune with the 733 change. Now you can kind of count that one out of the pool until we've gone through all of them. So DD, regen, I would say are the next really big ones. Maybe an invis rune, shield rune can be a bit of an aggro rune as well for a Pango. We'll see what he decides to do. So Carlo's not going to be able to dive underneath the tower. They've got basically an identical ward as well here, so Blacklist are not going to end up losing the co-op that easily.
I think this has to be their launching point in Execration. Just a fast game coming out from Bob. He has to be the source of that aggression coming out. He has to be the one to connect as we go into the Doom in a pause.
Yeah, they're going to pause right as the Doom connects. Do Rainbow TP save him here? They can TP the Pango up, and he's pretty close, but does not have a good rune for this right now. I I think this Meepo is just dead. This is Meepo Prime as well, but I think he's dead all the same.
Yeah.
Level 4.
It's not the best time. He's been under a lot of pressure. Execration has not prioritized Palace at all, it feels like, which will bite them. I mean, it's a stronger start for Raven. You're going to have that item advantage on the Elk. Your tempo on Meepo, it's a pressure early. It's not going to come out that fast. They should be able to find this, no problem.
Yeah. In the meantime, you see a line drawn on the map. This boss who's going to try and contest for the runes. They do poop over in the Meepo rune, going for the self-deny. He'll get it. That's something. I mean, he's still only level 4, though, which I would say is the much more painful part about this. How important is it, though, or how much does that matter, given the kind of start that Tino's had at shutting down the Alchemist, who's also barely just level 5?
I think anything you can do to mitigate some of these losses that you're taking on Execration is big. You know, you're still trying to hit these timings on your Meepo. You're still trying to prevent an overwhelming start coming out from KP, which we've seen before has been a real launching point for Blacklist when he's able to dictate this game on his end. So it looks silly. It's a little bit still awkward for Palos at this point in the game, but you waste some time. You waste Doom. So you're not going to make any rotations out of KP. You leave him tied down there, and leaving that Doom tied in means that perhaps you get a good angle for Bob down the line. Perhaps you can start eyeing an RP opportunity for Tino at some point if an opportunity presents itself, with not too much to worry about in the next minute and a half.
All right, talking about mid, we'll see the second power rune spawn, and it's Illusion, probably the least exciting of the runes. Oh, well, that is, unless you just blink right on in. Nice sonic wave here does... Oh, wow, what was that? I don't know what Bob bounced off. It must have been some terrain there on the stairs. Bosku, though, in some trouble. Finds himself directly in the pinball zone and killed off. Ooh, the dodge! No way! Bob said it's actually one of the most exciting runes as Tim's unable to connect on the blast off there. Perfect timing for an ability that I believe otherwise might have condemned him there.
Yeah, should have been a kill. Dodge close. Nick of time.
Oh, he's going to be okay. All right. That was incredible. Only Cuckoo to die there in what might have otherwise been at least a 1-for-1 trade. Careful top lane. They're going to try and go on to KP now, who does have Vanguard on the way, but Tino, he's going to end up skewering him back away from the courier. Vanguard still gets delivered. We'll see if that makes any of a difference. Not at all, as Bob TP's in to collect the kill using the swashbuckle.
That's big. KP's been a lot of
Revenge kills. Uh-oh. Palos in a lot of trouble, and yep, just lots of AoE damage, more than sufficient. He's going to go down.
It's a back and forth. I feel like you still gain more for killing off KP in terms of net worth. And if you look at the kill summaries, it is. Oh, the fight summary is.
This is aggressive, Bob. They knew he was nearby because of how much XP they were leeching. Heads up play there from Blacklist Rivalry. Carlo should be a very nice +1. A little maiden dessert for you. Why not? Carl's out of mana. Don't think it's going to matter. So we'll go ahead and pop the wand to commit for the kill.
That's a lot to give out to Carl, though. Like if you just stop at that loss up top, you're pretty fine. Then to lose additional in the jungle, Blacklist or laning phase has gone really well. Like they've had a pretty good understanding of what they have to get out of these lanes, which was something that felt like was lacking, especially in their series up against Talent. So this is a good correction to see immediately.
Sorry, it's just funny seeing Tim's just throw everything he can to ruin the techie's day. As we'll take another look. Oh, here at the fight mid. What does he bounce up? He must have bounced just
in the stair.
Off of the stairs, I guess. Didn't end up making that big of a difference, and Bosku's going to be the one to pay the price for it. Oh, we're going to see the illusion rune dodge. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pretty darn nice, I gotta say. Yeah, because otherwise I was going to say, you know, normally these Queen of Pain's quite annoying heroes when they end up going for the Scream of Pain, Shadow Strike kind of a build. But Panko had otherwise been doing a pretty fantastic job at keeping the game pretty even. Thanks to these big stacks that they've got going on now in the triangle. Dom's going to have a still respectable timing here on this Diffusal Blade. But the more you can slow this, you know, the less it seems like Execration has to stop you from really getting too much in their face and going for aggressive plays like we just saw Blacklist do.
Yeah, again, a lot hinges on Bob kind of hitting those timings, setting up for the team, because you're kind of farming up in Tino as well. Like, he is playing a lot greedier on this. Magnus, he's not really showing up too much outside of that movement up top.
Probably see him join fights more off this Harpoon, right? As he does seem to queue up that Echo Saber.
Once that's up, it feels better. You're still probably banking on the Blink, really, to get these big RPs down the line, or even just the skewer backs much more consistently.
It's a phenomenal catch even against something like a PA, though. I mean, you just never really seem to expect a Harpoon, especially because that's 0 mana cost.
Yeah.
You know? For a hero that can have mana problems, it's pretty big.
Yeah, it's a really strong item. That's why it's basically there on almost every Magnus pickup we see. I'm more interested in seeing what Palace is working on. He is going for his own Diffusal now in the Meepo.
So trying to get a little bit more damage out early on, maybe some presence in these fights. I figured he'd go for stats, but I guess he wants to take some early activity, which, you know, with your lineup, you can't really maximize that. At the same time, it's still a risk playing Meepo into all of this AoE. You know, without the stats to back it up, you're only at 1.2k HP, you melt.
So, for now, that is certainly true, especially against this trio that's smoked, right? You look at the amount of magic damage these heroes have, and it's, or even just pure in the case of Carl, it's just way too high. Making a play now for Tino, as Raven will end up stunning himself, but this tower ought to go down. They should be a little bit careful, though. Good mine out by Tibbs here to scout anyone trying to pinch them from the triangle of the Dire side as Raven gets the tower. Reason being I'm saying they should be a little bit careful is because they do have the big first item now on Bob. Diffusal Blade is finished up. When do you expect them to make a move here? I mean, they've got RP, they now got Pango roll and this Diffusal. It seems like a good time now with the smoke.
Yeah, I think this is the timing they need to hit. Plus the 2 supports, you've got enough control. If there are more heroes who are in it too, though, I think Blacklist just went out. Like, this 3-man rotation's really more of a single target pickoff lineup.
What did KP do with the Ring of Health, by the way? Because he had oh, hold on. We'll get back to that right now. Big ulti coming out. Carl's still alive, and just barely, because Carlo is just out of range. The Doom as well condemns Bob. A bit unlucky there for the main. I thought that Quap was dead to rights, just out of range.
Yeah, just out of range. The Doom comes in time. It's so curious for them to force that fight on mid with the TPs ready. Yeah. I figured they'd walk around the map, look for a pickoff. Because again, once you drag more heroes in, you do not have consistent AoE control coming out here from Execration. Like, it's very easily punished by the side of Blacklist. They see that opportunity and they get it done. Going back to your question here for KP, he does rush the Octarine up. So it's the same build he went for last time, which I do enjoy. I do enjoy seeing the Octarine rush in the off lane. Stuff like Batrider rushing it now. Feels good. Oh,
just a little blast off his... Yeah, Tims uses mobility to get out there, despite the inhibit, just barely has enough mana to cast. Yeah, I didn't know Dooms were selling the Ring of Health as well, because he disassembled Vanguard to get the Vit booster back, and then I guess just used that a bit of extra gold to get a faster Octarine. It probably makes sense considering you have Devour, and you reduce cooldown of Devour, so after, I don't know, 6 or 7 uses, probably it pays for itself.
It does. Just speeds up that farming pace. I mean, KP's had a pretty free game. He's not been pressured at all. Just allowed to farm up. He's dominated Palace for quite a fair bit of time. You are starting to give some room out for the Meepo to catch up. It is slower progress, though, and he is rushing the Ags, which it is strong, but it's not at its strongest point with only 2 Meepos. You're going to need your maxed out Divided We Stand to really feel the impact on that Ags, which is a little bit strange. I feel like Ags is a great item. It makes Meepo relevant, but it also makes him relevant only at the late game. Early on, like 2 Meepos stack up isn't great.
And then just the freezing field just gets barely out of there. So much magic damage, and trying to chase there is going to be the Pango punished for that. Nice moves there, good reactions.
A little giggle out from Carl.
Probably a bit of frustration there as well. Careful though, Blacklist Rivalry looking to slam the door shut here. They did just see the Swashbuckle get used as well as Shield Crash. Yep, immediately in with the stun. We'll see if they can burst him before he gets up the Rolling Thunder. Sinister Gaze, they have the Quap ulti and will commit it. Finding a Maiden in the midst as she's going to let go of the freezing field. Stunned up immediately by Raven, but it's Carl who collects the kill. They want one more. That's Shanks. KP actually still has the Chain Lightning. That damage is sufficient though with 4 enemy heroes here. Shanks is going to be encircled and killed off. Blacklist Rivalry making an incredible snap decision there to just collapse onto Execration. They didn't look ready for that at all.
No, but I don't think Execration's ready for any sort of movements right now. Despite some of these item timings coming out, they've tried this attempt down mid. They couldn't find the kill. They don't try to go for a smoke again. They're just trying to work lanes. They're playing far away from where Palos is. So in a way, they're trying to buy space out for this Meepo to again rush into the Ags.
And Tino, by the looks of things, I mean, he's not really too close to these kind of fights, but he has finished his item, right? That's why I bring this up. He's got Harpoon now. So I'd surely expect him to acknowledge, okay, time for me to join this. This is getting rough, 5-14. The 7K net worth lead here, so this Alchemist, we know we were just casting some Alchemist the other day, weren't we? We were talking about what kind of a lead he needs. Raven, with Radiance online, nearly has BKB, then into Blink, so I think he's really just about getting ready to join these fights as well. I think Execration, they have to be ready for the next one.
We have to see them connect together. I mean, they're aiming down for mid. KP is around. They're TPing in on Blacklist for the defense.
Raven, no Blink, just Yeah, is going to find himself stunned here. Then in the meantime, I think creeps actually are after him. Arlo thought about chasing, but won't think better of it. Doesn't know what's waiting for him in the fog of war. The Doom immediately onto Tino. Follow-up stun as well. The War Stomp, making sure they keep their distance though, because Bob is going to be rolling around behind them. KP gets the kill. There's the Chain Frost. Only bounces a handful of times. Tim's keeping himself alive with the mech. Nearly enough healing, but Bob eventually has got the damage for him. Blacklist Rivalry chasing underneath the ward of Execration, but they've got the vision now and the stuns and the damage there as Bob is cleaved through clean. But Palos with 3 Meepos now, thrice the damage for him. He's going to be able to get a big kill onto Carl at 600 gold just for him, 1,000 for the team overall. Bosku maybe next as the poofs absolutely decimate him. That's a 2 for 3. I mean, kind of tough fight for you to swallow if you're Execration, but I mean, you got the tower, you got 1 core, a big kill considering the kill streak, and finally, Palos is getting involved in the fights.
He gets some good activity. He sees them commit all the AoE spells while he's not there. So he's like, all right, it's a freebie for me to come in. No Sonic Wave, no Doom. Alk not in position to counteract with his AoE stun. So you're free to do what you want, and that's a big win for the side of Execration, purely because this does accelerate Palos. He's got the Ags flying out. So Mega Meepo in play really early on. Again, I don't think this is the scary point for Meepo yet. You don't have that many stacks. You don't have your max Meepo to stack up just yet. You don't have that much stats to play with. But still, a Mega Meepo with Empower, it's just basically like a very big carry with maybe not the fastest right click, but...
Do you know, have you seen the new Fling? Is it still the old Fling?
Yeah, it's basically the old
so
Fling.
In case you hear Stormhammer, don't worry, it's Meepo. Sven was banned, I believe, like 22nd or something by Execration here. Otherwise, would have been a pretty good carry pick. Speaking of the carry pick, though, for Blacklist, how do you think Raven's working out so far on this Alk? Do you think he's still striving towards that peak, or is Mega Meepo gonna, bury him?
It's gonna be interesting. I feel like the Alk is better in that matchup until you get Scotty on Meepo.
All right, we'll see when that ends up coming through. For right now, Execration not super confident going for a fight. Bob was in the top lane, had just TP'd there. It's only 4 heroes as well here, though, for the side of Blacklist. Carl's still a bit far, but has an Arcane Rune, so he'll be blinking on over relatively quickly. We'll see what they can catch. As for now, Bosku taken on a trip. Oh no, but he lets loose now on the Chain Frost. Those are some big bounces, but a lot of tanky heroes, and now a creep wave to absorb the damage. It looks like it barely did anything.
Yeah, didn't do quite enough. Didn't even have to Mega Meepo up as well to dodge it out.
Casual 2,500 damage there from Bosku, just absolutely shrugged off by these tanks, these machines.
Yeah, just a lot of HP on hand. I mean, it bounces across Meepo, sure, it's good damage across each one, but it's also just damage across each Meepo, not bursting one down, so you don't really care about that too much. And it's still a strong point for Blacklist. This is the time, though, where you start to get a little bit scared of what Execration can bring out. Blink's coming out next for Palos.
Yep.
Tino is going for the full pipe.
He has his Blink now as well, and he's onto one.
The Mega Meepo.
The Mega Meepo. They have Tomb the Mega Meepo with 3,000 HP. Big RP onto 4. Sets up Bob for the roll of a lifetime here. The Skewer, Sonic Wave, everything's getting thrown out, but Raven is the last one standing here. Execration are going to be wiped here 1 by 1. So they're on to Bob. Shanks doing what he can from the sideline, but Raven is eating good here. A +2 as he's going to kill onto Bob. Seems like Carl's going to make it out alive despite that little bird chasing him down, and it turns into a full team wipe despite what looked like an amazing counter initiation.
I mean, it's a great RP, but where's your follow-up? Your Meepo is doomed up. He can't just stand there and hit people. You get focused down by this Alchemist. Really good angle to find from Raven and from KP just TPing in, getting the blink off. You have to respect that from Execration. They just play a little bit too far forward, and they get caught out. Like, the Meepo can still be burst. Again, your Mega Meepo form right now isn't the strongest. You don't have your max amount of Meepos. You don't have the most stat items coming out yet, so when you stack up your Meepos, it's not as much HP as you'd hope for. And it is easily punishable. Like, this is still the time where Blacklist can be strong. We are still, yet again, approaching the point where Execration can take that fight forward. With the blink up on Palos, it feels like what Execration need to do is still look for pickoffs, right? This lineup is still geared towards just jumping in, getting the Mystic Flare off.
A Skewer back out of position.
A Skewer back into position as well, but going for a 5-man RP, it looks great. you don't really have the follow-through outside of maybe just a full freezing field.
Bit lackluster there.
But yeah, it's not like you can even expect Carlo to just hold that. Still,
Is this
Roche
thing?
opens.
Yeah, well, somewhat early Roche. I know you've got lots of damage here, courtesy of the Magnus. Plenty of Meepos as well to go around to tank it.
Blacklist are around.
Yeah, it's still not super fast. There's a ward up though for Execration. Where is their ward? It's a bit more in the lane though, so with this movement, it seems like Blacklist, with their ward as well on the high ground, having a little bit of superior vision here in this moment. Roche as well, less than half HP, is kind of a tantalizing target here for Blacklist, but they know they need to take the fight first. Scan as well, out from Execration. Raven's just gonna move in. This is going to be a bit aggressive here. There is an RP available and a Rolling Thunder. Vision's now all out. Since Execration are going to be picked up here just barely as their smoke does break. Bob from the side, getting ready to go on in. But Roche falling quickly. There's going to be the Chemical Rage used as well. Bob revving up the engine. In he goes. Roche finds a bash. So Carl's going to be the one to pick up the Aegis. And for now, both teams seeming, no, KP's in. He wants to find a target. Raven as well. Throws the Unstable Concoction. That's Carlo dead. Execration now. They're looking for a way out of this one. Over the land bridge they go with, what's that? The Baldur, isn't it? From Lord of the Rings, who gets stopped at the You Shall Not Pass.
Yeah,
you ever see that movie? That's this little path right there.
Yeah, that's the path, and they do manage to get away and not let them pass this time around for Execration, but at a massive loss. Aegis up for Carl. We've seen a lot of trouble in pinning down this Quap.
I was just surprised Execration thought they could do it that quickly, honestly. I didn't know if maybe this is some Meepo strat. Well, certainly a Meepo strat is killing supports for free unless they counter-initiate on you. That's a lot of damage. And Raven goes in the RP, not saving Palos. And in fact, it might still just condemn Tino. Trying to TP out of this one, but Sonic Wave cuts him down. What in the world? Bosku actually creating space. Look at that. There's a Doom as well. They've managed to find Bob farming in the jungle. KP is going to be able to just kind of walk him down. Tier 2 tower, be damned, and as do you, Bob.
I mean, they're on points, Blacklist. Execration forcing out a lot of these pickoffs, but not respecting that Blacklist. They're right next to TP points. They've been grouping up much more often. I don't believe we saw Paulus even go into the Mega Meepo to try to save himself there, just stuck in a really awkward position. And it's getting tough now for Execration. Like, Blacklist have everything they could possibly ask for at this point. Raven's huge, KP's huge. You've got a lot of options to play with. Yeah. Whereas for Execration, they don't have that map control that we were talking about that Meepo does need. He's not denied space away from Blacklist's cores. His own space was denied away by Blacklist instead. And he's just not that Mega Meepo just yet. Even with the Mega Meepo form, it's not big enough.
No, not working out for him. And that's another item now for this Alec progression as he continues to get bigger and bigger, right? BKB on top of the Blink Radiance and now his newest addition, AC. Just a great item here. That minus attack speed as well against the Meepo is going to be really, really punishing. I mean, eventually they have to make some of these RPs count, though. Yeah. You know, is what I feel. I think that's going to be the great equalizer here or something, because it's just not coming together right now for Execration. We'll see who gets this shard from the Tormentor. We'll go to Shanks. Okay, everyone says this one's useless. We'll see.
I mean, it's all right, because you can stack up a lot of armor. You can get quite a fair bit of int now.
And the hero needs armor. He's got 3 base.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but I mean, looking at Shanks, I always feel like Phylactery on Skywrath Mage is a bit of a bait. This feels way better. Just durability you can pass on to your teammates. It's utility. Phylactery's like, yeah, all right, you get a slow off, you get some damage off. It's kind of nice, but
I could see the appeal.
It's appealing, but yeah, it's like it doesn't do enough for your team in comparison.
It's like a solo kill item, because I can imagine that's really good with Ancient Seal into Mystic Flare, lots of slows, but doesn't end up being that powerful. KP's in. He wants to Doom a Meepo. He's been silenced, though. Let's see if he still wants to drop the Doom. Indeed, he will. I think it's a Mega Meepo, though, isn't it? He is a tanky boy, 3,500 HP. Do they have the damage now? Carl's in. War Stomps as well, doing everything they can to try and get the kill here on Apollos, as they're going to get the BKB off on a Raven right after he's RP'd. But Apollos, he's been exploded. He's dead and out of the fight. Carl held on to the Sonic Wave entirely for that, and now Execration trying to bail out of this fight. Shanks with only 4 stacks of Shield of the Scion, not nearly enough to save him here. And that's 2 heroes dead. Blacklist, they just keep finding the initiations. KP, he's just getting them all right.
Yeah, he's been... Again, KP has looked like the shining light here for Blacklist in their past few games. It feels like this guy is just... He's bounced back in the offlane in really strong form. This is stronger form than I saw him in Talon, to be quite frank with you. Like, he looks a lot better even from those days.
All right.
And he looks really revitalized. So
praise.
Yeah, he's been playing his heart out, KP. It looks like he's just been itching to come back in, and certainly showing Execration. It's looking... I mean, it's been looking rough for the past, I don't know, maybe the entire game.
I would say ever since Tim's made the rotation bottom, and they get the kill onto the Magnus, the game has been rough since then, in my opinion.
I'd argue earlier on when you died twice in Palos, that's already a bad sign.
That's certainly rough, but up until then, I would say Tuna was having an excellent game.
That's fair.
And then he got an amazingly timed harpoon, lands an RP onto 4, and then nothing happened.
There's just no damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Somewhere along the line, something broke here for Execration, a team that normally and still has always taken me by surprise, John. So I'm not counting them out of this one yet.
I mean, this is also a bit of a surprise, right? So that statement's not necessarily false.
I mean, I guess so, right? If you look at the form that Execration's shown us this week versus the form that Blacklist showed us this week, even if Blacklist did just take a 2-0 versus Bleed, if I'm not mistaken, Blacklist looked good in that game.
Yeah.
It really looked pretty darn good.
They've shaped up. If only, I feel like a lot of people are just saying if only they shaped up earlier, maybe you'd have a different story in Tour 1 and Tour 2. But the past is the past. I'm going back to this timing from Execration. I feel like a lot of this comes down to this pretty much second item pickup ags on Meepo. Like, again, Mega Meepo is great, but Mega Meepo is only great when each of your Meepos has enough to stack up with you. You don't really have status items. You have a Diffusal Blink, 2 Wraith Bands. It's not enough for you to be like a 7k HP Mega Meepo right now.
I think right now Blacklist Rivalry, they're just straight up too tanky.
Yeah.
Pop has what 30 something armor, 33 armor, SNY and Ashivas. Doom has got 3100 HP. He's almost got Refresher, by the way. Almost has that second cornucopia. And there's a heart. There's a heart on Raven and an AC.
Yeah, it's just too much.
I never know. You know, it was funny. We were talking earlier. I was convinced Blacklist Rivalry were going to have damage issues getting through the Mega Meepo, getting through the Magnus, getting through this Rolling Thunder Pango. It has not been the case. Carl blinks up with the vision, sees a Palos here. Palos calls in reinforcements on the Meepo. Seems like they're going to try and make a play now. In they go. A skewer back is going to kind of put Raven out of position, but there's going to be a Doom and just a dead Palos as well. That just absolutely unleashes Raven. Picks up the kill there. I didn't quite see what happened to the Meepo. Seems like he just kind of got doomed and focused, didn't he?
Yeah, he just kind of melted. Like, it looked like just one hit kind of killed him off.
I think those 4 stacks of Shield of the Scion aren't going to save Shanks. Down he goes. Bob, he can't even get off the darn Rolling Thunder before he's Sonic waved and blown up. This one might be over. I think this one's too far gone. 27k?
It's pretty hard to recover from this point. You didn't get that running start with Meepo. Your item buildup is not ideal.
Ghosted us after Tour 1.
Yeah, and he's still haunting us here right now.
Might be watching the game right now. Who knows?
Yeah, and if he is, I mean, that's a great use of his voice line there.
Yes, it is.
But for Execration, I mean, this is a rough one to stomach. You know, you get your pocket pick Meepo. Yeah. You feel like it's a good game. Palos has delivered spectacular performances on Meepo.
They picked it into the Doom as well, but this might be a moment. There's no Aegis here on Raven. He's going to try and fight through this one. Chemical Rage acts. The damage is too high. The Doom as well. They found Apollo. He's turned to a Mega Meepo. There's going to be at least the RP, so Palos is safe and sound for now, as Carl's going to have to buy back. Freezing Field. They're throwing everything they have at the Raven, but a big old blast off from the Meepo finds 2. That's going to be Tino down. The dime back as well immediately for Carlo, as Bob doing what he can, trying to pick off the stragglers here, but he can barely catch Tim's here once on the stun, twice as well, but just where's the follow-up damage? KP threatening to drop another Doom here with the refresher, but Oz already done so. Bob being controlled, Raven and company turn, as Palos, who's Bob back, is now going to be caught by the Sinister Gaze. Raven letting loose into him. That's a dig out from the Meepo, so it saves him momentarily. But for how much longer? I mean, this is just unsustainable, Jonathan.
It's not sustainable at all from the side of Execration. They're finding some plays, but not quite enough. There is an interesting interaction. I was thinking about this one. If you don't do Meepo Prime and he gets Mega Meepo, you still see the Doom on the tiny Meepo, but the Mega Meepo is still there. It's kind of funny.
KB, he has absolutely no chill, and now that is Shanks, because he's dead. That's Megas. Oh, no, it's not. They still have the bottom barracks.
Yeah, they still have one lane. But 37k behind, again, not getting that running start you'd want in the Meepo.
No.
Not having the damage follow through when the RP comes in. Heck, you don't even have your last level of Divide Stand.
That was, oh my goodness.
Oh,
that was a little scary. Tino probably regretted using that harpoon after he saw the BKB came out.
Yeah,
All right.
play it safe.
I mean, not the biggest waste at all. KP got refresher, worst case scenario. Obviously, going to save that for the double Doom, but he's a big lad now, this Doombringer. In fact, what's his net worth at here? He's really only 4K behind a Raven Alchemist, which is incredible.
And you've got the full Ags up and running now on Carl, so even more AoE damage coming out with the Shadow Strike as well. I mean, again, a Meepo can kind of avoid it. I'm wondering if those stacks still come out of the sub-Meepos when Mega Meepo is up and they're all affected. I'm not sure. It's a really strange
That's
thing.
a really good... It might just crash the game. Maybe that's the way that Execration...
There you go. That's the win condition.
Yep.
Crash the server.
Crash the server. Raven just beaten into your tier 3 tower now. Did not take the Chemical Rage base attack time, by the way. Oh, they're looking for the counter initiation, but Cuckoo there in time with the save. It's not his fault this time around. Tino, just nothing he could do. Bob is at least delaying this, but just doing that here as Raven immediately gets back to work. It's going to be a Mystic Flare now on top of Boss. They might be able to get through him, but he's already let loose here on the Chain Frost. Look at the damage, it's done. Sonic Wave to follow up. GG, throw in the towel. It's getting too ugly. They just styled on them, John.
41-11 from Blacklist, beating up a team that, you know, they've been going to majors the past 2 tours. They've surprised us, especially I think in Tour 2 was the biggest surprise for me watching them, considering, again, their performances on lands have been a little bit lackluster. But you have high hopes for Execration, right? You're like, all right, they're not doing well in majors, but when they come back to see they look like a solid team, this is not looking like the Execration from the last 2 tours right now.
No.
It looks lost. To be fair, I think Blacklist just looks really strong. Like, they've improved a lot just taking KP in. We had our hot takes a while ago. I don't think it's a hot take from Adam, you know? I don't think it's a hot take.
I don't think it is anymore. I mean, that and KB's just a stone cold killer. You see him, he didn't have any reaction, no emotions when the camera went on over to him. Just said, give me the next game. Give me another Doom. He's just looked so good in all of these games. And I wonder just how high his ceiling is here along with this Blacklist International team, Blacklist Rivalry team, pardon me. We'll see as Execration is going to get at least another go at them here. That was just game 1. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the panel to break down what happened just a bit more.
Blacklist really starting off this season 10 times better than last season. But I have a question for you guys. What is the point of going mode Mega Meepo and getting doomed?
Going to Div 2.
Okay, that hurts. But I mean, it's so sad because like you buy the Ags, right? Then you go Mega Meepo and you just, if you didn't do that, the rest of the 4 Meepos would be able to do something.
Yeah, I feel like Execration, someone on the team has to take over drafting. This is not working out for them. They need a change somewhere, and I think that's probably the place that they can target the most right now.
I mean, at this point, I'm going to pay twice the previous salary to get him back. I mean, I'm serious, it's worth it. And they look like a totally different team without him. Sure, last major in Berlin, they seem like still fine, but when they can't really pick what was working before, like all the strats that they've been using before, they're struggling to find new things, you know. So it's telling me that maybe all the previous ideas, they all came from March. So once he's gone, there's nothing new coming in.
Yeah. I mean, to start off already with 1 loss in the series, hey, there's still the rest of the series to go, but I mean, it's just comes to show that Execration don't look like they were in the same form as they once did.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're doing this Huskar Meepo shit, you know? They're not the weaker team. I don't feel like you're in a position where if I play standard Dota, I have no chance, you know? Like, that's what I would usually do if I feel like my team has no chance against the other team. So I try to cheese.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. They should be at least on even footing with Blacklist in terms of like skill and just execution. I think they showed in the Blade series that their early game's super sick, and you know they can take advantage of that with their lineups, but they seem to be trapped in this second pick hole right now.
Yeah, it's just not looking good at all. What do you guys think Execration need to do to take it back? But just fix the draft? Is that the answer?
I think number 1, they need to be first pick because they suck at second pick.
Team meeting.
Team meeting.
They need a team meeting.
Team huddle.
They just lose the next game quicker, go to the team meeting, get everything over with, and decide what they want to do next. I don't see how they can fix this problem. Is so big. I don't think you can change or fix this problem right away. It's more about just dealing with it, just whatever, try whatever that you think can work. Keep things simple, and if it doesn't, just go for the team meeting.
Yeah, you know, I'm very actually impressed with the way Blacklist are playing. Funny enough, our bracket kind of looks like it's flipped right now, where you have Bleed closer to the top. I mean, besides Talon, you have like Bleed closer to the top, you have Blacklist rising up there, SMG and Execration are both kind of falling.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened to them. They seem to be very lost. Like, they are trying to be creative with their drops, like I get it, but they don't seem to even understand what they are doing.
It's like the restaurant lost the chef and they're trying to get the cleaner to cook now. That's what I feel.
That's a good analogy.
Winter has no chill.
Winter is mode roast. We should have had Winter here on the hot takes.
He's the final opponent.
He's the final boss, yeah. There's the GG called. Tears. Tears from Carlo. But here's Carl, our match MVP, on Queen of Pain, 15-114, screaming everywhere, showing them who's boss. You guys like how he played?
I mean, even co-op against Meepo, it's like good, right? With the Ags. Just Shadow Strike 5, then they scream at each other. Is that why he went Mega Meepo? So you can't.
Oh, so you can't scream
no
at him?
Boom, yeah. Do me instead.
No idea, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the old patches, sure, I can understand, because the root is very good against the Meepo. You get to kill the I mean, it's very good against the co-op. But right now, I don't think the matchup is the same anymore.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate how Execration are playing, but maybe they're going to be able to bring it back in the next game. We will see, as that was just game 1 of our 3rd series today. We will be back right after a short break.
Guys riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the road of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamers with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. In a moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid.
We are back to this Filipino brawl where Blacklist Rivalry took the first game off of Execration. We will see what happens next. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I've got my amazing, wonderful, super intelligent panelists with me. I'm talking about both of you guys this time. What did you guys think of last game? Let's do a little recap before we go into next.
I feel like as much as Execration didn't really have that great a draft, I feel like if they just picked that Phoenix last pick, they actually had a chance.
Plug him in.
Had a chance.
There's
Like the bottom
hard
fight, we
copium.
got the RP, they needed a Doom save. I feel like the Scarab just didn't do anything. We went for some 4-1-1 build, bot flag tree, like, okay, cool. That's
Cool,
what you get,
that's it.
cool.
Winter does not seem impressed with what you're saying.
I mean, imagine if you max the slow. No, it's right. If you max the slow, he RPs 4 heroes, you would actually do more
Yeah.
damage with the slow with the AoE.
That's true.
Yeah, that build is like a freaking meme. Like if you look at Antares, I would say that he's probably the best Skyra player, and he doesn't do that.
It's a debate.
Feels good in the pubs, but in an actual game, I don't feel like it's that reliable. In the games where you're winning, whatever you build is gonna feel good.
So I'm not a pro, obviously, and I've never been a pro. But when you're in a situation like that, and you have a teammate, you see your Skywrath buddy is going, 4-1-4. Do you tell him, you ask him, what are you doing? Or do you just let him do his thing?
I think we would say something.
You would say something?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's
think
probably not the
different.
first time he did it in the scream or
probably.
something.
Probably. I mean, I feel like maybe the build is good in a different situation, but this way I feel like he was just there to deliver burst damage, and he wasn't like some long drawn out fight. Skyrav's gonna do a lot of damage. It wasn't. He was like RP boom my ult, or Meepo net boom my ult. That was his purpose.
Maybe without the Meepo, the Sky would have actually been fine if they had like a normal hero.
Yeah,
normal
possibly,
carry.
possibly.
So you don't think it's any sort of miscommunication? They were very aware of what was going on.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. All right, well, let's get the draft of Game 2, Series 3 going on. Our bans are Dusa, Doom, Ench, and Beast.
What was the Doom ban previously?
The Doom ban?
Yeah, the Doom was in the game, right? So
Yeah,
what
Doom
was the
was in
other
the
ban?
The Beast Ench is the same. Yeah.
Rubik?
Rubik.
Yeah.
Or Magnus?
Rubik.
Okay. So there's no Doom now. Do they go Magnus again? I feel like they should. Magnus, Rubik?
Let's see all the bans.
They don't really have to take the Rubik, but I feel like just Shanks on Rubik is just really nice to have.
Do you actually lane the Rubik against the techies because you can stop the blast off with the leaf?
You can try. I feel like the techies is the sticky bombs, the annoying thing. The Blastoise is like kind of whatever.
Coddle 2 does the little blinding light and you stop the blast.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I've seen the flame breaks happen a lot too.
That's more reliable than the Rubik leaf.
Yeah, it really is a bit.
That was the most validated you've ever made me feel, Winter.
What?
You're like, yeah.
I mean, a lot of the teams do it. Okay, so CM Magnus again.
Why do you think this CM hero is so popular? I feel like we see it more often than not.
I think the hero's strong. I feel good when I play the hero in the lane. He's very good in the lane. I mean, not so strong right now because of the 20 damage nerf on the Nova, but she's still really strong in the game because the Frostbite is I feel like the Imba part, the root, the cast range, they buff so many things about the hero. She has a really good shot. The Twin Gates benefit her a lot because you want to run around. She's very similar to Skyraf. You win your lane, you want to win the second lane, the side lanes. And the aura is very good in the team fights, Like sometimes people underestimate how every time in the team fights, you don't have mana, right? The CM goes next to you, boop, boop, 2 spells, and then, I have mana. Because she just gave me mana. And then you get the cast and another extra spell. You don't see that statistic in the team fight.
They pick up the Bat Rider.
New hero. I wonder whose Bat Rider is going to be. Is it going to be Carl or KP?
Probably.
I mean, probably Carl,
right?
but who knows? Might be a flex for them.
I think it could be a flex, right? Because Bear Rider offlane, like I said before, you're very good in the offlane and you pick him early because you can just ignore the matchup and you can always Firefly and farm.
Ancients too, right?
And you can farm the camps, you pull the wave and you farm. So I feel like Bear Rider has kind of become, offlane Bear Rider has kind of become like the Beastmaster before. You can just pick the hero out early. You don't care about the lane counter because you just skill X and you push the crit wave, you get the farm, you harass with it. So I guess it can be the same thing with Bat. You just drag the wave, you need a couple of levels and you just drag the wave, farm the camps on the side.
Yeah, it's an 8 pick too, so it's easy to ban for if they want to. They can like remove the Slark PL kind of heroes right here if they want to put in the offlane.
Do you think they need to remove Oracle, or it's not a problem?
Nah, no care.
No care.
No care.
So just remove Slark.
I feel like Dota is like, the difference from Dota before is that right now you can just play the map as much as you want. And you actually don't have to fight until you are ready, until you see this Oracle. I feel like before, when Dota was much faster paced and people like force objectives and fought more, you actually need to be able to take these early team fights where you care about the stage.
But Oracle, I feel like he's a bit broken with the Fate's Edict right now. Like he's actually super strong. We don't get to see him much in SEA games yet, but I feel like the hero is actually so annoyingly busted. Like if you know how to use it and abuse it, because it's like a free BKB, you're pushing high ground, right? Because we always talk about how hard it is to push high ground. Imagine right now you can put the Fate's Edict on the carry and he just hits the tower for free.
Yeah, that's true. We saw like 2 games of Oracle today. It didn't really go well in one of them, but it is a good pick against bad techies. Even without the false promise breaking lasso, like Fate's Edict is super value, right, against their heroes.
Faces void ban, so they don't want the Batrider to deal with time dilation, so I guess the Batrider is still kind of open for them. They'll decide later whether it's mid hero or off lane hero, because they ban Void, and both the Voids actually, Faces Void and Void Spirit.
So Execration 1 Pango and Blacklist 1 TB right now, I think, based on the bans. Pango's a decent matchup against the Batrider.
How about the co-op again?
For XCTN instead of Blacklist?
Yeah, the co-op against Batrider.
I'm not really sure how the lane goes actually. I feel like there was a point where co-op would dominate, but I think right now if you don't die in the lane, eventually you clear Ancients and you're same net worth, and the co-op doesn't feel as good. Because it's really hard to invade the deeper Ancients.
What do you think of the bans?
And pretty straightforward for the double Void, and for Execration they ban out Timber and Bloodseeker. Just Timber is like just a good hero against Magnus. Bloodseeker probably like what Adam said, probably suggests
Slark as well, right?
Pango, yeah, maybe Slark.
For the Batrider. Would make sense.
Rubik's still available, so do you think Blacklist will pick it up considering how Cuckoo's been playing on it?
I'm not sure. I feel like both these teams don't really prioritize the hero, but they're good at it. I'm not sure if you want Rubik now that you have the Batrider. They're kind of similar in role, but it is against a Magnus, and this instant lift is always going to be good.
Yeah, I feel like the first 2 here already, they all have so many good spells to steal.
Always a good Rubik game.
Yeah.
If it's a bad Rubik game, it means that the enemy has a shit draft. Can I just say that? Because if you think about it, if you're Rubik and there's nothing to steal, it probably means their heroes are all trash.
That's true. They do ban the Terrorblade. A fan favorite.
Yeah, the Void ban kind of... Why did they ban TV?
Actually, yeah, why? They have Batrider.
I feel like they wanted the...
Yeah, if anything, they...
Yeah, I thought they wanted the TV. Maybe just don't want to pick against Magnus, you know, you get caught in this like empowerment gameplay where you don't want to play against these illusions. Magnus and CM both really good against illusions. I just thought it was a very Raven hero, and you know, it kind of fits their draft. They have this lasso, you know, take
what
fight.
Carry would you say is good against Magnus? Like before the Spectre, right? Like Spectre Ursa kind of hero. Like what else you think is good right now against the RP?
Ursa Slark. Good against RP. Usually one Aegis heroes, right? Like TA. I feel like you want heroes that can live. I think it's more about your team. Like, can you live through the RP? Because I feel like Magnus is... It's very seldom that the game is you get RP then you die, you know? I think if you get to that point in the game, you kind of...
I mean, how about Elk? You know, you just get an Elk, because Elk likes to play against heroes that rely on long cooldown spells. Then you can just keep fighting, you know? Once RP is used, you get objectives, you get Roche and everything.
Oh, there's your Oracle.
It's just really, really good. I feel like the hero is actually so busted. The hero is so strong.
I agree with you. I just don't think teams know how to play around it very well.
Even as a position for, like, say you want to put Oracle on pause 4, I really feel like the value is still there. You know, the spells are just so strong, so powerful.
Yeah, there's so much mana now too. It's Blacklist response here. I feel like they need some assassin kind of hero, something to scout the backlines. You know, even like a Naga looks pretty okay right now. But I don't think they'll pick the carry here.
If they don't pick the carry, then they have to pick like a hero that can flex with the bat, right? You need a hero. If you want to keep your draft open, the hero has to be interchangeable with the bat, the two mid heroes.
I feel like you just pick Pango here.
Just pick Pango?
Yeah. It's good against the Oracle in this, yeah.
There's the Rubik. Ooh, they bound.
So if they pick Pango, I guess Execration should pick Ember.
Ember, yeah.
Why is that?
The lane matchup, the chains is very good against the Pango.
A really good Empower user as well.
Oh, true.
We haven't seen the Tiny with the Magnus yet. That's something I want to see as well. I don't think Tiny is very weak right now.
Which role? You mean as a carry
as
or
a mid?
As a mid?
Yeah.
So do you go like
No, you just go normal, Echo Saber, break it into Aghanims.
I mean, it sounds kind of fun with the Empower RP.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be very popular, right? Ember, Tiny, probably top 2. I think Void Spirit is like people's choice right now, but I feel like Tiny is a better hero in some sense. I like Storm or Ember here. I think Ember makes the most sense just because of the Empower.
There it is.
Yeah, it was quite an easy pick for them, I think. What's left in the pool for Execration? Lifestealer?
I mean, it depends on what Blacklist pick, right? Blacklist has to pick the carry first, then they can decide last. Blacklist also has to pick...
I like Morphling for Blacklist right now.
Oh, by the way, Morphling steals the 40% of all stats on Universal Heroes, right?
Yeah, that's what Chalky said.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to pick a Universal Hero against Morphling.
Wait, what?
That kind of sounds busted.
That does sound busted. Alright, what do they need? What are we looking at last?
I like Monkey, even though it's against Oracle. I think you're really strong with your Deso. I like...
They need like a fighting...
Morphling too.
Aggressive... somebody can play aggressively with the bat and the Pango.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like Pango will scale pretty well if he doesn't get bullied by the support. So you want something in the silent that can be aggressive. And then you want to remove heroes that can kind of solo this bad rider. So you see Slark being removed. Might see a PL too, depending on what Blacklist want to pick. I feel like one Pango is not enough.
PL is quite decent, even for Blacklist.
I think it's very different now. I think a lot of teams have not adapted to this idea of the PL counters because I think the heroes that counter PL right now are like Storm Puck that actually like jump him and kill the real hero.
Do you care? Because you build the new build is like you get the axe and you just keep spamming your spell.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The illusion is so painful right now, so it's a bit different from before.
Yeah, that's why I think you care less about heroes that clear your illusions, but you care about heroes that jump you.
So like Storm.
Yeah, like Storm, Puck. Heroes that actually like find your hero and kill you. I think that's what like you're scared of as PL now. I feel like when you're playing against this like Lash or something, you actually don't care. You're never in the fight anyway.
They already have Magnus and Ember, so they kind of need to pick either a carry or off lane. So it's probably not those heroes that can counter PL.
Honestly, Execration is gonna find a way to pick Huskar for some reason.
Oracle Huskar.
We have Oracle, guys.
AM banned.
AM banned, okay.
What are they thinking of then?
Morphling.
I only can think of Morphling, yeah. It's good against Magnus and Ember. I haven't seen a Morphling at all though.
Yeah.
Did anything change this patch with Morph?
So I guess Morphling is really good against Magnus because Magnus is a universal hero.
It is good against Magnus because the Magnus can never really fully lane against you. You know, you can turn into Skewer and Skewer him. You're good against Ember. The supports don't pressure you now on Execration. So unless they pick PL here, I would think Blacklist is going for the Morphling.
Oh, it's the Ag Scepter effect that steals the additional 20% stats.
So that's the Morphling. So if you see the Morphling right now, you pick another carry, right? You don't put the Magnus off lane.
Yeah, I think you pick PL. It's an easy PL pick.
PL against
Pango is not enough to deal with.
And Bat Rider. And Takis, because you're very good in the lane against Takis, because you can dodge.
You're correct.
Yeah, so yeah, PL is actually
I hope they pick PL.
PL is the best pick here.
What else is there? What's cool? OD is cool.
It's cool. Is cool the right answer?
I see Ursa and PL. I think PL is like much simpler. Ursa could be a hero preference, player preference kind of thing.
I think Ursa is only possible because they have Oracle.
Yeah.
If they didn't have Oracle,
I agree.
They can only pick PL.
Let's see.
Is it me or is the Morphling extra blue?
Kinda, yeah.
Get an update after 20 years of no more particles for Morphling.
Oh, there's PL.
Alright, so Morph is gonna buy eggs and become PL, and then they're both just gonna spawn illusions forever. It's just a cycle. But Execration has Ember with Empower, so he can actually clear illusions. So, Execration 1-1.
Well, Bosco can steal the Empower and give it back to Morphling, right?
I mean, looking at that draft, they actually found a real chef this game. To cook the draft, not the cleaner.
Let him cook.
Yeah, we should let Execration cook. I mean, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Sure, they haven't started the season off great, but that's kind of what they usually do, no?
No, I feel like when they have a decent draft, they can actually play a game. They're not a bad team by any means. It's just that they kind of tend to kick themselves in the butt.
Yeah.
With their drafts and their hero picks.
Overthinking or not thinking.
Not thinking. I don't know about the not thinking. It's a bit rough, but yeah, and I think Execration, I mean, this is what they did last season. They didn't start the season off great, and then they eventually got their footing, and they got comfortable, and managed to take him to the major, so
we'll see.
Yeah.
Are they on the way to the major? Or are they on the way to Div 2?
Oh, okay, I think Div 2 is a stretch. I think they're definitely
It's not a stretch.
It's definitely not a
It's not a
stretch.
You
stretch.
think?
No.
Oh, no, my
It's too early to
boy.
say. It's too early to say.
Yeah, it is quite early to say. I mean, with the current rate that SMG is also going at, it's not looking bright. But I mean, they did win today, which is a little bit of hope.
They lost to SMG, right? Execration.
Execration. Have they played?
Monday? Yeah.
Monday. Oh, yeah. But anyways, we have our second game ready to go. So I'm going to send you guys over to Richie and John.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Howdy, Jonathan. And he doesn't say howdy. He's Australian.
He's Australian. He just says, all right,
Oh,
Jonathan.
all right. He'd be like, give me your wallet, Jonathan. That was a genuine laugh.
Just because he's Australian, well, to be fair.
No, to be fair.
Now, this has happened on a lap.
To be fair, Jonathan, yeah, that was the first thing, you know, I remember I recorded the video, you two hugging over in Stockholm.
Yeah, he
And
reached for my
We had
wallet.
to cut that part out of the video, but you gave him a hug and you went, wait a second, where did I take my Well, Jonathan, I wanted to ask you, though, back to business here for Execration, back to business for Blacklist Rivalry, and of course, Bosku, but I'm curious what your take is here. Where do you think the trajectory of Execration is so far this season? And do you disagree with Adam and Winter that if they take a loss here, Div 2 is, you know, not out of the cards for them?
Oh, for sure. I don't disagree. I think Execration's got to show that they've learned something from the major, that they've learned something from Dream League Season 19, because so far, all I'm seeing is a regression. Even in comparison to their Tour 2 performance, it's just going backwards here. That's not where we want to go, guys. You don't want to go all the way back down to Div 2. We've seen this team. They're one of the teams that tended to, you know, get ping-ponged around up and down Div 1, Div 2 before, but it's been consistent this year. This time around, not so much, at least in this tour. This is do or die. Like, I mean, you can still shape up, you can still bounce back, but you're not going to get that opportunity for points after any more losses. I feel like you can't afford to really getting losses.
Well, what do you feel about the draft that they've given themselves this time? You know, only hero that remains the same here is going to be Tino on the mag. I thought he played a phenomenal laning stage. I think there was some problems with the rotations after, but I think it's more to speak about the rest of the team than him. I think Bosku may be dead here. They do throw the blood grenade at him, and using the slows, they should have enough damage for the kill. Go into Tino. Okay, so I mean, just to go to prove that he wasn't the problem?
No, no, absolutely not, for sure.
He kills the problem.
He kills the problem, for sure. I do like the draft Execration has managed to make out here. I think it's a lot more forgiving for Palos to play this PL. And in game one, I was a bit confounded with the Meepo build-up. You check the stats afterwards, you see that Ags is an item that you tend to pick up as a fifth item, fifth or sixth.
A bit later. Maybe he was thinking it would have been an item that allowed him to fight, given it has a bit of a save, but it just didn't really end up being the case for him there, as we saw a handful of times.
Yeah. I think in comparison, again, the PL, it's a lot easier to play, a lot safer in the timings, a lot more predictable in what performance you can expect it to come out with. It can kind of catch up farm pretty safely as well. So it's not under pressure to shut down the map as maybe a Meepo would right now. You know, again, going back to that conversation I had with Aurora where she feels like with the map being so big, Meepo doesn't really shut the map in the way it used to. So the PL should be effective. It's interesting to see PL versus Morphling down the line, because when Morphling gets Ags, which he tend to do, he can do the same Spirit Lance spam as well. So it's going to be a bit funny in that sense, but you've got some options here. Taking a look at that lane, of course, so far, been pretty smooth going for Palos. This is still the early levels of the Batrider. I am keen to see if KP will go for no sticky napalm, right? Because PL is kind of an answer to a Batrider because you can always doppel off, but you can't doppel off just straight right clicks.
That's right.
Coming out here.
Yeah,
Yeah, he goes for it. He goes for Flame Break and Firefly.
I think it's the right choice as well. You've got a move speed slow, you've got blast off. You know, you're looking at potentially tons of damage here. They may just look for it now. Techies is just shy of level 2, though. I think if they had level 2 Techies, they'd probably make a play there. Because you're right, he's got the built-in Dispel on Doppelganger, or will shortly, as Palos now has the skill points, and I'm sure it's going to be Doppel very shortly to make sure he can avoid a lot of skills.
I realized, Richie, these are 2 universal heroes in this lane. This is disgusting. Look at their right click damage base. It's high.
It's intense, isn't it? And there's a kill there, top lane as well. I was going to comment on this lane. I think now that Bosku, well, now in general that Rubik has been shown to be this lane bully. I mean, just try trading against one in one of your games with 5 base armor and Fade Bolt as an ability. It's disgusting. Having this ability to just out-damage him using an Oracle is pretty good. It seems like Shank's bit a bit off a bit more than he could chew. And he's not needed bottom, right? Normally you see the Oracle's 5 as bottom, but he's not really needed. The double dispel is a bit redundant in this kind of a lane.
Yeah, not really necessary. The mid lane matchup is one that we also kind of need to pay attention to, the Ember versus Pangolier. Going rather even between Carl and Bob, which is to be expected. I don't think either side really gets a bigger win out of these trades. Bob eventually can just keep spamming out with Sleight of Fist. They're trying to make a move up top.
Yeah, Tino may end up paying for this. They do fight for the Lotus. I'm not sure who ended up with the Lotus, but Tino ends up with Raven back underneath his tier 1 tower. It was the Mag that picks up the Lotus. He's got a Bracer, a Lotus now, and a Ring of Health. Deceptively tanky, 1,000 HP already at level 3. This is very balanced.
Yeah, and also a Universal Hero again. Really high base attack, plus a lot of ads.
That is ridiculous. Look at this, 20 HP regeneration a second. That is madness.
It is madness. And you know what? There's a funny little interaction here with Morphling. When he does turn into Universal Heroes, I believe Aurora pointed this out again. You get 40% of each stat from the Universal Hero.
Is that the case?
That's what Aurora says. That sounds pretty dumb.
That sounds like a lot on this Morph. We'll make sure to look out for that because, I mean, hey, that's one way to nerf Universal Heroes. Maybe that's the answer to us all along. He was sitting in front of us in a cup.
Morphling.
Yeah. Maybe a kill here onto Shanks. He got himself a heal. Good skewer out. Should not condemn Tino. Just simply too tanky here. You can see how big a difference all that armor makes.
Yeah, it's more than enough to keep Tino there. Granted, you aren't pressuring Raven too hard, although he isn't CSing as freely as you'd want. He's also not really stopped, right? Like, he is still free to farm, which is still a good launching point here for Blacklist. A rather even start this time.
Yeah.
I do want to see, coming out of these lanes, what Execration can do with her draft, because we saw Tino kind of sitting back and farming for maybe a bit longer than you'd want with a Meepo on hand. In this case, you still kind of want to play active. You want to connect with your Ember, you want to give that Empower out, you want to have that impact in these fights, threaten with at least the skewer backs, and just kind of get it going from there, because the side of Blacklist, they are going to be looking to make moves once they've got the levels up.
Yeah, I'd say I think he's going to have to be... Oh, okay, a little blast off down bottom. Palos is just getting burned alive here. Carlo coming out from the trees. Blood grenade thrown, sticky bomb. It shouldn't be enough damage, and it isn't. Instead, it's Shanks who's going to TP in, secure the kill there with the Purifying Flames. Almost died there as Palos brought the sticky bomb to him. Top lane, though, that is going to go ahead and leave Tino alone to immediately Raven and Bosku get to work and pick up the kill onto the Magnus left all by himself. 1-for-1 trade here. Who do you think that behooves?
That feels a little bit better for the side of... I actually want to say it feels better for Blacklist, because we know what Tino likes to do on his Magnus. We already know he likes farming. That stalls out the Vanguard a little bit more, has a cascading effect into how well he can hold that lane without the Vanguard.
I see what you mean. Batrider's a bit more of a naturally fast hero just on levels, so you expect him to be a bit more active early. Oh, okay, maybe they will be able to get it this time. Palos in some trouble, doesn't have Doppelganger, just use it, and the damage is sufficient. KP is going to go down, and maybe they look for more as well. KP is dying to the tower here. Carlo with a stick charge. Not enough to keep himself alive. KP also keeps the wagon alive, but will be burned down by the Shanks, who at least dodges the bombs. Bosku is going to take the Twin Gate on over and pick up the kill, tanking the tower. Finally remembered how to de-aggro it, but it's a lot of kills, and it's a lot of damage to the tower as well. It's already below a third HP here. And Carlo, they're not even done. Carlo's coming down bottom too.
Palos?
This is looking very aggressive. There is no Rolling Thunder, though. Carl seems to have already used it. May not need it for the kill and doesn't, as Carl's going to be able to catch him there with the edge of the shield crash. This is a tower.
Yeah, straight up tower. Multiple kills on a PL back-to-back. I'm surprised Execration keep pushing that issue down there. Like, we're not seeing Bob make any moves out as well. He's got his 6. He's trying to clear out mid, which, again, it's not really the tower that you want to take. The side lanes feel much more impactful to find. You are giving free space for Bob to build up. He's got the Orb Corrosion working onto the phase boots, but who's your launching point in this game, right? It's got to be Bob and a little bit of connection out from Tino. This is an extremely slow start for Palace to play with. It's going to be a stalled out timing on that defusal. Bottom net record, behind even Tim's farm right now in terms of net worth.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad when you put it that way. You know.
Yeah.
Tino just has to come in clutch, I think. I think Bob is not going to be enough to be enabled. I was making this point earlier about the support duo that you have here between the Maiden and the Oracle. A bit more of your backliners, right? I think Oracle can bring the damage, and we saw a very convincing game of Oracle earlier, but more so in response to enemy aggression here. There's no way Bosco makes it out of here. I believe he should be dead, and he is. The Rolling Thunder, I don't think, was going to be good enough there out from Carl, even if he did manage to find the perfect angle. Careful, though, Bob. There is a Techies lingering in the trees. May decide to go for a play here. Oracle nearby, throws out the Fortune's End. Shanks is going to have to do a lot of work here. The world's shortest Fire Remnant is going to convince Carl to continue a bit further, but there's a bit too much healing here now, courtesy of the two, and not enough mana for Carl either to continue this engagement. Blastoff is ready, though. They're looking for the kill onto Bob. Bob does not have a Remnant down, but does manage to dodge the Sleight of Fist. Doesn't matter, though, because Bosco's going to steal away the haste here. The fight in the river continues. Carl jumps into the river. Doesn't actually hit him, but the Swashbuckle will get the kill. Carlo, at the same time, is going to be able to at least trade away for Tim's, but that's your mid laner dead.
Yeah, that's some really good skirmishing coming out from both sides. Bob trying to play it to the very edge, but Blacklist bring the numbers in once more. Good movement out from Bosco to just kind of secure that rune, take it away from
at the
Bob.
Perfect time.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Bob as well. Like, he gets the Remnant out as the shield crash affects him.
Yeah. So
he's not able to escape.
The slow, right? It's just too immense.
Yeah, now you get to steal these camps with KP. He's starting to build up. Again, you don't need that much napalm. Yeah, you just go max Firefly. You've got the right-click damage to help you clear out. You've got the control.
Bosco dies for space here, most likely. There's no point in lasso. Well, there could be, but Fortune's End, threatening to dispel. Bosco deleted, but Tim's right after is going to be able to blow up Bob. Tip for tip. Bosco says, that's space created, my friend. Carlo is going to be next in line. My goodness, that was ridiculous damage onto the Maiden. That wasn't even with a defusal yet.
No, this is just the effect of that Orb Corrosion on such a squishy support. Maiden just doesn't have that much in way of stats. And this look from Blacklist is looking pretty damn good, Richie. They're playing as a team. They're coordinating with this movement out. They're seeing opportunities and seizing them together. Denying map space away on the map with KP just camping down bot. Where are you going to be putting Palos?
It's relentless. It's relentless as well. They've once again identified the one lane that is going pretty okay for Execration. They're going to try and shut it down. We'll see if they get vision. I think Bosco's not going to be able to find him fast enough. So at least this time compared to last, Tino gets his Vanguard online and he does not die immediately after. That's pretty big, right? You were talking about how the early death on this hero was punishing because he does like to farm a bit more. I was talking about how, well, no one else is going to really be able to make plays on the side of Execration early. So he's going to be able to stack for himself and continue accelerating his own farm. What's next for Blacklist, though? What are these big items? How do they continue applying pressure here while still being careful not to overextend and get skewered, you know, onto a tier 2 tower?
I don't know if you're really looking for any big timings. It does feel like you've got pretty much everything you want. The Fusel's not too far off now for Carl. You're just free farming on Raven, no pressure in the world. KP is rushing into the Octarine.
He's so farmed.
Yeah, they're all just farming. Like, that's one thing. It's a little bit more punishing for Execration to play it passively. I feel like the scaling from Blacklist with a Morphling in this game is really high. You have some answers for the Batrider. You don't really have control for the Pango, but the Morphling is like the one factor that I think that in the core-to-core matchup, on paper, a PL running down a Morphling, burning his mana does feel good. On the other hand, it's like that timing doesn't feel like it's going to come out too quickly.
Right. Yeah, this PL is just not going to be able to threaten the Morphling too quickly. I will say, though, I think Execration might want to play around the runes. I'm picking this up a bit from Winter, but I just checked which runes have spawned, and it was an Illusion, an Arcane, and I believe a Haste. Haste is always really good on an Ember, but this kind of a game where you're able to poke and prod with not only max and power, but potentially a maxed DD rune as well there on the Sleight of Fist. That could be good work. They have caught the real Pablos here as well. Can they actually collect on this? They can't. They just get him with right clicks. 91 damage and 99 from Techies, excuse me. Yep. That can't be right. Bob is at least going to be able to find Carl here, but Carlo lacks the damage, doesn't have the points in freezing field yet. So Carlo just about face there. Did a quick 180, finds at least Carlo in the trees, but Bob has a Remnant back. Is going to get the false promise and continue fighting here, but they're immediately on to Shanks to reduce the healing. And Bob, that's a red light above you, my friend. I don't think he gets out of this one alive, and he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess that's somewhat worthwhile. It's a big streak on Carl.
Right.
Like, you take what you can get. It's not the worst loss in the world. It's still pretty damn bad.
500 gold. I mean, it's kind of sting, right? It seems like you might lose your tier 1 tower here.
Yeah, you're already ready to just show up on Raven. No fear in the world. Octarine finished up now for KP. So more activity coming out from him. Uptime on Lasso. Uptime on Firefly is really a big one. Just able to run down a lot faster. Going back to what you were saying about Tim's, Universal Heroes, man.
Yeah.
Why? I do not know, but that's what we have now.
4.8 damage per level here on the Techies. That's pretty nice for him. He's getting there rather quickly. And that's also a fight where it doesn't feel the best for Carl, but he at least already secured the funds, and his courier was about to deliver the Diffusal Blade. So he has that online now. Not the biggest steal in the world. 12-minute rune that spawned in is going to be the Regents. I believe there's Shield and DD runes still outstanding. Both of those runes may be a game changer here for Execration, especially if you compare them with this Magnus's Echo Saber. A death here though onto Paulos, that would certainly sting. Rolling Thunder's ready in a second. He's just trying to get whatever farm he can. Already knows that he's dead to rights.
I mean, he just has no room on the map. Blacklist have such a good read as to where the PL's trying to farm up. It's not like they even have vision around the area. They're just going on to hunt. And this Netvert situation for Paulos is not getting any better. He's still barely above Tim's. You're barely above a Techies. There's no sugarcoating that one. This is a rough game for Paulos. Worse than even game 1. I think he had a lot more room in game 1 in comparison here.
He did. Shanks is in some trouble. The physical damage is more than sufficient. Commits the ulti on himself. It's a level 1 false promise. And he's not going to live. I mean, just not a chance. Not a snowball's chance in hell. But Jonathan, he's dead.
He's just gone. I'm just wondering what happened to Execration.
Oh no, he did it to try and slow the Wisdom runes. That's why he died. That's actually kind of a well worth it play. Maybe if they can turn here on to Carl. That's freezing field stolen, by the way. Bosku letting it go. Now Bob cannot fight into this. There's going to be at least a skewer interrupt into the RP that did not catch the Pangolier. He's rolling on through and is going to get bonked off. That defender's getting to make it out alive. But with Blacklist, yes, losing support, they still steal away that Wisdom rune. That's very well worth it to them.
It takes a lot of ults coming out from Execration to find a Rubik kill. You take what you can get for sure, but it's not a good tone.
Nope.
It's down to how Execration likes to play on Tino and Palos. Tino likes to farm.
Techies is level 10.
It's above the PL.
He's big.
Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly something here. It's going to get better for Paulos, though, Jonathan. It's going to get better. I believe, yes, indeed. We have Diffusal Blade now coming out. Tino's still a little bit of a tough kill, but not if KP is nearby. They've stolen Shockwave as well. Tino, there is nowhere for you to go but back into the Techies Mines. They didn't even need to use the Techies Mines. They'll save that for a rainy day. Oh, my goodness. Blacklist, they're firing on all cylinders. They are just absolutely dismantling Execration right now.
And they're just... They know what Execration like to do, right? They've had 2 tours to figure out what Execration does, and it doesn't feel like anything's really changed off these lands. Maybe the hero picks are a little bit different. They're not leaning into this Luna Visage they used to go for.
No, certainly they don't kill Bob, right? Telekinesis. Okay. Oh, they got vision up on the high ground. They need a little bit more damage. Raven is here. Good Searing Chains finds him. Bosku showing off his Emperor skills here with good damage onto 2 and KP as well, connecting. Oh my goodness, the damage from the low ground as well, from the Pangolier, and it's just Raven who runs him down with the right clicks. Carlo, he's got ultimate here, but against 4 heroes, there's just no chance for him to do anything. He's going to go down as well.
This is ugly. This is ugly for Execration, but beautiful for Blacklist. This is a great showing coming out from them. I mean, this is a team that went to the major in Execration. Sure, the results are there's no sugarcoating it.
Bit lackluster this time.
Lackluster is very kind, Richie. Lackluster is very kind for a team that has gone to 2 lands in terms of majors and an additional one in Dream League. I would say abysmal on land. Like this comes out from a place of love because I know all these players. I know they can do better, and they're just not.
You know, I think the only thing that Blacklist are going to have to learn from this game is they're going to have to teach KP how to say stomp in Tagalog. I mean, that's the only thing for them to learn here. I mean, Execration are just, they're not really, they haven't shown anything yet. Maybe there's still some items coming here. I'm being hopeful now. They are about to finish Harpoon here on the mag. That could be a big item for Tino.
I mean, it could be, but Blacklist have just not been splitting up. They've been sticking together as 2 or 3.
Oh my goodness, it's... You know, you're not even giving them the copium right now. No copium.
I've not.
Oh no, you've been an SEA fan for far too long, haven't you? You ran out years ago.
I mean, the thing that makes this hurt is if Execration don't go to the major, we're potentially just looking at town for TI, guaranteed.
You're right.
And 1 more from regional qualifiers. This is not the kind of performance Execration can afford to have. But for Blacklist, again, this is amazing. This is such a great thing to see from Blacklist, this massive improvement. The fact that they're working, coordinating as a team, it's such a big news because this was their one weakness across all these tours. It felt like there was no voice, there was no guidance as to when to play around their power spikes, and now they're just all over the place. They get the Aegis, and they get this huge lead early on, 11k up. Not necessarily doom and gloom, but the way to dig yourself out of this for Execration is rough. You're starting to think about just like a blink timing on Tino.
Yep.
And, you know, the threat of high ground defense is big from Execration. So you've always got that to fall back to when you've got this Magnus.
It's going to be tough, though. They did Roche even faster than I thought they could. Oh, my goodness. Carl is in. Look at that swashbuckle burning the man of the damage. Well, onto 3, but they've caught Bob. Oh, and Raven just puts him into the dirt immediately, into the water, more like it. Shanks doesn't even have time to ulti himself, and Carl's already cleaved through the maiden before I can even finish his sentence. That was fast. That was efficient. A well-oiled machine.
Very well-oiled machine coming out from Blacklist, and Execration looking like they need some tune-up. You know, a lot of maintenance needed on this whole muscle car here.
I do.
It's I know how to paint this, Richie. I know what to say when your PL's only 500 gold above a techies. How do you even explain that? How do you? I'm struggling. This is rough.
That is kind of ridiculous, actually. I mean, it just goes to show you how much you can really snowball on a patch like this, though. Is where I'll pivot that point in, because you know, enough doom and gloom for Execration. We'll see what they can do here. We'll give them some time to farm. Let them cook, Jonathan.
Let them cook. I think we can just sing praises for Blacklist.
Let them cook. But yeah, I mean, this is how you turn a game like this into complete domination.
Yeah.
You see them hunting behind the tower. You know, these tier 2 towers, these outer towers, no longer as much of a threat as they used to be. There's another remnant, but look how slow he is with the inhibit. Does manage to get up to high ground, but KP has Firefly. Thought he might have gone chasey. They're going to get the skewer back after the Harpoon and Carl. That's Aegis at least. Now, I talked about these outer towers not being so much of a stopping point, but these inner towers, that may be something else entirely. As Carlo letting go the freezing field. Just not enough damage onto the Bat Rider, though. And KP still gets the kill on the Bob. Just doesn't matter. Lasso to interrupt the RP. There's going to be the stun. They're trying to stop the RP from coming through. Another stun out from Carl. There's a secondary one. They're even turning for more jump. They're diving up onto the high ground. What is it? Is this OG now? What is this? Bob's popped back, wants to put down Tibbs. He says, give me all that money. That's 400 gold for a techies kill. You're worth more than my PL, thank you very much. But Carl's turning for more. That's a dieback. Emperor just went into dive. And now Shanks, he doesn't have ulti for himself. He's already committed this, what felt like years ago. Okay, that's a nice skew onto the high ground. The RP onto 2. Another buyback now from Execration. Bosku steals the skewer, does manage to save him. Carl now is unleashed. The damage is just too much. Palos is dead. Tino is down. Palos has got buyback, but how many buybacks are they willing to commit here? Blacklist Rivalry, they haven't even gotten to tier 2. They barely touched a tier 2 tower, and they nearly just went fountain diving.
Yeah, they just went diving. 9:30 on the kill board, 9:35 on our clock, Richie. Well, is it 9:30? No, it's 8:30, unfortunately. A little bit early.
They're going to finish way before 9:30 at this rate, John.
Their scoreline's going to be above our time.
Come on.
It's rough for Execration. I don't want to focus. I mean, we have to focus on both teams. I feel like talking about Execration is...
It's hard in these kinds of games.
Blacklist, though. Blacklist, how clean are they in pulling off these fights? The last fight, maybe not that clean, but their coordination's been through the roof. Their communication seems to have been fixed, all with bringing KP in. Now, there's some spicy takes on this, right? There's a couple of spicy notes here, which is always funny, but it's nice to see that Blacklist makes that adjustment.
It's
right?
good to see the improvement. I mean, you're asking how clean they are. They're so squeaky clean right now. I'm surprised Execration don't hear them coming from across the map.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so on top of everything. 20K up, 19K up, 21 minutes in without a Luna, an Alchemist, a Doom. Like this is almost unheard of. This late into the game with this many camps to farm. Just kind of goes to show like how well this team is. All of a sudden playing from ahead, not a situation where they used to be at. And I will say, this is always where Blacklist Rivalry, to me, especially 2-2, what was so frustrating about watching their games is that they would have decent starts to their games. They would make good rotations. Cuckoo would be farmed as all hell. And then they just wouldn't go anywhere. And this is a complete rewrite of that. Look at their wards. Like, look at where Cuckoo is setting up these wards. Anytime someone tries to sneak out of the base, they're going to be trying to get them in this bottom lane. That means they've got an entire half of the map just carved out. They have the outposts in the top lane as well. As we've seen, they've killed Palos up there with ease, and they'll do it again. They control the Twin Gates, they control the Lotus Pools. Now they're going to be looking for the Ember Spirit. They stole a Searing Chains. Chains onto 2 up from Bob, but the damage, it's immense. There's a butterfly on Raven.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't stopped that Morphling. It was never a threat in the lane
and look,
from Tino.
This is the threat. You look to try and farm on their side of the map. They're going to try and kill you. Rolling Thunder is utilized. They see Big Fish and they want Big Fish. They know that's the real one. There's a lasso. And they've already kind of, scared this Oracle out of the fight. Down goes the Maiden. Palos is dead. There's just no moves here. It just doesn't feel like there's any moves for Execration, John.
No, there's no way. I'm not sure what the way is. I can't find a way to come back in. And going back to how much Blacklist has improved, because we heard this from our interview with KP.
Right.
And he said, Cuckoo is a great captain. And I believe that always held true, but captaining from the offlane is just really difficult. This is something we also saw T1.
Especially when you try and play it like a mid lane.
Yeah.
In trouble here, by the way, is Tino. He might just be dead. Look at the triple mines pushed right back into them. Just a thing of beauty, honestly. I mean, that's if that does not scream, with synergy and just teamwork between 2 new laning partners, like it's impressive. It's really impressive, that combo right there.
It is. Blacklist have given me hope.
But tell me more about captaining from the off lane or a pseudo mid laner compared to now on 5.
Right, on 5, he's just able to dictate everything he wants to do so much easier. He's guiding, I'm pretty sure he's the unifying voice now between all the ideas on the team. He's the one that sets that tone. Whereas with old Blacklist, it felt like everyone had a voice, especially when you're communicating and, you're much more comfy in Filipino. They catch Bob out again.
No, I think he's just going to die here. He is.
Leave it. Just like that.
I mean, it doesn't have buyback. It's actually, I believe, still on cooldown from earlier, Jonathan. It is, for another 3 minutes. All right, I mean, this is the kind of game where you're like, well, let's hope that they stand that side of our fountain and let Magnus RP them, and then we skewer them into the fountain, and...
They don't have a blink, though. So...
They don't, because he needs to save for buyback, and he is. Hoping for the BKB first. That's kind of been a big item here for the Magnuses. But, there's not a whole lot stopping them from taking your bottom barracks now. I mean, Tim's is even confident enough to just walk up and just hit the damn thing with a mine.
I mean, what are you going to do? Again, you don't have the threat of a blink skewer, blink RP.
Look at this. They're smoking across the map immediately. They sensed the PL there. He TP's out immediately. Palos, good job not being the slightest bit of greedy.
Holy crap, look at that difference in the bounty ring.
I mean, if that doesn't tell you about a story about map control here, I don't know what will. That's just plainly ridiculous.
It is, and I mean, what do you say in a game like this, Richie?
What do you want for dinner?
I'm not having dinner. I'm on my fast, so I'm trying to lose that weight.
Oh goodness.
Trying is one thing.
Trying.
There's the Yags coming out from.
That's something.
It is. I mean, you could kind of hold the high ground again with the threat of just.
What's like
eventually a skewer back in RP and
yeah.
just land spam.
Well, they're not gonna let it wait that long. They're gonna smoke out of the base now, see what they can find. Scepter here, still above average time, and I assume it's because he's sacrificed an item at least. Maybe like a Manta style or something, but he'll at least able to find a bit of farm. Has he finally overtaken the techies in farm? Yes, by 1K. And now he's the richest hero on his team. I mean, that's progress. For Bot, though, in more trouble as his forecast does manage to at least get out in time. They couldn't connect the chain stuns perfectly. They are still chasing a couple of heroes away. That is a lasso. They're dragging Bob towards the base. It doesn't even matter. I mean, he was going to die no matter what. They dragged him away from the Oracle. Shanks could not save him. Carl now is struggling a little bit here against the illusions, but yeah, I mean, not really. Struggling's a little bit of a dramatic word to use there.
It is. They lose their tier 2, last outer tower gone here. For the side of Execration, they're going to lose their Tormentor as well. And Tormentor, it feels like Blacklist or Tormentors in this game.
They are.
This is...
One
more.
Oh no, Tino, he cannot afford to die here. They have Lasso as well, thanks to the Octarine Core being ready. And Skewer stolen. Let's see, how will they decide to kill him? Pump fakes the RP. That is a big Skewer range. That is a long Skewer there.
Yeah, they just clean up like that. I feel like we've said everything there is to say about
this one's a stomp, Jonathan.
Yeah.
This one's a stomp, and you know, we've talked about the storyline, a bit of a fall from grace from Execration, Blacklist Rivalry. I think what I've been impressed by, though, thoroughly this game by them, especially because they're one of the first teams in C, perhaps, to really display this like exemplary understanding and movement around the map. It's just that how well they move around the map and specifically close off Execration from farming seemingly.
Yeah, I mean, the map is bigger, but we haven't felt any sort of catch-up from Execration. Every single time, they're just tracked up.
It just always feels like Blacklist Rivalry are just chasing them out. I mean, time and time and time again.
Yeah, and you see KP just, again, buying space for that Roche to happen freely, trying to clear out Carlo. He does manage to TP out, but Aegis does go the way of Blacklist. They're ready to go high ground. They're ready to do whatever they want in this game.
And Tino's actually bought out here for BKB. He doesn't have it, but he's bought out to get a bit closer.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have buyback. Kind of makes sense. I mean, his other cores do. 300 gold shy. He might just die here, though. In goes Bob, and we'll see. Yes, gets the false promise. Good save from Shanks. Utilized the Blink Dagger well there. Does leave Shanks himself without a buyback, though, after that buyout. Now Shanks is dead, and so is Tino. All right, 2 heroes just like that. Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, you know, just kind of went in, honestly. Not really too much of a technical term is needed there. Carlo is going to be lassoed back at this point. You just take the bodies, and maybe there's another one. Phantom Lancer picked up by Bosku. I'm trying to go for the cheeky skewer back. Couldn't find it in time, but it's a 5 versus 2, pardon me. And Execration, well, see what they can do, but they're going to be forced to strike the colors here pretty soon.
At the least, respawns are fairly short with how far behind you are, so, you know, you're going to be back up for the defense.
Damage on the Bosku. It's something. They're going to back up. Credit where credit is due. Blacklist is, you know, paying some respects here and making sure they're not doing anything too foolhardy. I think you can really tell the effect of KP running this team.
Yeah, it's definitely allowed him to play much more tempered. Although,
all right, he's the one looking for a pickoff, and it's a big one here onto the PL. Now they do keep a magic immune, at least allows him to get a doppelganger out. But how much is left in the tank for him? Not much more. Raven brings the physical damage here. Eye of Scotty, Butterfly. I mean, it's
no pressure in lane, no pressure in these fights.
We're back. That's going to be the buyback into now the RP. They need a bit more damage. Doesn't have, it does have himself an Aegis, pardon me, and enough mana to get off the strength shift. Another skewer on back, nearly into the fountain now, but they're still going to need another one. The slows are pretty decent here. Trying to keep them at least under tier 4 towers, which just aren't targeting them. The rest of the team now continue to go in as Bob at least picks up a kill here onto Tim. This is pretty good, but still Carl and Bosku are just too big. Raven, in the meantime, is taking forever to die, and they found now the Oracle. He does have buyback at least. That's 1 life at least off of the Aegis. The skewer is good nearly into the fountain, but I think the flame break stops that in its tracks. Now KP pops his BKB here, looking to get forced off of the high ground. That's another couple of buybacks out from Execration. Let's see what else they have left as Bosku skewers away, but it's going to be harpooned and skewered back into the base. Another kill here, another 1,500 gold into the coffers here of Execration, but it cost them 4 buybacks. Now Blacklist Rivalry, that's their second buyback. They didn't quite catch Bob there. He's too fast there on the, on the Revenant, but they're going to be able to track only Tim's back. Raven shifts into actually the Magnus. He's not going to be able to kill him, at least so easily, because Shanks uses the false promise on him, but down goes Bob. He's going to die in the back lines to Carl solo, and that's now going to be, well, 3 dead versus 5. That's 3 diebacks already. I don't know, John. I mean, you know, I salute them for not calling it. This is in true SCA style. But, you know, it was a glimmer of hope for them, basically, when they went into that one. And
there was a little.
immediately crushed here. I think this is it.
Yeah,
Malos
is gonna crush it.
Yeah,
that's it.
There he goes.
They're not calling it yet.
No, there it is.
But
Now they are.
Okay, they call it. I mean, that was a strong performance out from Blacklist. Execration, it's looking rough. They look lost. They look like they don't have an identity. They look like they don't know where they stand in this patch. And they've had a lot of experience on this patch relative to other teams on the LAN. They've been able to play in those LANs. They've had the opportunity to try to find some solutions. Even if you take losses, you know, there were some good series in the major where they were going 1-1 quite a fair bit. They were finding some success, but it's not translating back here at home. But for Blacklist, I mean, this is an amazing look from them. They've fixed all the issues we've had with this team. They look outstanding. My point about Mike is probably wrong. He's looking to be an improved coach this tour, for my hot take. So always good to see. Love me seeing some happy Mike in the background.
Yeah. And who knows? I mean, if Blacklist continue on this trend, it'd be pretty cool to see Filipino team rise to the top again and see. You know, maybe they're not strong enough still to take on Talon. I think that's yet to be determined. But if they continue on this trajectory, like I don't see.
They're looking number 2 to me.
Yeah, exactly, easily, right? And that personally excites me for what they can do on international lands and what they have yet to show us. We'll see, though, as, well, unfortunately for Execration, it's continued a downward spiral for them this tour. For Blacklist, it's wins where they look convincingly like the best team out of the two.
Absolutely.
A short match for us here, Jonathan, but let's go ahead and throw it back to the panel as they're going to have an interview with Blacklist and be able to break down our series just a bit for you.
For the first time in DPC 2023 history, Blacklist have finally beaten Execration. It must be just such a uplifting feeling that they finally did it. They have proven to be the better Filipino team right now. But my panelists, what went down in that game? Why was it so painful for Execration?
They didn't just beat Execration, man. They beat them up real good. I feel like the laning was kind of weird. Like, they didn't put the Oracle against the Bad Rider for some reason, and the PL didn't really have the skill build to deal with the Bad Rider lane. I feel like against the techies and bad, you really need the max doppel walk just to constantly have uptime. I feel like KP owned this lane so hard. It's as if he picked the bad into a PL and not the other way around.
Like how is the Oracle not in this lane? I don't get it. Like, Oracle is just meant, like, you pick the Oracle after you see the bat, right? But then you don't put the Oracle in the bat's lane, then why even bother? And the guy playing Oracle feels like he doesn't even want to play the hero, like casting his spells incorrectly and feeding in the lane. Like, he just, I've never seen Shanks play so bad. Like, seriously. He's always been like the shining star of Execration, you know, whenever you see the team, they are very, very successful. It's like Shanks and Tino both doing so much wonderful things in the game. They do really well in the lane. They move together in the team fights. They cast their spells accordingly. Team works perfect. But right now, everything is, I don't know where is the team's mindset right now. You know, they're just in a very, very bad headspace.
Yeah, they completely just got dismantled by Blacklist. They don't even look like they're on the same page, really. Like you said, Winter, they need to go have a team huddle.
Team talk, you know?
Yeah, team talk.
Go upstairs.
Hopefully not with pizza.
No, get some Jollibee so everybody's happy.
That's true. Get some Jollibee. But Blacklist looking really strong. If they keep up this momentum, do you think they'd actually have a shot of qualifying to the major?
I think they look like the second best team right now, I think.
Those are big words.
Right now. You never know what next week brings. Teams can get better, teams can get worse. I think that's a common trend we've seen throughout the previous DPCs, but as they are right now, they're in a really good place. Blacklist, I think drafting-wise and play-wise too, they look much cleaner than they did before.
Yeah, Blacklist, SMG, AG, or everybody's going to be so close in the middle of the pack. I feel like Talon's going to be still like ahead of everyone, but the middle fight for the second and third spot is going to be so fierce. I feel like Blacklist has definitely improved a lot this season, like by just having KP on. Like, the team looks like they have much better morale. Drafts are definitely better. The plays are definitely way, way better, you know. Before, everybody's like so selfish, you know. Like, the very common criticism is like all the three cores, they are very selfish. They don't really play for each other. And right now, I feel like with KP, everything seems to have that balance.
I feel like they're still selfish, but they're selfish in the right way. Like they still connect to each other and control parts of the map.
It's easier for Carl to play, I feel. Like before, I think that Carl, he's struggling a lot because he doesn't know what he should be doing in the game. And right now, I feel like he kind of has a clear idea. Oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. And he knows when he needs to farm, when he needs to make a move. Before, he was like kind of always farming not because he likes to farm, but I feel like because they don't really know what to do, so he's just farming.
Yeah, here's Tim's match MVP on Techies, blasting straight off into Blacklist Rivalry's fans' hearts. I'm sure Blacklist fans are rejoicing because it's looking like a good season for them. Do you guys, after what Cuckoo said, he said he didn't really think they had
no
fans.
It's blasting into the haters' hearts.
Yes, that is true. Blasting into their minds. That's a little mental attack there. Yeah.
I mean, Blacklist look like a really solid team right now. I think, if anything, this is what we expected from them from the start of the roster. Then they got Mike, obviously they got KP in as well. So they're on the right track. It's going good, going well. Hope they can keep it up.
So according to the trend, if they keep getting people that come to the studio, they'll be better and better.
True. Panel div. But then one of you guys are going to have to get sent over there.
We can send you over.
Oh, hell no. What am I going to do? Their cheerleader? Ain't no way. But I mean, they do have this weekend. Well, Execration do have the weekend to kind of fix up how they're playing. And what do they have? Like 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without playing? That's kind of a long time to, get together as a team and think about what to do better. You think they could manage to maybe figure something out?
Hopefully, for their sake.
Yeah.
I feel like this whole week they've been on the Magnus train. Palos played in the first series, and then now Tino's playing it. And I'm not sure if it's the Magnus's hero problem. I feel like it's not. But they need to come together and understand what they want to do with their heroes as a whole. Because I think that was the Execration that was better than a lot of the other teams. But they kind of lost that right now. Everyone's kind of lost.
Yeah. So what would you say is like the biggest difference between them last season and between this season? Is it just like a communication thing?
I think they're more on the same page before. Right now it looks very pubby, and I think in a lot of their game twos they look kind of tilted as well. Not sure why.
Do you think everyone else has gotten better, or have they gotten worse? Or is that kind of a base thing?
It's more about themselves, I think. Sure, you can always say our enemies are our opponents, they got better, but at the end of the day, you have to focus on yourself, They just look terrible.
Well, they just look terrible. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll stop. That's some fighting words, Winter.
The sheep has no captain, It's just like sailing.
No dog.
No dog.
No nothing. They're just walking around in circles and sometimes banging on the rocks, and nobody is steering the sheep. So it's really, really bad right now. They have to first rectify the problem. Stop getting your cleaner to cook the food for you. Get an actual chef and start by making the first recipe.
Now, what can we say about Blacklist? Is there anything that you think they have to improve on right now? Because we're talking about a lot of the good stuff right now, but if, maybe we'll save that for them because we have an interview with Cuckoo right now. Hello, Cuckoo. Congratulations on your win. How does it feel to finally beat Execration?
It's actually fun.
Actually fun.
Yeah.
So what makes you guys the better Filipino team now?
I think the 4+1 is the best.
4+1? That's the solution.
Yeah, just for Pinoy. Then maybe always have like international players. Gonna be good.
But you have Mike and your analyst, so that's like 5 almost +1, right? It's like each they get a 0.5 or 6.
I don't consider Mike as Pinoy.
You see, I told you.
Really?
This guy is always English in no matter what, even if he's not here.
All right, cool. I have some questions. First, congratulations. I'm sure you have some more fans now from the zero. How's the transition like going into Pos 5, and what made you decide to do this?
Actually, I'm surprised I'm playing Pos 5 now. Then I think it's just I need to do a lot right now, because before I just hitting creeps and it's actually fun. Now it's like I need to keep talking and about the timings. Yeah.
So was this the plan all along? Because we watched this skit where you were like all chat and you introduced yourself as the Pos 4 So was Teams playing 5 the original plan?
No, I'm saying, I said in the interview it's 4.5. So it's not really. Yeah, I will have items a little bit.
Winter?
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about like the reason why the series. I mean, is it fair for me to say this has been a very, very easy series for you today? And what do you think made the series so easily winnable for you guys?
I think we're more prepared than them. Then I'm not sure. It's like maybe they having a hard time to find their stuff right now, and I think we're just like more stable than them. Yeah, that's why it looks easy.
Cuckoo, is there a team that you are very excited to play against? Anyone you want to beat?
I can say maybe Bleed because I think they look strong right now. So I think they are like top 2 or top 3, and we fight the Talon already and we lost. So maybe another giant on the sea.
Yeah.
I mean, which part of the team right now, like in terms of like the Dota part, like you feel like your team needs the most work right now? Obviously, the drafting part seems to be much better nowadays. And what other things that you feel like the team has to improve on right now to be able to beat Bleed?
Actually, it's just our mid to late game. I think it's like on some scrims, like maybe we're too random. So we're trying to fix that and play as a team after those having like a good lead on first 20 minutes.
All right, well, thank you for that answer, Cuckoo. That wraps up our interview. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on your win. Sobrang galing mo sa boss fight, boss!
Thank you.
So good!
Bye.
Bye-bye! All right, well, that's a happy Cuckoo with their win against Execration. Finally, they've done it. I mean, to be like the 2 staple Pinoy teams of Div 1, I'm sure that must have felt kind of liberating for them to win, don't you think?
They changed spots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I feel like beating this Execration is like bullying the shorter kid in basketball. You know.
Yeah.
I don't think you can feel too good about this victory, but you definitely do want the win as well.
Let's take a look at today's results, how our games went today. We had SMG start us off today versus Mansion AG, where SMG snatched that win. I feel like that was probably our most intense game of the day. They took it to a full 3 games, followed by Boom Esports versus XERXIA, where Boom won 2-0 again against XERXIA, as they did in Division 2. And lastly, to finish off our day, we just saw Blacklist Rivalry completely dismantle Execration. That game, what a win for Blacklist. Blacklist fans rejoicing. Let's take a look at the standings of our division. How things are looking from the top. We got Talon Esports, followed by Bleed, Blacklist Rivalry, Mansion AG, Boom Esports, Team SMG, Execration, and XERXIA. We got a little flip around from last season. We got Execration and SMG on the bottom this time. Was that expected in the start of the season?
For SMG?
I think for SMG, yeah. But I will say they're playing, I mean, I'm sure they're 1-2. They've played 3 series this week, unlucky for them. But I think they are getting better. Like, they look kind of solid now. I think in the first 2 series they played, they were like a bit throwy, you know. They're kind of rectifying their problems. Execration, on the other hand, they're kind of in a very shit spot. They need to do something.
I mean, the word I'm looking for is potential. I feel like even though SMG, they lost two series, but they look like they have more potential compared to the games that when you see how Execration they are losing, they look like they are in no man's land, you know.
Let's take a look at Monday's schedule. What do we have? What games do we have on Monday? We got Blacklist Rivalry versus XERXIA to start us off, followed by Talon versus Bleed. And lastly, to end the day, we have Boom Esports versus Execration. Any series that you guys are particularly excited to watch?
I feel like Boom Execration kind of, in a way, determines who goes to Div 2.
Yeah, it'll be a nail in the coffin, right, if they lose one more series like this.
Yeah, especially to Boom, right? Because I think Boom and Execration are kind of second or third last from the bottom.
Yeah, and the talent bleed game is gonna show how far is bleed gonna go, you know.
I think Boom still has more leeway though, because they're only 1-1, so it won't hurt them too hard if they're 1-2.
Yeah, but they're contenders Execration, right? So if they
That's
do
true.
manage to,
it's like
kill
a
them
stress
off.
test, you know, this game.
Yeah, that's very, very true. But there's a lot of teams. I mean, there's someone with 3 losses right now, so depending on how next week goes, like if they all manage to go like 2-2 and get, recover those wins, it could look like tiebreakers could be really
We need infinite tiebreakers. We have not had it this season.
Yeah, we haven't had like a long day of
Infinite
tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers. How can you let other regions get away with this?
Maybe not too infinite, because that one looked pretty painful when it was in EU. They were just going for like a whole day or something. But anyways, let's take a look at what I have for you guys. A little present here. It's a code that will give you 7 days free of Prime. Now, what is this good for? You guys can check out their website. Go put this code, scan the QR, and use it for their Summer Blast. It's a tournament, a community grassroots tournament that's happening from May 15 to June 11. And what it is basically, it's they got tournaments, they got 1v1s, they have Arcana giveaways every week, and with the Prime, your winnings of $500 can be expanded to $1,000. Oh my God, that's crazy! So you guys should definitely go check that out. It's some good fun, and yeah, it's free. Prime is free, so that's the best part. Everyone likes free things. Don't you guys like free things?
I love free Prime.
I love free dinner.
Free dinner? Yeah, where's my free dinner, Winter?
Coming soon.
Coming soon?
Yeah.
You pinky promise?
A Valve promise.
A Valve? Wow, that's intense. All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Winter. But yes, we are closing our first week of the DPC 2023 Summer Tour Southeast Asia. I hope you guys enjoyed this week, and we will catch you again on Monday. So we'll see you then. Bye.